Yeah. ladies and gentlemen, we are intending to start the session in a few minutes. Delegates at the back, please come front because the hall is pretty big. I would request all of you to kindly come front and occupy the seats so that the delegates joining in late will occupy. So the last benches, kindly come forward. Please, yeah. ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Department of Electronics, Information Technology and Biotechnology, Government of Karnataka, and Software Technology Parks of India, STPI, Bengaluru, I am Shankar Prakash, extending a very, very warm welcome to Day 3. Tamagellarigu swagata, suswagata. Let's hear a round of applause for you and get the energy back amidst this AC. Okay. All our esteemed panelists are ready. As we are all aware, this is a session on women in leadership, breaking the glass ceiling to Apara, Unbound possibilities. First of all, I would like to call upon the moderator, Chandra R. Srikanth, Deputy Executive Editor, moneycontrol.com. Kindly come on, ma'am. The panelists consist of Sandhya Devanathan, Vice President and Head, Meta India. Ladies and gentlemen, I think you must keep putting your hands together until all the panelists come over. And I would like to call upon Priya Mohan, Investor, General Catalyst, and finally Ipsita Dasgupta, the Managing Director of HP India Market. I'm pretty sure this will be an absorbing and a great session with women power in full force. Okay, without much ado, I would straight away hand over the session to our moderator, Chandra R. Srikanth. It's all yours.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. All of you had your breakfast, coffee, etc. Can we have a huge round of applause? Because it's very rare to get Ipsita, Priya and Sandhya together on stage. And as you can see from their profiles, they head some of the biggest companies in India. So without further ado, I'm going to start with the questions. And we're going to be talking about women in leadership, breaking the glass ceiling to unbound possibilities. And these are three women who've broken the glass ceiling and how. So a huge round of applause again for the panelists. Great. Thank you so much, Sandhya, Priya, and Ipsita. A lot of people are trickling in this morning, and this is a great venue for any event, Bangalore Palace. But Sandhya, let me begin with you. You know, we often talk about breaking the glass ceiling, but what people don't talk about are the hidden sticky floors that can trip you up in the process. It could be, you know, gender bias in the workplace, societal guilt, self-doubt. Can you share a story about a time when you faced these things and how you sort of overcame that and how you fought them?
Chandra, firstly, thank you for having me here, and it's great to be at the Bangalore Tech Summit. I was just amazed by the crowds walking in, and I'm looking forward to see the exhibitions as well later. To your question, I think, look, I've worked almost for like 24 years, and there have been many, many moments where definitely the sticky floor, in fact, the sinking floor. But I'll talk specifically about a few instances. One, I think, you know, people talk about the pay gap between men and women, and I think there were various instances where I actually found out that I was earning 80 cents to the dollar for what a man doing a similar job as me was actually making. And I did that in banking because I used to sign off actually on credit card limits, and I was running retail banking at a company, and then I found that my male counterparts, because I would have to approve their credit limits, were actually making, you know, $1, and I was making 80 cents for exactly the similar role. So I actually had to go and have hard conversations. But what I then realized is that if it was to me, then it would also be, probably it would be systemic. So we actually undertook reviews because I was the women at lead at that time. And what we found was that because your entry points are different, because you negotiate less, it sort of builds up over time. So I think I would say it's not a sticky flow, but just a data point. I always lead with the data in terms of, is that telling you something? And then good companies take corrective action. It's not the question of whether they exist or not exist, but if you find it, what do you do with it? And I've been blessed to work in companies that always sort of walk the extra mile when it comes to, you know, making sure there isn't that kind of disparity, and if we see it, we address it.
That's quite ironic, right? She had to sign off on credit card limits, and then she realized there's a pay gap. But, you know, I'm glad they put systems in place to address that. But Priya, building on that, have you experienced moments when you felt unsupported or misunderstood? How did you navigate that?
So again, thank you for having me. It's a pleasure being here. So I'm going to take a very contrarian view on this, right? I think all three of us, we have 20 plus years of career, right? And I'm married. I have a 16-year-old. My life, I would give a lot of credit to a lot of people who've supported me. Like my husband's a stay-at-home dad, by the way. And it's a choice he made. And the reason I bring this up is there's not one, two, I can give you 100 examples where, you know, this job is lonely, being a leader is lonely, and top of that, you know, to be a woman, to manage multiple things. I still do groceries at home. I still manage my help at home. But I've learned over the years, the philosophy of your life is more important than anything. And the philosophy I practice is the fact that you have to be extremely, focused on what you want to prioritize, be very clear on the trade-off, and stop going back and constantly worrying about it, because you will never get peace of mind. What I want to solve for is hyper-learning. I want to solve for being in the table. And once you have that philosophy, I genuinely think that you won't take a 3-year view, you take a 10-year view. And that's personally helped me a lot.
Right. Ipsita, coming to you, but this confidence, the conviction that Priya spoke about, right? Does it also have to do with conditioning, your childhood, what your parents have taught you? Because I remember this famous anecdote of Indra Nui's, right? She came home after receiving a big promotion, and her mom told her that, go and buy milk because we are out of milk. So how does that sort of affect how you are as a business leader? Because many women also battle guilt day in and day out. So how do you navigate that?
Absolutely. And I think everything that both Sandhya and Priya said are true. And the interesting thing is that the opposite is also true. There's no debate that for people like us who are sitting on stage, we have a lot of support. And we have ecosystems that conspire to make us successful. Generally, if you look at the overall population, that is not the case. I mean, just to put it very starkly, the universe conspires to make men successful. The universe does not conspire to make women successful. And we see it in everything that shows up. If you look at our numbers, we have the lowest women participation in the workforce in the entire world. There's only Afghanistan, I think, that's below us. Both Bangladesh and Pakistan are above us. Secondly, Indian women happen to have the highest number of stakeholders involved in their lives. So this is true for all of us. We have in-laws, we have parents, we have aunts, we have uncles. We have neighbors who have a point of view on what we should be doing and how we should be doing it. The number of times I walk into my building and I'll be standing next to a woman who I have a lot of admiration for because of whatever she does, who will turn to me and say, "We were just talking about you last night. Are you traveling all the time? Are the children okay?" And I think these things impact us, right? We're all human. So in my mind, and I completely see where Indra Nui is coming from, and I've sort of seen her talk about sort of the challenges, and she's dead on. I do agree with Priya that at some level you have to figure out your own view on how you're going to approach things. For me, my mom sort of gave me that direction to say, look, anything you do, there's a group of people that aren't going to like it. When I stepped away, my parents live in Singapore, when I stepped away to come look after my grandchildren so I could unlock my daughter, people said, she's not looking after her husband. When I started to work as a lawyer to provide for my family when my father passed away and I was in my late teens, early 20s, people said, oh, she's stepping out of the house. So the reality is that as women, we get a lot more criticism, we get a lot more commentary. I think a philosophy is important to have, but I also think the recognition that the important thing for us to do is to show up every day. Not to be perfect every day, not to meet our goals every day,
right,
but to show up every day. And all of us show up as each of the things we are, right? We show up as a family member, we show up as a parent, we show up as a professional, we show up as a leader. And I think that's the piece that is really important, and that allows for representation. My worry is when women walk out of the workforce.
Yeah. My
worry is when women feel it's a choice between being a mother or worse, a wife, and being in the workforce, right? So what I would say the most important thing to do is not really try to figure out the balance, that's never going to happen, but to just show up every day in each of these roles.
Right. Great insight. Show up every day despite everything and have that inner conviction. But Sandhya, have things changed, improved? Because, I remember in 2015, 2016, it was still very new to talk about work from home and flexible working. I mean, the MNCs led the charge, but it was still not normalized for Indian companies. Do you think that has changed post-pandemic? Is it easier to be a woman and a working professional and a mother and a wife and a daughter today compared to, say, 5 years ago? Because, work from home is kind of normalized all over the world.
Look, I'm aware that the answer that I'm going to give is probably, from my perspective, a privileged response because it comes from tech, right? But this is the industry I know well. And I think definitely, and our company has pioneered flexible work. So we, even now with lots of return to office mandates, we're still 3 days in office, 2 days, you can work from home. So if you ask me, when I started my career was in 2000, I was in a bank at that time, I was at Citi, and I remember, the challenges I had when I had a newborn baby in New York, you had to juggle nanny, going to work and, manage it all. And I was doing a long distance project with Singapore, which meant I'd wake up at 3 in the morning. It was really difficult. So I go back to Ipsita's points. You show up every day, and I keep telling people who are younger in their journey or, have caregiving responsibilities, could also be older parents. Yeah, like just stay in the game, don't drop out, because, it'll seem very hard for a bit, but if you get through that and you get the right kind of support or you try and make it work, then you're sort of not giving up on your longer term career. To your question on whether it's gotten easier, look, again, like I said, I speak from the view of what I'm seeing, in my industry, and definitely in my, like if you're in hardware and you're in manufacturing, you probably have to show up at the plant, and like you need to physically be there. But whereas in ours, which is a services sector, you can do your work, remotely and from anywhere. And that is something as a company we've encouraged. And I think as more and more companies sort of embrace that, and I'm seeing that change also in the startups I work with and the other companies that I work with in India, but there's a little more flexibility in, when you show up and what you do. The second thing I would say, it's not just about, the return to office, or, can you work remotely mandates. It's other things. Like, for example, we have both paternal and maternal leave. So what it does, it also normalizes, having a child not just as something that a woman does, and yes, she bears the child, but it's the family that brings parental responsibilities, are both the father and the mother, if that's your unit, right? So I do think those kinds of policies go a long way in making it easier for women to stay in the workforce, to have fulfilling careers.
Right. Priya, what I notice, and you're in the VC industry, you may have experienced this, is that, the work life and the personal life kind of merges too easily for the men, right? They catch up in office, then they catch up for a late night drink, and, they crack deals on the golf course over, a pack of cigarettes. But women are very conscious about drawing the line, which is fair, right? Why should you hang out with someone you met at work, But has that sort of cost you deals? Because, a male counterpart at another VC fund went out with this guy. He was hanging out at the pub till 2 a.m. But you had to come back home at 10 p.m. because, you have a 16-year-old at home.
I'm just gathering my thoughts how to answer this. Look, I think it comes back to the first point I made, which is I've really worked hard on a philosophy that works for me. I'm not going to make it prescriptive, but I can share it as an experience. And the philosophy is two things. Beyond the part what Ipsita said, show up. The worst days, I've been a founder. I became a founder. I've gone through lows and lows, very lonely journey. And then now I'm a VC. In both cases, showing up is important. But the second most thing, what's worked for me, is I'm very comfortable being authentic, right? I think that's very important to be extremely comfortable about the person who you are and be aware of how you show up as a presence in meetings with people. So the point you're making is people who've worked with me, they understand what I value, what I respect, just as I understand what they value and respect. So I believe in all these years, as I earn my right to stay in the table, I've never encountered, of course, earlier, you have to overcompensate. And I would say not just for women, men also, more so for women, you're right. You overcompensate before you earn the right to, get into the table. But as you grow up, I think the one thing is I'm very comfortable saying, these are my priorities. I work very long hours, as I'm sure the women here as well. But I'm very okay saying no. But you have to earn the right to say no. There are many years where I overcompensated, I've worked extra, but when I earn the right to say no, I'm very comfortable to say, this is the time I go back. This is the time I'm okay to let go of this. But I'm also very comfortable doing, sometimes very often in my office, I go out, have a drink with my colleagues while I have the younger people who say, no, Priya, we're not coming, I'm going to go work out tomorrow, right? So all I'm saying is, it's very important to have a philosophy for yourself, understand and work really hard on your self-awareness. That's something that I would overemphasize with everybody here. And then be comfortable in your skin and understand the trade-offs. What are you willing to gain? What are you willing to lose? Because every value, like with companies, when you have a core value, core brand, you have to pay a price for it, right? But being consistent, being authentic is very important.
Right. Ipsita, in your journey to, leading HP across multiple markets, have you seen people being resistant to authority? How did you overcome that? Because there is an expectation that female leaders should have more empathy, and if they don't, that's misconstrued. Sometimes confidence is seen as arrogance. How did you sort of navigate those challenges?
Honestly, I don't know, because I've never been a man, so I don't know how I would have been treated if I were. So it's hard to say. I'd say, before I say it, I want to say something in addition to what Priya was just talking about. I think this idea of self-awareness is really important, because until you know yourself, I feel like every day of my life is a constant negotiation.
Yeah.
I have 2 10-year-old daughters. Every year, I'm trying to figure out what is their perspective on what I do and what is the conversation we need to have. So I just want to give one small example, and I think it'll be very real to a lot of people in the audience. My husband gets as much pressure as I do, by the way, to get home for something. So I think that's also changing from a male point of view, which is when he says he has a drinks after work or he has to take a customer out to dinner, my kids are not happy. Because they expect a certain, in fact, more flexibility from him because he travels less in his work and I travel a lot. But still, I'll give you this example of a conversation I had with one of my 10-year-olds a year ago. She said something like, I just don't think it's fair that dad does the same, dad does a lot of stuff for us where the other moms do everything for our friends. And my response was because I knew myself. I wasn't expecting that question. What I said to both of them is I said, you have a lot of boys in your class. They're still at an age they don't like boys. I said, choose a boy in your class. And now tell me that boy, you are going to take care of his house. You are going to take care of his life. You are going to clean up his desk. You are going to help him get his homework done, right? You're not going to focus on yourself. You're going to focus on that boy. And they were like, oh, Mom, why would I do that? That's awful. Ew. And I said, correct. So when you say to me, this is what all the other mothers are doing, you are telling me to choose to put dad first, right? And not to allow us both to take what we have been given in our capabilities, in our resources, and make the most of it. And I saw the transformation, and all I did was have the conversation I've had with myself many times, right? So I think what's key in this is the idea of, even as you know yourself and as people around you sort of interact with you, you know more. So now I'm going to answer the question you asked. I walk into rooms where I'm the only woman, but I don't realize I'm the only woman because I'm not looking at myself, right? So when if I walk into a room where half the people are women, based on the industries I've been in, it'll be a shocking room to me. However, what I do, and I have done over time, because I've recognized that there is this difference in the way women are perceived and men are perceived, and I think it's especially true in our country. I've lived and worked in China. I grew up in the States. there's a difference here in how much is expected of us, how nurturing we're supposed to be, etc. And what I've done is I've played with my style. And I keep saying this to women as they become new managers and leaders. Not just women, I say to everyone, play with your style. Go in and do something. Let HR come and talk to you and say, that was too tough. Or watch someone miss their numbers and realize that was too soft. Because how do you emerge with what your philosophy is or who you are, or understand how people are going to treat you unless you play with your style, right? So I don't know the answer to whether I have experienced something that I wouldn't have if I were a man. I do know the answer that I have developed an equilibrium when I have seen contexts around me and how people respond.
Right.
I have one tactical point here.
I think
right?
Priya and Sandhya want to add, so please go ahead.
Yeah. So one framework that I really use is I work very hard when it's an intense debate, negotiation, and I feel that there's possibility that there's a bias because obviously, often it's not just being a woman, you're also the youngest in the room sometimes when you get fast ahead. What I try and do is constantly make the other person feel even more important, right? So I try and take away the conversation around possible biases to very tactical stuff. I keep paraphrasing what the other person says. Did you mean to say this, right? I feel I'm on this side. Why don't you guide me? How do you get to the middle path? I've realized very tactically, it generally stems from a certain set of perceptions the other person's holding. When you create a very non-threatening environment in the table where you're like, be objective, let's keep the personal biases aside, let's get to the point, keep paraphrasing, keep mirroring, it's really helped. It's a very tactical point, but that's something I've learned over the years to do.
That's a great tip. Sandhya?
No, Ipsita started off by talking about being in rooms where she's the only woman and not being aware of it. I think it took me, I worked in India, then I've worked in the Philippines, the US, and Singapore. It sort of took me my first stint out to realize that that was the tax I was paying. There's a tax you pay, right? Because to be heard, to speak up, if you are a minority, it's not just whether you're a woman, it could be, a different point of view, but like whatever it is, it's a tax that you pay, and the tax sort of keeps adding up, and it just makes things harder and harder. So one of the things that I've done in terms of style is just call out the tax that people are paying, right? When I'm in rooms, when I'm with founders where their team is completely male, and in my role, I have the honor to work with a lot of incredible, people across India and, in Southeast Asia and Asia before that. So I do call it out because I think it's important that if you're in a role where you see this, you've paid that tax, it doesn't have to be that everyone else has to pay the same tax. So sort of calling it out is something that I do. The second thing is in terms of style, I think if you're nice, and I'd like to think that I'm fairly collaborative. I have a different style from maybe the men that I work with, but I think what I've learned over a period of time is to make people understand that my niceness is not to be confused with weakness. Right? And I think there is, authority that comes with the role, there's decisions that you need to take, and I don't think that should be confused with how you show up and, what your style of working is. So yeah, even as you play around with the style, I think the one thing that I've gotten really comfortable with is being authentic in the way I lead, in the way I show up, and, expecting people to also work with me with that style.
Great insights on style. But Sandhya, the other thing that I wanted to, ask you was, there's this constant debate, right? Can women have it all? Because the career clock is in conflict with the biological clock. What kind of trade-offs did you have to make? And again, has that changed? Because India again stands out for the fact that you get 6 months of maternity leave here. There are companies that are now open to giving, a 1 year, 2 year sabbatical unpaid leave, and then you come back. So has that improved? Have you ever faced that conflict?
Look, I had my baby in New York, and he's now 16, and I had 3 months. And I remember the week that I got back, I was on a plane to Warsaw on work, and sitting in the town square and crying because I was missing my child so much. So after that, I decided I'm not going to travel. I would take calls, but I had an employer that was understanding enough to then say, okay, maybe not really understanding. I'd wake up at 3 and do calls with Singapore all night and things like that, right? But it was definitely, I think, at those times, those trade-offs looked very, very daunting. And we were chatting. I think there were sort of, when I moved to Singapore, there were, my son was 2, and I took on a big role. I was one of the youngest managing directors at Stanchart at that time. And one of the conditions almost over lunch given to me was, I hope you're not planning to have another kid, right? When I took on the role. So it was very sort of low-key, and for various reasons, I have only one son, but I think that was the environment in banking at that point. But I do think that's not the environment today. I think there are hopefully many more conversations that are happening about, equally raising a family, this is a very personal choice, right? Your biological, it's also a family choice that you make on how many kids you want to have, whether you want to have kids at all. So I'm hoping in India now, I definitely, at least in the sectors that I work in, I'm seeing more of those conversations. But definitely, the biological clock will be in conflict with, with your career clock, not just when you're having kids, but, when you're entering your 50s and you have different challenges around when you're in the peak of your career and you're also dealing with menopause and things like that. I think there are 1 billion women globally that are going to be in menopause over the next decade or something. So those are conversations, that don't get had, and I think those are in conflict, but you just have to find a way to sort of normalize it, talk about it, and, work with your lens of what is success for you. So that's the other thing. I think now I'm with 24th year of my career, I would think one of the things that I've gotten better at is what works for me, what doesn't work for me, what do I want. So this India role was a very, very, thoughtful decision that I took with my family. My son and my husband live in Singapore. This is the first time we've been apart as a family. But this was an opportunity to be part of an incredible story in my country. I wanted to come back. This was a great role, I think, in terms of the opportunity it provides, the impact we can have in the nation. And for me, it was, it was something I wanted to do, but I wanted my family to be supportive of it, so I wouldn't have taken that decision if we hadn't done it together. So we made a choice as a family that my son, who's 16, would continue to study there. My husband would support us, in staying in Singapore with them. And, I live here, they live there. So, you make those choices.
Yeah.
So I think it ultimately comes back down to what works for you, what works for your family unit if you have one, and what are the trade-offs you're willing to make.
Right.
Is it the same question or you're changing the question?
I had a different question, but if you want to add on to what she said, you're free.
Actually, I'm going to be point blank. I don't think anybody can have it all. Okay? Simply because if you take a pie chart, time, energy, right? It's a choice you make where you allocate your time, where you allocate your energy. It's just impossible. It's a definitive thing. So this concept of I've never understood the question, have it all, you cannot have it all, because it means like you don't have multiple choices in this. If you're choosing to take away 1 year to have a child, that 1 year is gone. It's not a multiple choice, right? Like it's that. But the question is, I'll tell you what I've struggled with, and I'm going to be very vulnerable here. There are many days when I was younger and climbing up to say that I would be very jealous or I would be very inspired by women who are there to always visualize that I want to be there, right? But at the same time, I would be the same person who's very upset that I would not be able to pick up my child, okay? Today, it's the reverse. We're so busy. I have not seen my kid. We live in the same house. Yesterday, I came at 10:30, then I got into a call. By the time I went, I just went to tuck her in. And then, we're there, but I never see her, except for the weekends. And now I think and visualize, why didn't I keep my life simple, right? Like, why didn't I just, read a book or just... What I realized is we kill ourselves with our own personal guilt. We kill ourselves to constantly overthinking about our choices, which is natural. But at some point, you'll have to be comfortable with where the universe led you, the choices you made, and where you have come. And the biggest answer I've learned over the years of thinking through this is, A, it starts with being kind to yourself.
Yeah.
Understanding that, you know, you're all seeking, you have to be kind to yourself, and there's a whole new future ahead, and work on your philosophy, work on your self-awareness, and be comfortable in what you've chosen to do. Because otherwise, and I would say the other way also, it is true that a lot of, and we are privileged. It's very important to emphasize the three of us here are extremely privileged. When I see the help in my home, she's taking a loan from me and left her daughter, who's like 5 kilometers away, who's as old as my child, with her mother, to come and work with me every day. And I still know, unfortunately I have to call it out, it's a lot of women who think twice about paying them that little extra. Be kind to yourself. When you're kind to yourself, you will be kind to others and really give back.
Yeah. Ipsita, I want to ask you about this. You know, when you look at the statistics, right, at least the IT services, software industry is very good when it comes to having women at the entry level. It's almost 50%. But you see that severe drop-off happening when they, you know, reach, I don't know, their early 30s. And this is a point you brought up in the beginning in terms of India having a very low female labor force participation rate, just, I think, above Pakistan and Bangladesh. Sorry, below Pakistan and Bangladesh. So, you know...
Give them the credit.
So how do you think that can change? I mean, what should we be doing? Why is that still persistent?
And I don't think it's just the IT industry. I think it's every industry. Look, I think there's multiple reasons for it. I think on one end, contexts need to be much better in professional environments to allow women to rise. Example, first of all, there were studies done, I'll cite 2 studies that were done many years ago. In fact, I remember speaking about them, I don't know, at Women in the World, which was in 2016, so now 8 years ago. One was man and woman earning the same amount of money for a household. Woman does 6 times the amount of childcare and 3 times the amount of housework. Okay? If you let that land, just understand the pressure on that human being to then try to rise up the corporate ladder.
We particularly saw this during the pandemic, right? Many women quit the workforce then.
Yeah.
And it was counterintuitive because you would have thought that everyone is at home, but they actually started...
Because at home, 10 people are calling you and saying, can you get me a cup of tea? Can you get me a glass of water? Can you help me get from this room to the other room? You know, and nobody is calling the man, right?
Amazon OTP now.
Yeah.
Send me the Amazon OTP.
There you go. The second statistic sort of finding I'll give you is studies were done that showed that no amount of policies or programs actually make a difference in a woman's career trajectory as much as a network of 8 or 9 people that make her successful.
That's a great point.
And it's not just women. Every person who becomes a leader does not become a leader on their own. It's because somebody spots them and gives them the leadership opportunity. Women happen to talk about it more. We tend to be aware of who's helped us along the way. I've gotten up to speak after many men who talk about what they've done, I've done. And I've gotten up after many women and said the same thing the women say. This person helped me get here, that person helped me get there, that person. So I think we need to move from, you know, Sandhya gave the example of getting on a flight. My twins were born just a couple of weeks premature. I was in the NICU closing a deal because I was the chief commercial officer of GE India and China. I couldn't afford not to close that deal. I was also afraid to leave them in the NICU because I didn't want somebody to mix up a medicine or something else for another child. So I was standing in the NICU doing the calls. What does that mean? Whatever the policy was. For me, I had 6 weeks of maternity leave. The policy made no difference. Because I had decided I wanted to make impact, I also was the most protective person with my children. And so the network we have and we give people is what matters the most. And I always tell women, avoid mentors. You don't need another person to give you advice. Find advocates. Advocates are people who say, you're looking for someone to do this really big role? You know, I met Sandhya, and I know Sandhya, and she's really good. I think you should meet her. It's somebody who takes action on your behalf. Too often we get a lot of advice, and I'm not just talking about women. So I'm big on avoiding mentors and going for advocates, because women especially need advocates. And then I want to speak to one thing that I think both of them touched upon a little bit differently. As the gender we are and the amount of help we need, because we are the primary caregivers, because we are the ones who, by social conditioning or by biology, I'm not sure, but worry the most about what's happening to everyone in our families, we need to be the nicer gender. I need to have 4 friends that are doctors and 3 friends that are neighbors that I can call anytime in an emergency who will go and grab my kids or check what's going on. And they're not going to do that if they don't like me. And so we, unfortunately or fortunately, need to be the nicer gender. We need to be liked more, to be able to do everything that we have to do. So I think this idea of rising through the ranks, I think we both need to create the home environment, but we need to recognize networks is what's going to drive that for women. And then the last thing I want to say is I get really frustrated when women drop out. So one of the things I say to women a lot is, especially in a country like India, if you've taken an engineering or a medical seat, you know, or any other opportunity, don't drop out of the workforce. I have had women I have been huge advocates for come into my office and say, Ipsita, I just wanted to let you know I'm quitting. Why are you quitting? I'm getting married. Okay, why are you quitting? I want to focus on my marriage. Is your husband quitting? Are you guys going to be spending all day like staring at each other? No. Okay, now I at least still understand the logic when having a child. What is the reason when you're getting married? It's the second reason women leave the workforce, because they're getting married. Right? So it's on us as well, right? We have to decide we want to take on what it takes, and we need to think about things like, I'm going to focus on my marriage.
Yeah, I think we're running out of time, so last 2 minutes.
I want to add one thing, what she said about mentor versus advocate, and this is an observation I've made about women. I don't know if they agree. I think the other thing is, very often when younger people come to me, I look for clarity of thought. I don't see the confidence very often to come and ask, what's the worst thing that people are going to say? It's a no. What they do is they come and they sit, but that confidence to ask, can you help me in this, or be clear of this is what I want of you, I think that's another thing we have to get better at. Because for people to be an advocate, they need to know you're out there, you're willing to take it on. Very often you come there and you're like all over the place, it's hard.
To deliver for those people.
Exactly.
I think we have 2 minutes left. I just want to sort of react to what Ipsita said. If you look at India now, and you know the march that we're having, the incredible run we're having as an economy that's going to be $7-8 trillion in the not too distant future, one of the things that worries me is that women will get left behind in actually contributing to that. We can get there faster if women are also equal participants in getting us there. And India is one of the few countries globally where there's 2 places where women drop off: when they get married and when they have kids. Most other places, women drop off the workforce when they have kids. So I think there's clearly something there, in terms of a conversation, cultural sort of, changes that need to happen. But I'm also sort of buoyed by what I do see on our platform, right? Which is when we had the pandemic, yes, many women took on the double burden or triple burden of managing home, family that was staying with them, kids and their work. But I think also what we saw on our platform was 50% of, pages that were set up, were women-owned on Instagram, businesses, right? So we saw a big jump in women-owned businesses on our platforms, both on Facebook Facebook and Instagram during that period. And if you think about that 60 million SMBs in the country going from contributing 30% to GDP to 40%, having options like this, which is platforms like ours that democratize the ability to start a business, reach an audience, all of that, I'm hoping will help with that larger conversation of having women engaged in the workforce. Still doesn't solve your engineer and medical student problem, but helps with the larger, with the larger participation in the workforce. We're seeing the same thing on the creator economy as well, which is a lot more women participating, sharing, their thoughts, expressions on platforms like ours. So I think it's a tale of, there's a corporate setup, but there's also the emerging gig economy and the emerging sort of small businesses. Like that momentum, I'm hoping women will, end up playing an equal.
More people will participate.
Yeah, so it'd be great, and that's something as a company that we're quite invested in as well. So I think about that a lot. The second thing I'd say is just in tech, having normalizing parenting, like maternity, paternity leaves, normalizing time that you need to take off for caregiving. Like the companies need to step in to help, because not everybody is going to have, everything will not go swimmingly well in life, right? There will be times you need to step back, there'll be times that you lean in, and organizations sort of recognizing that and keeping, women going in the workforce. It's not just enough to hire. You want to find them, you want to grow them, and you want to keep them in your company. So I think if you did that, the company would stand to benefit. So, and I am seeing that change as well.
Great. On that note, this was a fabulous discussion, Ipsita, Priya, and Sandhya. Show up every day, keep at it, don't drop out. And, you've kind of really seen how all of them battled the odds. And Priya, though you said, it's not possible to have it all, in some way, all of you made trade-offs to ensure that, you have it all, a family.
As long as you define your all. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Right.
The problem is you're always looking at somebody else's all, right? I am always envious of that homemaker who gets so much time with her child, and she's going to be envious of me because I'm this big career girl. I think you should just be comfortable to define what's your all.
Define your all. Great insight. Thank you very much. And I hope we see many more Ipsitas, Priyas, and Sandhyas rising to the top of organizations in India. Thank you all very much. A huge round of applause for them.
Just be there. Well, indeed, it was a highly thought-provoking session, and some of the important things, I don't mind, with their permission, I would like to repeat, that niceness should not be taken as weakness. What great words to hear. And philosophy of life, mentors, advocates. Let's hear it for them, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a clear lesson of life. Jivana andre ಏನು ಅನ್ನೋ ಪಾಠ ನಮಗೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಸಿಕ್ತು. Thank you very much for that. On this note, I would request Dr. A. Kaur to kindly come over and give a mementos to all of them. Secretary to Government, Department of Electronics, IT, BT and S&T Government of Karnataka. And also request Madam Ruchi Bindal to join her. Gentlemen, you need to give a round of applause. I think it was a great start for the third day deliberations here at Bangalore Tech Summit. Thank you very much. I would request all of you to kindly be in your seats, because in the next 2 to 3 minutes we'll set the stage, and the next session on digital public infrastructure of India going global will unfold. So all of you kindly be in your seats. So we'd like to thank the moderator, Chandra R, Srikanth, the panelists, Sandhya Devanathan, Priya Mohan, and Ipsita Dasgupta for that wonderful panel discussion. And we'd also like to thank Dr. A. Kaur and Ruchi Bindal. Thank you very much, and kindly be patient for the next 3 to 4 minutes. Thank you.
Panelist is Vikraman Venu, is the latest kid on the block also, even in this field. So, Vikraman, yeah.
Hello. Yeah. Hi everyone. So GPS is a 12-year-old company. So we're about 600 people now. We've been primarily working in the biogas space, trying to produce methane, which is a simple molecule through anaerobic digestion. We're trying to move into other products, ethanol. We're trying to move into SAF as well. So I'm part of the techno-commercial R&D team that's exploring all of these new opportunities. Moving away from healthcare, and this is more of renewable, so it's the less glamorous end of biotech, but nevertheless very valuable and also very productive and having a larger impact. So that's the background of the company. Any specific question on? We're only 10 years old. We don't have the history of 40 years or all of that.
So what are your plans? Because you're getting into the space from compressed biogas, and so now you also do sustainable aviation fuel, I understand. So what else, and why do you look at this space?
Right. So we are in the space of converting waste to energy, and today we are processing somewhere close to 3,000 tons of waste. This is primarily agricultural waste and MSW, municipal solid waste, right? So the Indore biogas plant, which takes in about 550 tons of MSW, the plant gives about 18 tons of biogas every day. This is used to run the buses of Indore. So that's the impact. You can see all the way how the waste of one city runs the buses of that city. Similarly, we have plants that run on agricultural residue. You must be reading all about the Delhi smog right now. So part of the smoke is coming from the stubble burning. So we are building plants over there to convert agricultural waste to biogas as well. Again, like I said earlier, this is the simpler molecule. We're trying to do SAF, which is more complex molecule, has a higher commercial value. As a startup, we don't have the liberty to work on n number of research projects. We are always looking to do what is commercially viable, and of course a lot of process improvements, etc. We don't have the luxury of inventing that new cell or inventing that synthetic biology platform, but we're happy to work with others and scale this up. Scaling is something that we do well as a company, and that is where our focus will remain.
So just to add to why biogas is important in India today is government of India is looking at the deployment of a 5,000 biogas plant across country, and of course including companies like Praj and GPS. We are looking at waste generation and with 300 million tons of aggregate residues, and deployment of biogas solution provides a much decentralized solution to generate clean biofuel like compressed biogas, and government is looking at integrating compressed biogas into the natural gas grids to use it as a fuel and also increase its utility in other sectors for heating fuel as well. And then the compost which comes out of this anaerobic digestion technology, that itself can be a big source of fertilizer replacement. We have a huge fertilizers which are being used, and there is a lot of subsidy pressure. So all of these technologies, although they are not as glamorous as Vikraman correctly put out, but very, very important in the Indian context because it provides you waste valorization and also provide the energy security.
So let me ask Dr. Himanshu. So one, you mentioned we need the engineering capabilities as we seek more investment into it. Other one is, so do we also have the talent, and how do we build that talent base? That is one part of it. Second is, yes, you invest in all this use all the technologies for the manufacturing. Ultimately, it's to scale, increase the yield. So does it mean that as consumers, patients will get better products at even lower prices? Ultimately, you cannot sell the end product at a premium like it's happened in many, because it will become a niche marketing. And what will be these two issues?
Thank you. So two questions. One is on the talent piece and the other one is price to the patient. And both are very, very important, and somehow they are also linked. And as far as talent is concerned, India is having a lot of biotechnology colleges, both in undergraduate space and graduate space and postgraduate space. And the children who are coming out from these institutes are having a wonderful learning. But I think so, if I draw a parallel to what we have done in small molecule or API industry maybe 20 years ago in India, is that we had institutes. Apart from that, we had these NIPers who were basically incubating a lot of professionals who were 110% dedicated to application of pharmaceutical knowledge into real world. And that's where, you find that a lot of people who have come out of NIPER are actually in most of the large pharmaceutical API companies and formulation companies that we have in India. On similar front, I think so is that, as far as talent is concerned, we should be benchmarking our talent with what is happening in the West. Because you see, right now, the biotechnology space is increasing day by day. If you see the total pharmaceutical market, it is approximately around $1.2 or $1.3 trillion. Out of that $1.2 or $1.3 trillion of pharmaceutical market, nearly, as of now, 30 to 35% is now moving towards biopharmaceuticals. And it is actually growing exponentially, which means that the requirement of talent to meet that production and to meet that delivery to the end patient is going to increase phenomenally. And which means that our curriculum, whatever we have in the biotech educational institutes, has to go back and find out what are the new chapters we need to really add now. Because I find that the gestation period for a student who is coming from a fresher as a biotechnology institute and the way they get exposed into the industry, the gestation period is anywhere from 9 to 12 months, basically. Because they have to really learn so many things. And how good it would be that they not only come prepared with newer insight about the trends which are happening in global at biotechnology industries, and then when they come into the industry as such, they are able to find a platform to implement that. So that should be the goal. Regarding for the patients, etc., I think so, all the new technologies, when you say automation, when you say machine learning, artificial intelligence, etc., what these technologies are trying to do, these technologies are basically ensuring that we have error-free manufacturing and we have a product which is absolutely go from the first step itself, which means that you don't have to rework, you don't have to put many things there, it is on an auto mode. Because of this precision, which what Professor Mukund was also referring to, the precision itself, which is in the whole cell gene therapies, etc., is that your cost of manufacturing will come down drastically. And as these technologies are happening, and in fact, the skid-mounted technologies that I was talking to you about a few minutes back is being run by only 2 people or 3 people at max. And the output is huge. And what it does is that you start to have, just think and imagine that you will have basically, skid-mounted technology-oriented biofoundries across this whole country. And with that small concept, wherein, land is also so scarce in India nowadays to put up huge big plants and everything. And if you have something which is very compact and which can actually start delivering results, you are basically, unlocking a huge potential here itself. And that itself is going to create a price point which I think so will be great for the patients and it will be great for the business also. And one fact that we need to understand is that biotechnology is very knowledge domain industry, and it already comes with inbuilt technology barriers. And so, the industry as well as the commercial teams, etc., they will find a sweet spot wherein, the price to the patient as well as the commercial viability of the products, they are both meeting and joining hands together. Thank you.
Yeah, I was coming to you anyway on that because are there examples or academic literature on where all these technological interventions increase the yield or, so that it'll be, of course,
So that's not my domain, and I'm sure within the industry there's always a way to improve the process. So what I wanted to touch upon was the issue
scalability part of it. We've been able to.
I'll try and comment on it, but the issue of talent, which is something, being in academia, something I know a little bit about from the other side. So I think this, the idea of the biotech degree was very, very short-sighted. It's not fair to say that colleges are not able to keep their biotech degrees up to date. There's a reason why undergraduate degrees are not given for rapidly moving fields. You cannot keep on changing the syllabus. The professors cannot keep retraining themselves. We find now that in our PhD entry stream, the vast majority of people getting degrees in life sciences are biotech degrees. Whereas we're happy to take people with degrees in physics, chemistry, mathematics, computer science, and fundamental, microbiology, biochemistry, and so on. But these degrees nobody's taking. This creates a problem. Those fundamental degrees are the foundation for, a biotech degree is very brittle, the knowledge that you get. It goes out of date in 2 years, which is why there's such an incubation period. I have a degree in physics, but I'm doing biology. As long as you're a lifetime learner, you can always keep up with the technology. I think there has to be a move to scale back this idea that we're going to train armies of people who know how to use PCR machines and so on and call that a degree. If you want to staff people in these kinds of fields, they have to also know AI, they also have to know something about modeling cells, they also have to know the latest biochemistry, imaging. If you want to get these kinds of very broadly based people, our current education policy is not aligned to that. And we've been saying this for 20 years and it hasn't changed. So I'll say it again. Regarding whether things are cost effective, again, it's not my department, but
no, what I meant was all this technology going to make the process better. Are there already significant increase?
So the only thing I can say is that you should use what biology does well to your benefit. And if your process is not taking advantage of what biology does well, you're already starting at a handicap. The rest of your cost, of course, comes from supply chain, scaling, and fixed versus variable costs. So I think what we can do is think about using, for example, mathematical models to make sure that we really optimize things properly. And we've been saying this for a long time. In the end, I don't think that is the rate limiting step to getting your costs down. It's all the usual ways to get costs down in any manufacturing industry, which industrial engineers know very well how to do. I think we'll get there.
Okay. So same question to Praj, both scalability and talent available.
For sure. So I will just touch upon the first question. Technology, what we have realized, is a great enabler of scalability. And even today, when I work in an R&D, which is fully focused on industrial side of the biology, and with all the complementary technologies of AI, your process efficiency, process development, still there is one microbial or one biocatalyst and one enzyme which is highly efficient, can change the entire complexion of the process. I have realized this in second generation biorefinery. I will just put this in the context. When I was doing my PhD and my colleague was working on developing a yeast which could utilize xylose. And today, entire ethanol industry is working on Saccharomyces cerevisiae, which can only utilize glucose, sucrose, fructose. It took 20 years. First patent was filed in 1995. It took almost 20 years to get a second generation yeast, which was in academic or the startup sector, to reach thousands of or hundreds of thousands of tons scale today. It required second generation biorefineries, of course, but what we have seen is all the aspects of biotechnology, whether it is metabolic engineering, whether it is identification of new pathways to utilize xylose, developing the yeast systems, improving its evolutionary engineering. testing it in the real fermentation systems, and recovery of ethanol from the second generation feedstocks. We have covered this journey over 15, 16 years, and it would not have had happened. And same is the story on the enzymes as well. We have seen the cost of enzymes in the second generation fall from almost 10x when the development started. So technology is a great enabler, and we will always continue to kind of propose that should be the way to look at the develop new solutions in the biotech sector.
Okay. A question to Vikraman. You run an incubator for quite some time. So, which was again a shared space with all the, equipment everyone could come and use. So, can we say that BioFoundries is the extension of it in a manufacturing scale, because you're going to put all the advanced technologies and expertise will be there to run this, and so that people, anyone can come and use it, because that's a model being anyway thought about for BioFoundries.
Okay, so the incubator model, that's a shared research facility. Whereas I think when we talk BioFoundries, it's a shared manufacturing facility. I doubt, the handover is always a very big problem, even between the startup teams. I think it'll be a bigger problem handing over production facilities between manufacturing teams. So that's my general gut feel. That said, I think there's a lot of synergy in how the input product for one process is the output from one process is probably the input for the other, and there are multiple streams that you build out. Like, for example, again, coming back to the waste management thing, you have MSW, it's a mix of plastics, organic waste, a whole food waste, etc., etc. There's a lot of synergies there in terms of how you can process the plastics, how you can co-process plastics and organic waste through gasification, etc. There are, again, biological methods like fermentation, which may not work on plastics but will work on organic waste. So there is a complex intermingling that can happen over there. We ourselves are exploring this whole RNG valley, and like Dr. Gosalkar said, the manure or the compost that comes out of the biogas plants, that can be briquetted, and it's an alternative fuel by itself. Now, can that be converted to SAF? That would be a great story. If we could simply just keep using every little bit of carbon that comes out of your waste and just make productive. It's really rearranging the carbon atoms, hopefully in a very efficient way, either in a cellular manner or in a chemical catalytic process. So we are looking at that, but where I am today, this will have to be spaced out. It'll have to be a few kilometers apart, simply because we are aggregating tons and tons of waste. This is not you cannot really store it in one place. So you will have to, it's also a logistics problem before it becomes a execution problem. So that's why we are one step away from doing active research at a cellular level. We're doing we're solving the Uber of feedstock. We are solving all of the operational challenges over there, and hopefully when we have surplus, we will look at research more deeply. But happy to work with, I've been talking to professors to help with microbe engineering for more efficient digestion. For example, lignin seems to be less digestible, so we're talking whether there can be GM microbes for better methane production. So we are, and of course you must have all heard of Lanza Tech. There's a lot of hype about this company. They are listed on the US stock exchange. They claim they can convert CO2 to anything that you want, including aviation fuel. We've been speaking to them. There are other startup teams in the US that claim that they can directly go from rubber tires to aviation fuel. So imagine just one set of bacteria being able to do this entire process very smartly and assemble a bicyclic C8 or a C12 molecule. So there is a lot of research happening there. We are trying to borrow from people, license from people, and scale it up. So we are in that mode today. Yeah.
Thanks, Vikraman. So the floor is now open for a few questions. My only request is ask sharp questions so that we get the best out of these experts on the panel.
Mukund, this is for you. Would it be a good place to start to actually build a detailed simulation of the cell? This is something that DARPA tried to do with the BioSpice program in 2002, and that was abandoned. But computing was not what it was what it is today, and our knowledge of molecular mechanisms was also limited. So this might be a good time to try that.
Yeah, so I mean, there are people trying to make wholesale simulations. It's a major effort. I'm a skeptic. I think that we do not have enough detailed information to parameterize such models, and so what you're getting out is limited by what you put in. However, we should actually be spending much more time doing detailed simulations of higher level emergent properties of, let's say, microbial consortia and evolutionary trajectories and things like that, which will help us to optimize pathways in a way that doesn't require step-by-step engineering. Simulations will be invaluable, and I think there's already proven examples where multi-species consortia are much more reliable and robust than monocultures. And so designing those, again, requires simulation first. So not a cell, but above a level of a cell.
But what I meant is with an endpoint.
Yes. Yeah.
Not just a general.
Not open-ended. So in a restricted sense, of course, I think any bioengineering platform should have a digital twin running alongside with as much information as possible being put into that simulation.
Okay. Thanks. Any other questions?
On the similar lines, if not the whole cell simulation, the question is for you, Professor. Suppose you take a particular disease, even a very small physiological pathway. People have attempted that. Is it possible to mathematically define a disease and reversion of the disease or correction of the disease? Pathology, physiology can be mathematically defined.
So this effort has been going on for 50 plus years, right? There were expert systems people wanted to do to diagnose. Recently I read that in fact AI systems are beating physicians who have very short exposure to the patients in terms of diagnosing disease, not physicians who are working with individual patients for a long time. So it seems to be that somehow our approach to diagnosis has been, there's an end run being done by AI, which seems to be hold promise. But again, I caution the bottom-up simulation and mathematical modeling of disease is fraught with difficulties and lack of information. I don't think that is the way we're going to solve it.
No, sorry. It need not be a pathological physiological pathway per se. Say, for example, there is a condition, a very specific condition. You define that condition as a mathematical property with the property A, B, C, D, whereas disease is reverse of A, more of B, less of something.
I understand. So I'm saying that such efforts have been, expert systems have been attempted to do this literally for 50 years, okay, and hasn't yielded results, whereas these general purpose AIs are doing better now. So
yeah,
let's wait and see what happens.
Oh, thank you.
One last question before we wind up.
Happy morning, all of you. I'm Gayatri from Talent Surabhi. We operate in the intersection of the academia and the industry to bridge the talent gap in the life sciences sector. So my question to Himanshuji is, what is the current scope for fresh graduates in the biotech industry, and what kind of skills they should have to get experience to focus and get the employability in India?
Okay, so great question.
Thank you.
Yeah, so as you know that the opportunities for graduates who are coming from biotechnology are growing by more than 10-15% every year. And the reason for the same is that we are now seeing a huge amount of interest in India from global biopharmaceutical companies into India, and consequently the local manufacturing options for the local biotechnology companies in India is growing by leaps and bounds. And this is typically happening both in clinical development, in clinical stage molecules for clinical trial materials, as well as now there are huge amount of interest which is coming towards monoclonal antibodies manufacturing and supply from India to all these countries. And this is a welcome development, and I think so this is a sector which is a sunrise sector, and it has got phenomenally high percentage of growth going forward. That is number one. Number two is for the skill sets. I really think that when it comes to research, India is already having a lot of potential in terms of the graduates coming in and getting into the research field. But I really want to have a situation wherein we have huge amount of manufacturing professionals in India in biotechnology. And that would be the key, because manufacturing professionals in biotech industry, because India is going through a technological revolution in terms of moving from fed-bed technologies to, continuous batch manufacturing. And that means that the graduates who are coming in will have to devote a lot of time into this field. And manufacturing per se is going to make us or enable us leapfrog into a situation where countries like China or America and Europe are already there. And this is where I think so in the skill set, the manufacturing operations for biotechnology has to be upgraded. And that's where I think so concepts like biofoundries and bioworks are very important, which acts as a bridging, as a bridge between raw learning and then application of that learning into the industrial atmosphere. So those kind of skill sets will be required. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. As we wind up, just 30 seconds to each of you. So as the national plan, the government outlined, so there will be a few biofoundries coming up. And the budget, we understand, is about $200 million, and each of these foundries will cost $25 to $30 million each. So plan maybe to have a few examples to start with, maybe brownfield with existing players, then build on it. So from your perspective as well, so which areas would you like, which are the first low-hanging fruits or the priority areas we should focus on in these? So even though 6 areas have been identified, what would be the best ones to get off ground? We'll start from here itself, Dr. Anand.
So I come from the industrial biotech sector. I will definitely look at bio-based chemicals and decarbonization, looking at the sustainability goals, net zero targets of India, and from that perspective, and biomanufacturing from the large job enabler, and looking at the agricultural feedstocks available in India. I think that's the way we would like to look at that tech. That could be the low-hanging fruit, apart from the, of course, biotherapeutics.
Okay. So, Professor Mukund, so we had Council for Industrial Research with 40 plus labs, and medical research. At some point or other, biological research we have. So do we need a National Center for Biofoundries Research and Innovation also? Because without these specialized things, all the things don't move in our system.
Well, so, you never know where the next idea is going to come from. And so rather than make a specialized domain for idea generation, what you should just do is make it easier for academics to take their ideas out to industry. Today, the systems that are in place, even in CSIR, whose mandate is this, actively works against academics setting up outside their campuses and working with industry. The systems are not in place. So you need a way to encourage people to have ownership over their IP and be able to monetize it without being constrained. If you change that, you'll get 100 times more ideas.
Okay. Dr. Himanshu, if Syngene is asked to set up an initial facility under the scheme, what would that be?
Yeah. So I think so. We firmly believe, and Syngene would be definitely be is for an integrated kind of setup, wherein you start, you have opportunities right from the basic discovery and then development and then graduate into manufacturing, because I believe those 3 are the real pillars of the entire value chain, because that is where the whole biofoundry concept will be from concept to reality. Thank you.
So Vikraman, you'll bet on compressed gas or
No, I'll just say, having been with an incubator before, one of the terms we used to use was pre-commercial research. So if you look at China, they have these 1,000 sequencer labs, right? A lab with 1,000 sequencers, and that is funded by the government, but then it allows you to enable a whole bunch of other commercial research that happens. So there is that supreme bridge between academic research research and what could be commercial. We have not invested in that layer. We have always prided on doing basic research or doing very commercial activities, but there needs to be that one layer in between that enables this transfer to happen, and that is mostly de-risked by the government. Of course, there could be a public-private partnership, and IKP is one such, but we need more of those, and we need that at scale. Like, for example, there is a program, I think, called Mulankar, the BIRAC program is out for a 40 crore project where the government puts in 12 crore. Now, we need to really think of it as a 4,000 crore project which can really make these transitions happen, because 1,000 sequencers are not going to come in 40 crores, and you can't have so many distributed research, pre-commercial research facilities. So something very large at scale, maybe 2 or 3 to begin with, and maybe it's okay to replicate the China model. They were never great at basic research, but they've become pretty good at commercializing everything. So maybe we follow that in some ways, borrow from that.
I think our time is up because next set of panelists are getting ready, I can notice. So on that note, thank you all for a wonderful session we had, and I hope we did some justice to a new emerging topic, because a year ago this session was synthetic biology. Now we are transformed to biofoundries, and this is what we're going to continue for at least in the next 4-5 years, I foresee from an organizational perspective. Thank you all. Thank you so much.
I thank the eminent panelists for a wonderful session. May I please request Mr. Narayan and Suresh to give away the mementos to the panelists.
OmicRISP is our CRISPR-based test to detect Omicron, which is the SARS-CoV-2 variant. And we are using this CRISPR technology to build a platform, which we call the PathCRISP. And this is a platform using CRISPR technology for building point-of-care diagnostics, which we are already building to apply to various pathogens and various other diseases which can even resolve single nucleotide polymorphisms.
Wastewater disease tracking is one of the best ways to identify what pathogens are present in the wastewater and what disease might be prevalent in a given community.
We found that it was extremely sensitive and specific, a very accurate test with attomolar sensitivity. Pooja came up with a question, do you think you can use it on environmental samples? And I said, why not? We can try.
Sewage samples are our first source in order to see an outbreak. The sewage samples comes from the entire localities. When we can have a surveillance of the entire locality over a single patient or a single community. So the applications are for point of care and point of need diagnostic requirements, which can help clinicians in guiding.
May I request the audiences to please settle down? We are about to start the next
primary
session.
healthcare centers, etc., where there is a need to diagnose very quickly and help guide therapy.
The assay is very accurate, works much better, and if not, is more sensitive in many cases than the traditional assays that were employed to detect these pathogens.
So we wanted to see whether this particular platform, which is different from sequencing, different from qPCR, whether this would tolerate that poor quality of the sewage samples, as well as remain accurate enough to be able to pick up the virus.
The idea of having such projects where you bring innovators, encourage them to apply their technology for betterment of community health is what we are really interested in.
Yes, CRISPR will become a household name, and we believe that the diagnostics that we want to build, not only should it be a household name, it should be present in every household. We want to be able to detect the infections, detect diseases at the point of need, at the point of care, as early as possible. That's the only way we think that we can save lives.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So our next session is about scaling Medtech from innovation to impact. So this session is all about, in this session, our experts will be talking about exploring and scaling strategies and called for India to lead in delivering cutting-edge, affordable solutions globally, benefiting both emerging and developed economies. So may I please invite the moderator for the day, Dr. Satya, founding and former head strategy for BIRAC. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Vijay Chandru, co-founder and director of Strand Life Sciences. Please, sir. Dr. Anurag, director, global outreach for Stanford Center for Biodesign, Stanford University. Ms. Laina Emmanuel, co-founder of BrainSight AI. Dr. Chandrasekhar Nair, founder director of Big Tech and CTO Mobile. Dr. Geeta Manjunath, CEO founder Nirmay Health Analytics. I'm sure you will find this session as interesting. I would request Dr. Satya to please take over the session from here. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. It's actually 10 past noon. This is the last session this is the last session of the whole last 3 days. So, and then we break for lunch. Little bit pressure. I have two bosses that I work for in this panel. So as you can know, in front of two bosses, it gets a little jittery. They're nice people, though. We'll get started with. I request Vikraman and others to please join the crowd here. Thank you. First, thank you for coming. This is about Medtech. And I'm not going to introduce each one of them. The operative words of this is written right there: scale and impact. If you were to come here 15 years back, like I started, and BTS is very close to me because my journey in India, as a professional journey in India, started here. You would possibly struggle to find many medtech companies. But now there are many, hundreds of them. Many of them are possibly at the cusp of growth. Some of them have grown incredibly well. I mean, just recently, last month, you heard $65 million being invested in Cure AI. So we're going to deliberate on what would it take for us to really leapfrog, pole vault, all those wonderful adjectives, to be really at the high table of medical innovation, medtech innovation in the world. And look at the array of leaders that we have. All of them are very well known. Two of them have seen it all in the last 30, 40 years, stalwarts. Two of them are building AI companies in the last 7, 10 years. And we have a wonderful panelist all the way from Stanford here. So let me start right from my left, Professor Anurag Mairal from Stanford, then Professor Vijay Chandru from Strand Life Sciences and many other things, Laina Emmanuel from Brainsight AI, Chandrasekhar Nair, whom we lovingly call Chandy, my current boss. Prof. Chandru was my previous boss, from Big Tech and Mall Bio, and of course Geeta Manjunath from Niramai. So a big round of applause for them. We've got an hour. It so happens that Professor Chandru's, this is his last year as the chair of the Biotech and Health Tech vertical for BTS. It's his swan song, he has seen it all. The way we have designed this program is 10 to 15 minutes of lead talk by Professor Chandru. After Vijay speaks, I'll again take over. We'll do a 25 minutes of Guftagu for David. Guftagu means, talking amongst friends. And then after that, obviously, we'll open up to you. So without losing much time, Vijay, thank you. Big round of applause.
So I just want to correct Satya a bit. Swan song, actually, the swan sings before it dies, right? So maybe, we should call it the Phoenix song or something like that, rising from the ashes, right? So thank you very much. I mean, it's been incredible to be, of course, part of this whole conference and run the BioTrack for, I think, about 8 years now. And so it's time to hand off. But, I'm going to focus on the democratization of genomics, right? And I think David talked a little bit about this yesterday in the context of experimental man and so forth, and superconvergence. But I'll focus on my own journey, and I think if some of you might notice in the background there is the Constitution of India. We are just about to celebrate the 75th year of the Constitution being signed on the 26th of November, and I think part of the draw of, there are two grandsons of people who drafted the Constitution in this room today, and I think one of the reasons why we probably came back to India was that there was this draw that we had to come back and do something, right? So let's. Is it working? There we go. So my journey into biotechnology actually starts with stepping out of the ivory tower, right? And the person who held the door open so we could step out of the ivory tower was Mr. Ratan Tata. And, Mr. Tata actually was the president of the court of the Indian Institute of Science and said, why aren't there faculty-driven startups here? Like I see at Stanford, at MIT, and so forth. So that night we wrote to the director saying that, well, we're ready. We have a lab that's pretty translational called the Perceptual Computing Lab. and we have technologies that we'd like to take out. What's the process? So the director said that we don't have one, but I'll appoint a committee. And so the committee started looking at this in 1998. It took us 2 years to actually get the companies going, but by 2000 we were up and running. And we built 2 companies. I won't talk much about one of them, which was to make the handheld computer, which was to try to democratize computing in India. But if you want to know more, go to Science Gallery, Bangalore. There's an exhibit on this computer, and you can find out more about it. So that was the impact. I think we introduced the meme of mobile computing and handhelds in India in 2001. Okay, so this was 6 years before the iPhone. And in fact, if you think about it, the iPhone has never won a lawsuit against Samsung because Samsung always says there was prior art. Right, so I think it's so impact-wise, I think it was an important development. And then, of course, there's Strand, and Strand is what I'll really talk about. But I did want to acknowledge the Gang of Four, right? And as we are sometimes called the audacious Gang of Four, because I think this type of journey, pioneering sort of journey in academic entrepreneurship in India, could not have, would have been much more difficult to do alone, right? But when you do it, with a gang of 4, it becomes a lot easier. And amazing guys. I mean, just the kinds of things that they can do. So Strand. Strand actually is India's first AI company. Not many people know this, right? And actually, we were all machine learning guys. And we realized that biology was going through its 4th paradigm, and it just needed better data analytics. And as we used to say, biology is too important to be left to biologists, right? So sorry about that, but it's so we actually went about building the tools. The physical sciences had MATLAB, but the life sciences didn't have anything like that, right? So we realized that exploratory data analysis, machine learning, these were actually the platforms that were needed by biology. So we started building those, and actually, Agilent and Illumina and Strategene and all these companies essentially picked up our tools and packaged them and sold them. So impact-wise, this actually has over 35,000 citations because of, essentially became the gold standard tools for molecular biologists who were working on annotating the genome and various things. So a different type of impact, but we were a small profitable company. So I think comfortably running out of Bangalore and having that impact. So I'll try to go faster. We then decide to get into personalized medicine. And to do that, we actually first build a whole AI platform called Ramanujan. I think we flashed through that. But just, to point out that we came up with a name Ramanujan because we were a little tired of IBM's pushing Watson, right? So we said, there's something actually even better that has been built for biology, right? And but then things started getting really interesting in genomics, right? The cost of genome sequencing was growing at the square of Moore's law, right? In a sense, the costs were dropping even faster than Moore's law. And Moore's law is a straight line on that graph. And so it was staying with Moore's law till next-gen sequencing became available. And once next-gen sequencing came, it sort of dropped fast. And today, at Strand, we have a NovaSeq X Plus, which is capable of running about 65 whole human genomes in one night, right? And so This is the point where we could start thinking about real scale, right? So first informatics, then diagnostics, impact in precision medicine, and then finally now ready to scale because democratization has happened. Oops, these are going a little faster than they should. But at this point, Mr. Mukesh Ambani approached us and said, I want to democratize genomics, and will you be the company, right, to do that, to take that forward? So, of course, this was an incredible opportunity, and we could see the cost of sequencing going down to $1 per gigabase, and we said that this is the time to really scale. So we signed up, and just to point out that the day the acquisition of Strand was announced in the markets, Reliance saw an uptick of 3.83% in its share values, right? Now, the point I want to make here is, of course, I want to claim that IISc actually created a deep tech unicorn, which IISc will never claim. But, it's part of the IISc culture to not make such claims. But the fact is that when you develop these deep technologies and you embed them in a commercial partner is when the value really comes out, right? I think it's very hard to think of even the Gang of Four to be able to do the full commercialization. And I can see Chandy nodding, and so hopefully he will corroborate this. But that is really the moral of the story, right? I think we have to keep creating these deep tech and technologies and innovations, and then for real impact, we have to embed them with commercial partners. And I think that's what I hope will happen, because that's the only way we're going to get rich before we get poor, right? It's a real challenge. I think Viksit Bharat is not going to happen unless we really think about how we get this type of innovation into commercial space. For some reason, it's refusing to forward. Okay, there we go. So I'm going to switch to the second story very quickly, very short story here, but I hope it will start. Anyway, so yeah, right. So everyone knows of CRISPR as cleavage, and there you actually see a real cleavage happening. Electron microscopy actually photographing the break that is made by CRISPR, and this it's done 2 or 3 times just to show you that it can happen in seconds. It can take up to a minute, but it happens. And look at this last version. Last one will take about 20 seconds, I think. There we go, right? And but there's also something else that happens in CRISPR, and that's called transcleavage, right? And for that you use slightly different enzymes, the Cas12 and the Cas13, and I don't know this. There we go. Oh, sorry, it was starting, but it stopped. Yeah, there we go. And the video is not important. It's a cartoon which actually shows that after it does cleavage of one of the strands, then it becomes like a Pac-Man. Any reporter, any nucleic material will get cleaved on that Cas. So then you can have reporters with fluorescence and you can read out. But the thing is that the first match has happened with the CRISPR guide, so you've detected that pattern in the sample, right? And so that leads to a detection mechanism. Of course, Sherlock, Mammoth, In India, I think Feluda, all of these tried to use this to build a diagnostic kit. PathCrisp is the platform that we're building at CRISPR bits for doing this. If the slide will change. Right, there we go. So PathCrisp, is actually working on various aspects of detection of, I think this is looking at salmonella, but it works for all kinds of nucleic detection problems. I think you saw the videos. This is the kind of medtech future that we'd like to build at CRISPR bits. This is patented, so now I can show it to you. It's actually a microfluidic device with it's electrowetting, so it actually has an edge computing layer below it. So this will eventually be a chip that can detect up to maybe 50 different nucleic patterns in one test, and have edge computing in the chip, so it can do the optical scanning, it can connect to the cloud, etc. And so this is where this would really have impact and scale once it gets ready. I think we're entering this whole area of tech bio now. I think we talked about it in the previous session as well, but the application of engineering to biology, and whether it is reading genomes or writing genomes or programming them, or eventually also delivering biological material, we seem to be right at the cusp of something that's very exciting. And I think we talked about this at the Science Gallery the other day when David spoke, and we had the panel discussion. But this is India's time to really think about how to leverage this superconvergence, and of course I think people are all talking about this. I won't belabor it, but of course we know that there have been breakthroughs with AlphaFold and all kinds of new applications of AI into several aspects of biotechnology. This is the vision. I think can we actually create something like a microbial repository around which we can build multiple application streams. We are calling this bioconvergence pioneering, and that was launched at the gallery with David's talk there, and and look forward to working with several of you on this. That last slide was just to show that there is an ecosystem here. In fact, this is my personal sort of deep tech ecosystem of startups and institutions, and that I've been working with, and we certainly, I think we're positioned to really make something like bioconvergence pioneering a success, and invite all of you to join in. So that's where the phoenix will rise again. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Vijay. I think, yes, I actually took that word from your email to the secretary ITBT, so I'm not to be blamed. But yes, I mean, we want him, not just Phoenix, I think, to continue to do what he has done, and just look at the ecosystem that he has built in the last 30 years. I just wanted to give 10 seconds background so that I know all of them are there on LinkedIn, you can find them. But starting, we have an array of people with, Vijay said that, biologists don't matter, but they do. No. I'm just trying to trigger it. But anyway, so starting with Geeta, she spent 16 years in HP labs, then in Xerox labs before starting Dynamite. Chandy was at the Vittal Malia after his ME in BITS Pilani. There are two BITS Pilani alumnus here, by the way, Chandy and Vijay. And then started Big Tech 24 years back. Is then Infosys Prize winner. Lina finished her engineering from NIT Calicut, and then was with CHAI, which is the Clinton Health Foundation, and then did a couple of other things, including working in Infosys. I think that was her first job, and then has been doing, founding Brainsight AI 5 years back? 5 years back, yes. Vijay, you just heard, but I think just what I wanted to mention, besides the ecosystem, you mentioned about IISc. 2004, or was it 2006, I don't remember, Vijay, was a choice point for him. So here is a professor who left his tenure track professorship in the top institute of India, IISc, to go and build Strand, just so that, you know, those pathways do exist in India. Anurag is from NIT Raipur, then from IIT Bombay, and then did his PhD from Colorado, I think I remember, and then has been with Stanford School of Biodesign. That has really spawned a lot of amazing, seeded a lot of biodesign across the world. So this is just the flavor of them. I've been, it says ex-BIRAC, I wanted to take a very neutral stance here. So, I was at Able, then BIRAC, the founding head of strategy, then Path, and then currently I'm with Big Tech, with Blockchain for Impact, and I sit on the board of Venture Center in Pune. Okay, so that's the array we have. I would start with the first query is, and I think it's 2 rounds, and after that we'll open it to you. And I'll start with Geeta. Tell us about how do you, so the operative word being scale and impact. From your vantage point, how do you see scale and impact? Of course, you can spend some time on Niramai, what you do. And what do you think are the things that come to your mind when scale and impact are?
Sure. First of all, it's great to be on this panel. Thank you, Satya. And I just have to say that I was just still at IISc when Professor Vijay and the gang of 4 that he mentioned, and really the 4 professors stood out among all the thousands of professors there. And
correct. I forgot to mention, Geeta did her PhD from IISc.
Yeah. Anyway, so that it was so nice to see that thing. So coming to the question, or before that, at Niramai, we've developed a new method of detecting breast cancer using AI on medical images, particularly a new type of imaging called thermal imaging. So we just measure the temperature variations on the chest and convert that to a breast health report automatically using AI and machine learning, deep learning, and all the good stuff. So having said that, today we have just entered into 20 countries, and we are probably one of the very few startups which have got both Europe and US clearances for an AI as a medical device, software medical device, as we say. Okay, so when Satya mentioned about scaling, impact, and of course health tech, 3 things came to my mind basically. One is, for scaling any medtech innovation, we need to build trust in the patients, trust in the doctors, and also the channel that takes us to the patients, etc. It could be government or corporate and so on and so forth. So how do we build the trust for a medtech device? That is what I very, very deeply feel is through scientific evidence which is trustworthy. That is, there's so many clinical study rules and processes set up already for the drug industry. We will need to kind of adopt a similar systematic, prospective, blinded, randomized control study kind of a thing, multi-site if possible, multi-country if possible. So higher the evidence that we create that your device works as well as the current standard of care or much better, that is the only way to get trust. We see many pilots happening. Oh, I did it on 100 people, we found it. That's all fine. These are all very incidental and examples. But unless we have these systematic studies done, and of course published, because I was talking to a government person and said these are the sensitivity, specificity, wonderful values and so on. I said, I don't understand this. Who is the sort of the authorized person who has said these are good? So we need to publish this in top journals where we have expert peer-reviewed experts who basically review it and then say that the results are worth publishing, right? And of course, regulatory is an obvious thing, otherwise you can't go to market. So the building of trust piece through clinical studies, I think, is one main thing, even to start scaling or start being used. The second aspect, I feel, is generally for scaling any tech-based innovation, and I'm probably biased in saying how AI can be used for medtech. So one is, of course, the technical architecture itself to be scaled, and things that you do in terms of processes, right? That has to be scaled. Initially, I was thinking, oh, what is all this ISO and GDPR? I mean, it's so boring, you need to do the process. But trust me, though we were forced to do the ISO 13485, it helped us build the scale in the processes, so we don't have to really run around and make sure all the people are talking right way and so on. So the process helps you make not just the technical architecture cloud and all the good stuff, but also the process of delivering to the customer being scaled and so on and so forth. And the last bit of business scaling piece is more in terms of either you do have a huge business development team yourself, or we have a small team and we chose to work with partners who have had more experience doing it. For example, with Chandy's team, Mallbio, we have a global partnership to go to market as well. So it could be either direct or indirect channel. But so you have the scaling in technical level, scaling in processes, as well as scaling in going to the market. And the last bit is really in how do we make money, because the point here is about scaling an impactful innovation. So we want to be able to reach, at least my vision is to reach every lady on earth and stop deaths due to breast cancer. It sounds audacious, but I feel you can stop deaths due to breast cancer if we are able to enable a stage 0, stage 1 detection of breast cancer itself. And that is possible only if you can make this screening test possibly done every year or at least every alternate year to every lady on earth. And that requires the cost to come down so much that probably somewhere it may even hit your own, the price to come down so much that it hits your costs of making it itself. So you need to have some kind of differentiated pricing level, so you're able to offer the solution at a price point of, if you're doing lakhs of women, we can actually offer it at 25 rupees, whereas a mammogram is today offered at 3,500 rupees. So 100 times, impactful cost cutting can be done. But how are we sustainable with that? One, of course, is the volume. Second is we came up with this differentiated pricing for differentiated information. Okay. So we have different types of, for example, patient reports. In a hospital setting, we give full detailed report with markings, images, scoring, everything. Whereas when we actually want to work at really scale level, we just give a triad solution, which is what is needed at the end of the day in the rural areas, where you can bring the right people to at the right time to the hospitals and so on and so forth. I'm just sort of cutting short all this given the interest of time, but these are the three main things that just struck me when you said scaling, medtech, and of course impact. And the last bit is the innovation. We need to make sure that while we are innovating, we are creating enough evidence that we are innovating as India. I mean, like Mera Bharat Mahan. So I believe a lot in patenting while selling it to Europe and US. We can debate, people may not agree, but that also helps. Like Vijay sir was saying, 35,000 citations. It's an amazing way of saying we are innovating in India.
Great. Trust, systematic clinical trials and data. We'll talk about data because Vijay said, Strand is the first AI company. So we're going to talk about data from India. How do we have the cost advantage in 10, 15, 20 years? Would we sustain that? We'll talk about that a little bit. I'll just do a bit of a puzzle for the panelists so they know who's going to have the last word. I'll shift to Anurag now. and then I'll shift to Chandy, and then to Vijay. I've given you, and then Laina will have the last word of the first round. Okay. So Anurag, you work with the School of Biodesign or Center for Biodesign at Stanford. Has been very instrumental in seeding biodesign across the world. How do you, when you train biodesign fellows, when do they start thinking about scale? Okay, and is it a reality only later on that or do you induct them into thinking of scale very early on? What has been your experience?
Yeah, I think that's a great question, Sandhya. And the answer that I'm going to give is informed by 3 of my experiences. One is at J&J, where I worked in developed markets, building devices and medical technologies for the global north, I guess. Second is the biodesign work, of course, that you talked about. And third is PATH, the work I did at PATH in building technologies for global south, for LMIC settings. The training that we do in biodesign, it's needs driven, and often it's seen as a linear thing where you do unmet needs finding and then you come up with concepts and then you systematically build the product and then you bring it to market. It's actually not linear. It's actually more cyclical and iterative in many ways, actually. And so you need to start thinking about, and this is what we do with our innovators, especially in markets that are not well developed yet. Because in developed markets, if you have an unmet need, a clinical unmet need, the likelihood of that becoming a market unmet need is also very high. So you don't need to worry as much about it. But if you're doing this in India or in South Africa or even China about 15, 20 years back, you really need to worry about whether clinical need is also translating to market need. So that's actually a really critical training and something that we've been doing in India. So we started the India program in 2007. First 8 years, we just trained innovators. They came up with technologies. And we realized very quickly that these innovators hadn't been thinking about the scale in the same way that we are talking about here. So we started working with them. And there are 7 or 8 barrier buckets that you see in markets that are not developed that you need to be training about: the talent, the infrastructure, the training, these different sort of buckets that you need to train them on. And so that has become a part of the training that we do. We've done what is called Founders Forum, and Cure AI is part of that, and there's other companies. And what we have seen is that once you start making them think about scale from the get-go, from early stages of product development, they avoid many of the mistakes that new innovators tend to make. So that's actually a very critical element of training that we do now.
Thank you, Anurag. Exactly. I mean, we are training. To the panel, Laina has been an entrepreneur first too. And most of them have had an academic touch as well. By the way, Big Tech also at some time was within the boundaries of IISc campus. And we train startups and innovators, perhaps without even, they have the hammer and they think that everything should be a nail somewhere, right? This is where I want to bring in Chandy. The product that Big Tech did is now in 81 countries. Okay, and this is a proprietary product. It's PCR, as many of us heard during the COVID times, on a ceramide chip. What do you think, Chandy, from the vantage point you had 7 years back or 10 years back to the vantage point you have today? With, of course, we are, Big Tech is a mall bio company, got invested from Temasek and Motilal Oswal. Temasek funded $87 million. That made mall bio a $1 billion company, a unicorn. What's your take in the last 10 years of seeing this, of your own journey?
First of all, Satya, I don't think anybody can be your boss. You are the boss man in this room. So, small correction to that. I've been incredibly fortunate to work with people like Satya, Vijay, Geeta, so many others in our ecosystem, but it's nice to see so many of them on the same panel. See, we started Big Tech 25 years ago to date, I think. We just finished 25 years. And our mission at Mall Bio remains the same as the mission that we started off when we started Big Tech. That is to enable diagnostic-led therapy
and enable a rapid return to wellness and do this at primary care levels. If you look at India, India is the capital of every known disease that you can think of, whether it is infectious, whether it is metabolic, whatever. Correct? So there is the market opportunity, but all of this market opportunity is extremely fragmented. The biggest consolidator of this market opportunity is public health. And to get into public health, like Geeta very aptly mentioned, you have to generate mountains of evidence. And you have to actually create something like a WHO approval, and WHO does not actually approve too many products. It's only a handful of products. Or you're required to get a US FDA approval or something at that level where the world can trust your product. 10, 15 years ago, let me just switch to 2010. By 2010, we had a PCR that could actually run with clinical samples in any setting and produce results in less than 1 hour. And during H1N1, which all of us forgot about, 2009, when we had H1N1, there was no way that you could get an H1N1 test. People were dying in hospitals and people were calling me up and asking me to run a test on a platform that was not even completely ready. Okay, from then to today, the amount of evidence that we have generated on our platform has been humongous across countries, across, I think, hundreds of thousands of tests. And that is what it really takes to create enough of evidence to create impact globally. And I think that as a country, we still have some way to go. There is a lot of effort happening now. We have a WHO collaborating center in Vizag. We have a lot of things happening in this country today. But we have to generate and that kind of evidence. We have to build in India, and we have to build for the world. If we can build in India, I can guarantee you that the world is our market. If we can build those kind of products. Yes, it takes a lot of effort to go beyond thinking of innovation. As innovators, I think, as an innovator myself, for me, the innovation is the most important. But the biggest thing that I have learned in my 25 years is to give. If it is your baby, let that baby fly. The more you hold it close to yourself, the more it will die.
Is this what you are aligning what Vijay ended his talk by saying, the gang of four embedded in Reliance, so that there has to be a commercial arm?
Absolutely. I think there has to be a commercial vision for a product. Your early innovation is just your early innovation. If you have done your homework right, you would have possibly built something that has potential, but that potential has to be unlocked. I'll stop there.
Great. Thank you. So you can all say, everybody is saying data, trust. Do we have the capability to generate data now in India? You know, clinical beds, clinical testing sites, all of that. Maybe we won't have time to discuss. I'll just take that thread what both Geeta and Anurag and Chandy just mentioned to park it with Vijay here. And Vijay, if you had to do something different, if you had to start Strand 2024, I'll just pause there. You know the question. What would you do?
I probably wouldn't start it.
You don't start it? Let's take a view. Okay. Let me say that if you weren't a professor in IISc and still wanted to do that, would you start it?
No, jokes aside, I think I think what was exciting about Strand was that biology was just getting into its fourth paradigm, right? I think, for those of you who don't follow what that means, science has gone through several paradigms, right? So you have empirical science, theoretical science, computational science, and then data-driven science, right?
Correct.
And so biology was beginning to enter the fourth paradigm of science, and it was a great opening for data scientists like us to actually think about stepping in and making a difference, right? Of course, we started it with an academic bent of mind. How do we actually contribute in computational biology? And then found that a lot of computational biology problems that were being looked at in academia actually were academic problems. And so we started consulting with companies, and that actually got us to understand better what exactly was needed out there, and that's how we became confident about actually launching a company in that space. Today, I think it's a very different situation, and if I were to start something like Strand, I think there's so many exciting things that Strand is doing as well. It seems like that the innovation potential is just still enormous, and I think. It's certainly what I would do today if I was starting out in the space of genomics is build a sequencer, right? I actually think India needs a sequencer, right? If you really want to make a difference and be Atmanirbhar, I think let's start with that sequencer, right? And that's the capability and the bioengineering skills. I think we have that now. Nano, whatever you need, we have that now, and that's what I would do.
Absolutely. Oh, wonderful that you said that. And before I go to Lina, and then we go a rapid fire round, and we'll open it up to you. When we built INS Vikrant, or I think one of the warships, 80 or 70% was from suppliers from India. When we say we want to build a bullet train, and somebody may argue why a country of $3,000 per head wants to build a bullet train, I think this is what Vijay is referring to. The kind of complex projects you do, you start skilling the whole society around that, right? And getting that. We'll pause there. Lina here, she's just, I won't name names, but she's just closing a funding round of $5 million in the last, hopefully in the next 2 to 3 weeks, fingers crossed. I've seen Lina since her very early nascent days in Brain Sight AI. So, and it's also an AI company that, says AI at the end of the company's name, right? How do you see it, Lina, in terms of the next, what you have gone through in the last 5 years, and how do you want to scale? How easy it is to get your 5 million?
Not at all. First of all, I want to thank you for inviting me here. A lot of the people here I am with are people I have really looked up to over the years. So Professor Chandru, Dr. Geeta, all of you have been people I've looked up to and learned from. So I'm going to go backwards on your answers. In terms of answering the question of how easy is it to get to $5 million, not very easy. I think from the very beginning, what was drilled into us, and I think India and in general, there's this whole startup ecosystem of accelerators that we've been part of, and especially during COVID when nothing else was working for us, we were part of a number of accelerator programs who drilled into us the idea of thinking scale from the very beginning. So to give you a sense of what we do, like Dr. Chandru, we are building a platform for connectomics, a kind of omics which is about looking at the functional connectivity and structural connectivity of the brain. And it has a vast number of uses in medical, non-medical, and so on. Now, we started with looking at medical, and that was the toughest because building a medical connectomics, as Dr. Geeta said, was you had to think about CDSEO, you had to think about ISOs, you had to think about FDA, and the kind of accelerators that we were part of. We were thinking of FDA from the very beginning, and it was like, and none of us had experience in it. My co-founder was a scientist who had just completed a PhD, and I had come from a background of thinking scale always. So I had done operating system design and always thought of technology at scale. I had worked with public health and so always thought of healthcare at scale. I had done an MBA and so thought of business at scale. So when the two of us came together, we had complementary skill sets, but no idea of how to build a medtech company, how to build trust, how to do ISOs, how to even think about FDAs. All of that was so new to us, but we persevered, and I think the idea that this is such a powerful technology and that it's being built from India, and we are one of 2 worldwide companies doing this kind of work. So the fact that, as my mother used to say, if you aim for the moon, you'll at least reach the rooftop, right? Like, so we aimed to be the 2nd worldwide company to get FDA for medical connectomics. And we are getting there. And so when we kept our scale high and when we kept our ambitions high, we somehow managed, the whole team, all young people, really young people with stars in their eyes, who are figuring out how to do each of these steps. It has been incredible, and I think, the more you achieve, the more people expect scale of you, so you just kind of keep building on your scale always, so yeah.
Great point. Okay. We have 15-20 minutes left. I really want to open it up. But before we do, the 3 questions, the panelists can pick. Multiple choice question is, they probably have done that all before they got into the JEEs and engineering. They're good in MCQs. The 3 questions is 1, and each of you can take 1 or 2 questions to answer, but please be brief. Do you think India does the science of tomorrow? Okay, number 1. Number 2 is, if India does the science of tomorrow, do you think those people who are doing the science of tomorrow want to partner with you? So how does academic industry partnership look to you? I've been helping Chandy to do that. Third is, almost all of your companies have become big. At least 2 of them are really big. The others are in the process of becoming big. How do you offer things to the growing startup network here as a platform yourself? So things like Accelerator or the Edge program that we did, Chandy. So those are the 3 questions. Do we do the science of tomorrow today in India? If we do, are those people who are doing it happy to partner with you all? So let me start with Vijay, then I'll go to Anurag, and then Chandy, then Geeta, then Laina. If Laina complains, then I'll bring her in between. Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I think, are we doing the science of today and tomorrow, right, in India? Oh, sorry. Are we actually at that edge of science and technology? I believe we are. I mean, there is absolutely. I think we're certainly there in academia, right? We are. I think the bridge from that cutting edge in academia to commercialization, to enterprise, to industry for that impact, I think still needs to be built. And I think this was discussed in the last session as well. And, and I think Vikraman had this idea that, we should think about the 1,000 sequencers kinds of C-camps, right, all over, or IKPs, and how that would, create that translational edge. I think, I spent sabbaticals at places like Stanford and so on, and it's incredible how the research in the institution gets almost immediate feedback from the industry around, right? So I was at the Information Systems Lab, and every few weeks there would be an interaction with the CTOs of, Facebook, Cisco, you name them, and students, PhD students and faculty would be presenting what they were working on, and someone from the audience would say, well, tweak the problem a little to go in this direction, and it will have impact, right? And so that quick sort of interaction between industry
and you think that lacks here in India now?
That we lack.
How do we change that? TTOs?
Well, I think it has to come from within. It's right now there is, the question is what is the incentive within the universities to move in that direction? But, I think just having CCAMP, in NCBS has made a difference, and Mukund and I were talking about that earlier. Having, SID, and the Gang of Four, interacting with ISC has done that. I think it's an evolution, but it's happening. But I think and I remember talking to Eric Schmidt about this a few years back at one of the conferences that attracts investment into the US, and he said, the reason why the US has been such a leader in innovation is the higher educational system, right? And how that has become sort of the hub of so many extraordinary innovation clusters, right? And that, actually, it's not been repeated in too many other countries. I still think the US does it so much better than anybody else. And of course, we have Anurag here, so he can expand on that. But I do think we have not unlocked that potential, right? And that investment that we've made in the higher educational system. We have an incredible pool of talent sitting in there that can do extremely impactful work. But
so you
we
think
have to
there's
unlock
less
that.
of an ivory tower now? Sure. Okay. Anurag, Stanford, go ahead, battle on.
Yeah, so I'll build upon what Vijay said. Let me just do a quick show of hands. How many of you in the audience think that India does not have smart people or enough smart people? How many of you think that we don't do science that is leading edge that could be useful for humanity? I don't think we'll see some hands, of course, and I think some of you are right about that. I think we need to do more of, because the incentives are just not there. And I think what Vijay talked about is the fence that is there between academia and industry. There's another fence I want to talk about, and that fence is in the pipeline of innovators. So you have a lot of innovators right now in India that are trying to create startups. They are sitting in academia, they're sitting in incubators, and they're building these small startups that will scale. Some of you have actually really scaled significantly, but most of you haven't. And I worry about this pipeline jam that you would have if a vast majority of these companies do not scale. So you got the innovators, you got startups, you got commercial stage startups.
Vijay and I say that as a graveyard of prototypes, but with a more positive outlook, right?
Yeah. So I think what is missing in India right now, and China, I've dealt with this about a decade back, is this fence that sits between startups that are commercial stage or early commercial stage and startups that can become as big as Strand Life Sciences. And we need to really open that up. We need to find a way to bring large companies like Strand, but also large companies like Pfizer, large companies like Medtronic to India, make sure that innovation ecosystem is complete. This is what happens at Stanford and at MIT and other places. The companies actually come to these startups, and that fence doesn't exist. So that's actually one comment I would make about, it's not just so much about encouraging more science and more technology development and creating more startups, but also making sure that these startups actually see the light of end of the tunnel, and that's what scale and impact is all about.
Thank you, Anurag. Brilliantly put. Pfizer's and Microsoft launchpads, or Google launchpads, Small Bio and Big Tech also tried doing something last year called the Edge, but I don't want to force Chandy to just focus on the Edge here. Chandy, we have started working with lots of academic entrepreneurs, right? Where do you see what can be done more, and by whom?
Satya, in answer to your first question, I am a little more pessimistic than Vijay is. I don't think that we are doing enough cutting-edge work. I think we are satisfied with low-hanging fruit.
So when Anurag asked that question, Mukund raised his hand. So I think you have
about 20% of the people.
You have company there in those thoughts.
The reason I think that we are satisfied with low-hanging fruit is that we are incredibly nervous about failure, and that failure in academia, failure as an entrepreneur, it's something that we are socially not geared to face. We don't believe that we can rise like the phoenix from the ashes of failure. This is something that I think we have to do something about. There is a reason behind this though. The reason is that you are likely to fail as an entrepreneur, primarily because your ecosystem is not mature enough.
Correct.
Simple things like getting two pieces of plastic together, making something happen in those two pieces of plastic. You can prove that in an academic lab. You try to manufacture that in this country, it takes an incredible amount of time and energy, and it is compounded by people who are not willing to tell you upfront that the method that you are adopting will not work. So lack of expertise is a huge problem. One of the reasons why Satya and I thought about the Edge program and was precisely this, we have to look at our functional prototypes very early and decide whether they can scale, whether there is a design for manufacturing, there is design for scalability, there is design for serviceability. Okay, many of us are all focusing on point of care. I think that is the flavor of the day. But let me tell you that if your device is in the middle of a wildlife sanctuary and it has to work, it better work, or it has to be easily serviceable. But we don't think of some of these things, isn't it? We are today building a $4 million center of excellence in engineering precisely to address this gap. Because it is not that we don't have facilities. IISc has facilities, IKP has facilities. But I believe that the industry has to also put a foot forward and say, here is what we have learned. This is the mistake that our co-travelers should not make in this journey. And this is the way that something like this can be translated. A combination of skill and facility is absolutely incredibly important for this country. And this collaboration with academia, also I have, maybe I'll get beaten up for this, but I think academia does not understand scale at all.
Say that again, sorry.
Academia does not understand scale. Academia think that they understand IP, but they don't understand that if they hold IP so close to them and demand so much of the IP that they create, that IP will not create impact. That IP will not scale.
One of Vijay's famous statement is the value of an IP is like banana, right? Self-life of a banana, right? So very well pointed. And I think what Chandy mentioned about capabilities, vendors, suppliers, their capabilities, and plus working with academia. I think this is an evolution. Hopefully the evolution that we have seen in the last 10 years of now seeing so many innovators. I mean, 2004, Strand started, right, Vijay? I think he was possibly the only one of rarely, he was the only one. Now, when we started BIG in 2012, the BIG is the early stage fund for BIRAC. If you go into the same campus, there must be at least 2 dozen to 3 dozen professors running their own company. So there is a shift. But what Chandy said is correct. I mean, the views, how do you work with academic institution? What is their view of scale and be able to commercialize through an embedded system like Vijay mentioned, or Reliance or us, Small Bio and others. I'll pause there. I'll shift to Geeta. Geeta, I'm itching to put you on spot, but I wouldn't. I wanted to talk about how do you see small companies, not small companies, I don't want to categorize you as a small company, but small companies, big companies partnership. So, the others have pointed on that, other questions out of the three I had asked. What is your take and how should we go forward with that?
First of all, great points, Chandy. Actually, I was want to just clap for everything you said, and of course, same with others as well. The key seed for your question, right, is you asked the first question of does India have enough capability? I will put both my hands up. Yes, I think we have excellent science institution, my favorite IISc and several others. They can build, etc. Can this same idea or a prototype or a small startup become Medtronic, Philips, GE from India? I think that's one solution is what you mentioned.
Yeah.
But here we have several difficulties today. Many of the points Chandy raised with respect to the ecosystem, vendor ecosystem, partnering ecosystem, etc. There's also, I don't know how many of you understand Kannada. There's saying, hittala gida maddalla, means if you grow your medicine in your own field, right, it is not good enough. So I talked about the trust building part of it, right? There is this huge amount of suspicion of anything that is built in India to be used in India. I'm very actually pained when saying this. You go to a hospital, use this. Here are the complete results. All of that. I don't think our clinical ecosystem or people who are actually practicing clinical practice essentially can understand these papers, understand what sensitivity specificity means. There is a lack of understanding of the metrics that are valued everywhere else. That is one part, right? And just when, in a couple of years ago, when we actually got the US FDA clearance, then the same people thought, oh, this is worth it, and then started, adopting it. So that means unless somebody outside India blesses this, there's still sort of, suspicion on what we build. I mean, it's not just for Medtech, it's true for HP and other places.
That's a journey of the country. I mean, Japanese products in 60s and 70s.
Yeah, if it is, unless it's used in Germany or US, it's not worth using in India.
And when I see German roads with Kia cars, I think, hey, you know what? South Korea has made it now.
Yeah, I mean,
so
it's crazy. So has anyone else in US used thermal imaging and AI? No, we are the first people. Then I have to say we have 13 US patents. We decided to do US patents so that they know it is actually. So this kind of, unless somebody else blesses it, I can't use it, is one thing I get really pained about. It's nothing to do with Medtech. I've been in HP earlier, long multinationals. So I used to directly go to the head of the department in US, get their feedback, and then I used to get funding for a project in India. So this is something we know, right? So this is one aspect I wanted to bring in. And to get rid of this or get over this, yes, maybe partnership with bigger organizations, like you mentioned, to climb on the ladder that they have already done with 25 years, 30 years, we are seeing stalwarts here, is definitely one way to scale and reach. As long as big fish and small fish issues don't happen, right? We need to keep the identity, and we should not lose the vision that we have for the small. And the last bit here is also the funding ecosystem. I think we had Dr. Anurag talk about funding piece, right? Which is also the same case. You go for Series A, Series B. We've raised enough, good enough funding so far, but then when you want to scale, you need larger funds. Then US investors really like what we are doing, but you're an Indian company. Why don't you swap and become headquartered in US? So there's a lot of these issues we need to solve. We need to have more risk-taking investors as well. There's always risk versus reward, graph, and I think lot more needs to develop from an ecosystem standpoint. But can we build wonderful deep-sized prototypes? Yes, yes, yes.
Okay.
How does it scale? A lot more to be done.
Great points. I think, big fish, small fish, capabilities, all that. And of course, the brand image of Indian products, right? By the way, design thinking didn't start, people like Braun, companies like Braun in Germany were thinking about design thinking 100 years back, right? Or Zeiss for that matter. I think Vijay was itching to say something, but Vijay, if you can be brief, then and then we can go to Laina.
Okay.
And then we'll end it.
Just very quickly, I think one gap that I see, and I think which is easy to fix, and I really hope we can do that quickly, is today when you go out to get a valuation for your company, let's say, Geeta does that, or Laina, the merchant bankers in India who will do the valuation will do a revenue-based valuation. Okay, because that's the only thing they know, right? They'll say, what is your projected revenue? They'll discount it and then put some value on your company. What we need is asset-based valuation. And to value physical assets, all these accountants know how to do it, right? But to value intellectual property, right, or intellectual assets, it could be trade secrets, they could be, patents, they could be all kinds of intellectual assets. We just don't have that ecosystem, right? And you're not going to get risk capital coming in and, supporting innovation unless you actually have a reliable way to assess, what that IP is. And again, this goes back to Chandy's point that, maybe some of our academic institutions just need a little bit of truth serum, right? about what is the true value of those patents and so on that are held, and I think that needs to be done. And I'm sorry that David has stepped out, because he is one of those people who values innovation for investors in the US, right? And he understands how that process works, right? And so you just need people who can track. We have patent lawyers now. We have Kumaran and Sagar, Malti. There are lots of people who are following patent ideas pretty closely, but we need to also make them into valuation experts.
Correct. So, thank you, Vijay, for that. Laina, last words again.
Yes.
And we'll close this. I promise you, lunch is still there. Don't worry. Go ahead, Laina.
Well, I think I actually resonate a lot with Dr. Nair on the fact that I think the reason why we've scaled how much ever we've scaled right now, I think there's still a lot to go, is because we are two people with very complementary skill sets. So my co-founder is a scientist who thinks about the patents, who thinks about the science, the deep technology, while I'm the commercial person, and when I don't understand why a patent, why is it so limited? What will you think of? How will you actually think that it goes to scale? If it doesn't make commonsensical sense to me, we get into a lot of arguments about what is this. And I think those arguments, those open conversations, and I learn a lot about science and tech from her, but she learns a lot about commercial from me. And I think the two of us, when we come together, is when we actually build something which is meant to scale. Otherwise, if we had only focused on the initial patents that my co-founder came in, we would have been limited to a very, very small market, a very small problem. But I think everybody around us and the fact that we have this very good complementary skill sets between the co-founders is what actually helps us think much larger than any of us could have individually.
Thank you, Laina. Okay, we'll 2 questions from the audience, but before that, 30-second answers from each of them. You have 2 people in a room, and you are there. One is our Honorable Prime Minister. The other one is Bill Gates. What are the 3 things you'll ask, or 2 things, or whatever? Well, let's start with Laina again. Laina, quickly.
Really, you put me on the spot for this one. Okay. To our Prime Minister, I would ask...
and maybe Honorable Finance Minister also next to him. So,
absolutely. So I
go
would
ahead.
ask them to actually build programs that work with venture capitalists to de-risk even venture capitalists who are looking at high innovation.
30 seconds over. Thank you very much. Geeta?
Is going to go in the same direction. So Mr. Bill Gates and Mr. Modi create a fund which only funds Indian startups going to US.
Okay, great point. Anurag?
To Mr. Modi, it'll be make sure that there's a policy framework to procure technologies that are born in India for Indian needs. So that's number one. And to Bill Gates, remarkable innovations happening in India, use it for the rest of the world.
Lovely. Thank you. Chandy?
To our Prime Minister to use his global stature to help India create a regulatory system that is applicable throughout the global south so that the world is our market. And to Mr. Bill Gates to be a little more kind to entrepreneurs. He was an entrepreneur himself. He sets very tough goals for entrepreneurs nowadays.
Wonderful put. Okay, Vijay, 30 seconds.
Right, yeah. So to the Prime Minister, again, I think it's already been mentioned, but I think we really need to rethink our procurement policies, right? And you know, we're starting to do it in defense, but please think of biosecurity as a national security, right? And let's start thinking about investing in innovation and also being clear about procurement policies on innovation so that, you know, because really to drive innovation, you need a military industrial
Bill Gates?
complex, right? Yeah. And with Bill Gates, I think, you know, you do a lot of grassroots support, but, you know, you don't support innovation. That in India, right?
Great.
So I think that's...
Thank you. Big round of applause for them. It's just a I learned a lot. So we'll take 2 questions before we break. Somebody raised his hand. Please introduce yourself. If it is an opinion, keep it short. If it is a question, please also keep it short.
Good afternoon, one and all. It's a nice discussion. Myself, Dr. Shiva, from Dharwad Institute of Mental Health Neurosciences, Dharwad. Just my straight question to the publication related. So, Madam told we need to publish in a high impact factor to get to trust, to build a trust. But in 2016, Japan scientist Oshimo, he got a Nobel Prize in the zero impact factor. But in current state, we are publishing in the high impact factor. Still, we are regretting. Means like the papers are regretting. Okay. Then the second question: we have so many technologies like omics technology, AI technology, and genomics. And if you will make the using of this sequencer, we are putting in one group like Beijing what they are doing, but we are unable to make a early intervention for cancer detection or mental health related issues, then the heart attack related, cardiovascular related issues. Is there any factors are involved like that? Thank you.
Who will take it? Geeta.
Yeah, just want to clarify on the publication on high impact factor. It's a good question. We struggled in the beginning, right? You know, we initially published a bunch of technical sort of articles, algorithms, and we saw newer startup coming in and copying it, though we had patents and so on and so forth. But what I meant by this is clinical study publications, which are proving that your technology is working, right? You know, we have some clinical study papers, Lancet Oncology, American Society of Clinical Oncology, those kind of things, where you prove that the solution works. You know, those are the main things that we have to focus on, is what I was mentioning.
Okay, any more? Okay, gentleman over there, you can shout, it's okay.
Hi sir, I'm Sagar. It's a real pleasure to meet one and all.
So my question here is, for any early stage startup, it was great discussion for the scales. In any early stage startup, what would be the initial point in to see as a startup in terms of regulation and in terms of scale up? How do they want to go if they are doing any class 3 or critical care device? What should be they looking for? Yeah, that's my question.
Shandy?
So if I had, I think if you have somebody in your team who's thinking regulations from the very beginning, it makes things easier, but you can always do it slightly later as well. And I think in terms of thinking of scale, I think you should surround yourself and talk to people who think scale. I think I talked to around 350 investors before I came to the place where I am at, and I think each one of them really pushed the idea of scale and helped me think about our own business model quite a bit.
Thank you. Short and sweet. One more.
Hello, sorry.
Your name, please?
Dr. Raghavendra. I'm from Himalaya Wellness Company. I'm a biologist, basically. I'm worried about one thing. Of late, if you see for the past decade or so, there are almost no takers for biology. From the high school level, PU level, they have decided that they're not going to take biology. Because biology is, I myself am a biochemist, it's very demanding. Biology is very demanding. That is something that you cannot do after a crash course. You cannot call yourself a biologist. You will not have confidence to call yourself a biologist unless you have some 10 years of experience.
Vijay has to take this question.
And also medicine. Students
we got it. Yeah. What you're saying is that, there's a big hole being created. I think Professor Mukund also mentioned that.
I think, exactly. Right? That was what I was going to point out. I think Mukund pointed this out, that we need
you have the time for redemption now.
Right. We have to rethink our education policy, because I think we drive young people into disciplines like biotechnology instead of actually doing biology, or doing something fundamental. In fact, I used to tell young people not to do computer science, right? Because I would say that computer science is something that you should do after a degree in mathematics or electrical engineering, or and most of us came to computer science after engineering. I did electrical engineering, and to do electrical engineering in those days, you had to do 8 semesters of physics, right? So it was not, you need those foundational skills, and I think one of the challenges we have in our biology curricula is that we haven't incorporated analytics, computing, in the way we haven't modernized biological curricula. And maybe the new education policy is a step in that direction, but I think people will come back to biology. They have to. This is the century for the life sciences. I think when we talk about convergence, we are essentially saying that biology is supreme. I think we just need to create that understanding amongst young people. They get misled, right?
Correct.
Right. And I think we just have to keep pointing out.
One complaint they have is biology is tough.
Biology is tough. Yeah. Right. Everything is tough. Right?
Everything is tough.
Ask him to try to do physics. Right?
So everything is tough. Scaling is tough. I doff my hat to all of them here. They've done wonderfully well for this panel and for their professional careers as startups. Big round of applause. That's really not big. Yes, thank you very much. And I would request a collective picture, and then Devika, you probably want to take over from me now. And young startups, please believe in 6 degrees of separation, which is we are connected to the rest of the world by 5 to 6 degrees. Yesterday was a wonderful moment for me. I got connected to somebody in Bombay and somebody else just by 1 degree of separation. Thank you.
I seriously wish this could go on, because this has been the most interesting session of all the 3 days, I should say. Yes, thank you. So, could I please information of all the three sessions for all the 3 days that we had, you can always reach out and contact them on their LinkedIn profile. So the sessions will continue in the main hall from 2 p.m. onwards, followed by the valedictory function at 4 p.m. So before we head out, I would like to thank each and every one of you here for being such wonderful audiences, and you have made this function a real grand success. Thank you so very much.
Test. 1, 2. Check. Test. Test. 1, 1.
session, which we are going to start post-lunch, is building long-standing, impactful businesses. It's my pleasure to invite the moderator of the session, Mr. Prashant Prakash, the founding partner, Axel India, Chairman Vision Group on Startups, Government of Karnataka. Please put your hands together and let's welcome Mr. Prashant Prakash on stage, please. Please come. So please. We have the speaker, Mr. Piyush Bansal, co-founder on Lenskart, is joining us online. Can you hear us, sir?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, sir. I would now hand over the session to Shri Prashant Prakash. Take us through, sir.
Is there a video? No video. Oh,
I'm behind you.
Yeah, so I'll kind of. It's easier. No, I can't see that. Yeah. Hi, Piyush. Can you see me?
Perfectly. I think this is better than I thought. But thanks, Prakash. Thanks, Prashant, for accommodating this. I'm really sorry for not being there in person.
Yeah, so Piyush was to be here physically, but I can see you there. Okay, he had unfortunately very high temperature last night, and but he's been so gracious to still take this from his home. And Piyush, thank you so much. And would have been great to have you in person, but this is, it's also good to use technology, right, when we can. Why not?
Yes, right? Yes. Like I said, I think this is better than I thought. I am looking so big on the screen.
No, you're big everywhere here. So larger than life, Piyush. Anyway, so it's welcome everyone. Piyush needs no introduction. So his Piyush's journey, startup and entrepreneurial journey has been one of innovation and resilience at the same time, right? And a great role model, and I keep emphasizing this anytime we talk about people who were responsible to build the startup ecosystem in India. If there were 3-4 people, if you had to name, if you wanted me to name, I think Piyush would be one of those 2-3 people who has defined entrepreneurship the right way, and I think that is of huge value to us, because you can have a lot of entrepreneurs, but having an entrepreneur who has done things right, made tough decisions at the right moments, and has not taken shortcuts. So Piyush, huge respect for everything that you have done. Now let's get to the beginning of your journey, right? So I know that you didn't start just with Lenskart, and a lot of people here are probably not aware, and this was the days when Flipkart was already in its heydays. So, how many years after Flipkart did you actually end up starting? How many years was it since Flipkart had started?
I think it was roughly around the same time. I think maybe we were, yes, it was largely around the same time.
Around the same time, okay.
I know that other than Flipkart, all the carts I own till date.
Right.
So I had owned, I remember cart, everything.
What were the 4 big carts that you started with?
No, I first started with Lenskart, but I had bought every other cart in the country.
But you also ran a couple of the other carts, right? No, did you do?
Yes. No, I did. We used to run watch cart. We used to run bags cart.
Yeah, bags
jewels cart, and jewels cart also. Jewelry.
So maybe let's start there. How did you zero in and narrow down your focus? Did you see a bigger gap here? Did you see a bigger reason to disrupt the existing incumbents? What were the top 2-3 reasons why you kind of saw this gap and picked up this as your challenge?
So actually, the real story is that I, used to work at Microsoft, as some of you may know. And that was in Seattle. And I always kind of used to think sometimes when once I met Bill Gates, and that time it got me thinking that why are we not doing something transformative in India, right? And that was initially the starting of my journey in a very brief way, in terms of the trigger. And then when I had come to India, I was trying to find bigger problems that need work and which would really transform things. And that's how I landed up at Vision Care, because in India, as you know, myopia is such a large problem. There's a lot that is written about India being the blind capital of the world.
But Piyush, if I may interrupt, how did you see that? Who triggered that thought in you that myopia and this space was a challenge or issue? How did you see that?
So I was in search of big problems, to be honest. While I was working already on a problem of student housing, and then I read about this in a newspaper article. That was the initial trigger. And then as curiosity, and today with the internet, you can go as deep as you want into something. But if you ask me who gave the idea, I wanted to do something which nobody is doing. I knew I wanted to do something which would use technology. I knew it has to be transformative for India. It has to be a problem. And then I was reading it, and then when I read about vision correction, it kind of think, okay, why is nobody solving this? Right? It wasn't like, okay, this is the next big quick commerce opportunity, so let's go build a business there.
Right. So that mission, that I think also is a very unique element here, Piyush. To have like a nation relevant mission, and it's amazing that you saw it with that lens, and no pun intended, right, with that lens, and got down to this area. Initially, when you started, you were fully online, right? That's how you started. Yeah.
Yes. So I think as I was, largely working on the problem, my innocent brain used to think that the problem of India is that nobody is selling glasses online.
Right.
So that's why people are not wearing glasses, right? And so I opened a website to sell glasses online, and a lot of people thought it was stupid. I in those days used to have my PowerPoint presentation showing India roads with traffic, and I still remember. And I used to show and say that people don't have time to go to a shop. That's why I have opened a website.
Got it. So it's interesting, right? How you actually maybe see the gap, the challenge, right? But you don't actually still understand why that challenge is not being properly addressed. It takes time to get to the bottom of why are customers really not finding the right product, or so it's interesting that
so what happened is that while my thought was that I was absolutely unreasonable about the whole thing, to be honest. I was so upset that I have to solve this problem. That was the center of the whole thing. Now I of course started with an online website, but because I was so obsessed with the problem, I soon realized that website is not the real problem. The real problem is sitting into much larger problems of supply, awareness, access. And I could pivot from being just a website to saying, okay, what is needed to solve this problem? And I think that was largely because I was not trying to build a business yet. I was just trying to solve a problem, and that is very important to understand. When if I was just trying to build a business, I would have not been able to make this shift.
Right. No, this is a very good nuance. So you had to really see what are the components of making this a real business.
Yes. So, sometimes I think businesses, there is a saying that says make meaning and business will follow, or money will follow.
Right.
I think I never thought I was making a business. I was always thought I am solving a problem, and let's keep going. And in that age, the risk appetite is so high, and the unreasonability is so high that you're not necessarily working backward from a business plan. Business plan actually came when investors came. Before investors came, there was no business plan. There was like, okay, why are people not wearing glasses? Let's figure out why are they not wearing glasses. And as we discovered these, we realized that though there are not enough people doing eye exams in the country, there is not enough glasses getting made in India. They are so expensive. And then I got deep, the team got really deep into working. I worked in an optical store for a year as a sales assistant for no salary to understand what is happening before we even got anywhere.
So really, you actually worked in a store for a year?
Yes, and the person whose store I worked in, he is now the third co-founder at Lenskart, because when we got funded, I told him that would you shut your stores and take a small equity in the company and move here, because you're one of the reasons why we are able to raise this money.
No, I think this is a big takeaway for entrepreneurs here. So entrepreneurs usually come to VCs 3 months into an idea and think they've spent enough time and they're ready to fundraise. But in reality, you have to really soak yourself deep and get extremely, micro in terms of understanding the space. And this aspect is something Piyush has embodied very well. To be able to work in a optical store for a year and understand the nuances of a space is really being in mission mode, right, on something. So Piyush, that's something even I didn't know that you did that, but it's great. So there's an opportunity there, right? You also landed on, you found a co-founder. So not only did you, so and I think this is where the dots connect. This is the second thing that I want to, kind of emphasize with entrepreneurs, that if you're in the zone, if you're in that kind of space for long enough, and if you keep at it, you will connect to the right people. And the dots connect, and in very magical ways that you won't even think about or imagine. And later you'll say, wow, how did this happen? Right? But anyway, so and Piyush, so you got your third co-founder, you raised your first round of funding after that, right? So that was 2 years after you started. When did you raise your funding?
Almost 3 years after I started as an entrepreneur.
So 3 years after you were an entrepreneur, you actually raised your funding. But before that, did you do some angel, or you just had a little bit of money to bootstrap?
No, so like I said, I started with another startup which was working on college classifieds. I was making some money through that startup, and we were putting that back in this business. So it was literally sort of self-funded till a venture capitalist reached out to us. We didn't even know what it was about, what is funding, to be honest. I didn't know the F of funding. So I think Chirate TCM reached out to me. He can tell you that story, and I got lucky.
Yeah, no, this is amazing. You actually used another entrepreneurial venture to bootstrap your real venture, right? So that's amazing. So you got started with this, post venture, I guess that's when, I think the first thing the venture guys will push you is, Piyush, how are you going to scale? Right.
Yes.
So then you make a few mistakes. You do not always the right push results in the right outcome. So any early mistakes because of this exuberance to scale?
Yeah, I think a lot of, right? One was like suddenly it started your initial question about the other cards, right? That's when it happened.
Yes.
When we got the money, now we were trying to build a business. Earlier we were trying to solve a problem. When you're trying to build a business, then we said, okay, eyewear market, eyewear TAM is small. Let's look at watches, let's look at accessories. Then, once you have the money, you have the power. So we immediately opened watches, bags, jewelry. Eyewear took 3 years. Watches, bags, jewelry took 3 months, right? Everything was up and running. Revenue was growing from, I think when we raised money, we were 30 lakhs a month. And very quickly we reached to 10 crores a month revenue, because we had so many of these other categories flowing into the business. The GMV was okay. We were also burning money. Our life was very good.
And was it really the reason to start these other verticals was because you thought eyewear can't be that big?
be honest, I wasn't thinking that. By that time we had raised the money and it was like a business plan was given, and yes, the rationale that other people had was that eyewear cannot be so big.
Yes.
I was very innocent or very early in my journey to know what is SAP. If I can be very honest with you, I am not somebody who comes from such a strong business MBA degree that I would say, okay, this is big. For me, even a 400 crore business is a big business, and a 40 crore business is also a big business. But yes, the venture capitalists felt that this is not going to be big, but accessories is going to make a big market size.
Got it. No, actually, Piyush, I'm a culprit there too, and that's why I missed investing in you. Regret till this day, right? I was of the opinion that eyewear can't be that big online, and of course you proved everybody wrong. When did you? And I think you did the right thing, which is go where the customer is, not depend on the customer coming online. And you did when was the first store that you opened?
So I think one thing that, I learned in my previous job also was that, customer obsession is sometimes considered, is easy, but it is not easy. Right. You really have to go down, you have to be very curious, you have to be very humble, you have to be open to learn. So I did that before I started Let's Start. I did that even after I started the 4 carts, and I was working, and that is when I unraveled that the true value that we are creating is not in the watches, bags, jewelry. The true value that we are creating is in eyewear. Rest everything is noise. It's just noise. It's good to raise venture capitalist money, but it is not necessarily giving me that satisfaction of transformation. And similarly, I always have asked this question to myself even today, that why people are buying, and why people who are not buying, right? And it's a one-line question, but it can answer a lot of things. And as we were growing this business online, one thing was clear, that a lot of people told me that they want to try glasses. Now, the venture, I don't blame the investors, because investors bet money on the founders. But I came back to my investor group and said, well, this is what my people are saying. So I opened a store in a market close to my house, on my way to office, next to another optical store, as an experiment. That was in 2013. And everybody thought this is an online company, and this store is not good, but okay, if you want to try to learn, you can do it. And when I opened it, I realized that, I could finally make people try glasses.
Yes.
And it was magical, because these people already knew about our business through online. So I just gave them a gate. Now, I didn't know this is called omnichannel at that point.
Yeah, no. Right? I think the omni-channel word was not something that was coined then, yeah.
But I used to tell people, look, I am not keeping inventory in these stores.
Yes.
People already know about the brand. We are not spending any marketing money. People are coming in and they are choosing a pair of glasses, and I'm still serving it online. So does this make me an online company or an offline company? I don't have that answer, but it definitely makes me an eyewear company, which is trying to solve vision care problems of people. So that's how the store journey started, piece by piece.
Got it. And I think this is also a good, lesson number 2 from this chat. While you're in that product fit mode, Piyush, it's extremely important to continue to be close to the customer and see where the actual problem is still not getting solved, right? So it's not, it doesn't stop when you pick the right starting point, right? So at every point, you need to reassess how well you are meeting the customer need. And
I am in stores every week, even today, after so many years. I am in stores, people find me in Baroda, people find me in Ahmedabad. I can appear anywhere. And that's my biggest learning. And I think one thing that this omni-channel has helped us to do is I can actually physically meet customers at any time of the day, any time of the week. And that is just so valuable, I cannot tell people.
No, amazing. So, Piyush, I guess then you kind of course, went like pretty wide. How many stores in India before you started thinking about global?
I think the global thought process started very early. Again, for the VCs, it started very early. For me, it started, I think, when we had crossed 1,000 stores. And it wasn't so much about that we don't have opportunity in India. I think there was this thing that we want to solve this vision care problem globally, because the stats that were shared with me is that globally also this problem is very large. And then it was sort of a mindset issue, right? I have kind of now become a little bit anti, because if everybody feels we should not do it, I kind of feel we should do it.
So I think there was this perception that no Indian company had successfully. I mean, there was the Titans, the Tanishqs, everybody had tried to build global, right? Fab India, but I think with very lukewarm success. So I think the idea that an Indian brand can go big and and build globally was not something I'm sure a lot of people believed in at that point.
Totally, and I think it is never easy, and all these names that you took, those were taken in our board meeting also. Luckily, I have found two things, Prashant. Like, one is, as a founder, your investors place a lot of faith in you, right?
Yes.
And now it is yours to lose, right? Now, if you can use that opportunity to build credibility, you can use that opportunity to gain credibility, then when I went to my board and said, I want to dream bigger, because I think why that company did not do well, and those, I don't know. Yeah. But all I can tell you is that we have a value proposition which is very strong. And why can't an Indian company also become a global company? Just because a few others did not, doesn't sound like the right way. The good thing is I got a lot of support from my investors saying, okay, you have been transparent, let's give you an opportunity. If we could bet so much money on you earlier, why not bet a little bit more? And that's how this whole journey started. And I think rather than reading a lot of this thing and figuring out what competition is doing, if we again go back to the customer and just focus, because human motivations are same everywhere.
Yes.
They're not different. People want to have a good quality life. People want to, they want value. So then it is all about something internal that we are not doing right, or it's a mindset issue. Because to build anything, I always say, sometimes it's important, not sometimes, I think, almost every time, if you can't say it, you cannot make it. Right? So you have to say it. So when we said that we want to build a global brand, the journey started there.
Right.
And so it's important to dream it. Then it's all about saying, okay, we will solve every problem that will come in the way. We may have some failures, but we will stay grounded. We will not fly in the plane right above, but we will stay grounded. We will stay grounded and keep working.
Okay, another 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Yeah. So, Piyush, which was the first country you got to? Where did you start after it?
Singapore.
Singapore. Okay, and now we are in Singapore, Indonesia, Dubai. Where else are you?
Saudi. We are in Saudi. We are in Japan. We are in Thailand. Yeah, we are in Thailand. We are in Cambodia, Hong Kong.
Wow, I mean, I don't think there's another Indian consumer brand, and this is, something that I still, while you've done it, Piyush, and hats off to you. But do you believe that the brands that can go abroad to have a right to win, the value proposition has to be much stronger than where the other brands have attempted? And what is the difference between categories where an Indian brand has a right to win globally and where brands have not been successful?
So first, yes, I think you have to you cannot be doing incremental value. You have to do 10x value.
10x the value.
10x value. It can't be just my designs are slightly better, my delivery time is slightly better. You need to have a very strong proposition. I'm 10x better in style, 10x better in quality, and 10x lower in price. Then you get 1000x ecosystem in the ecosystem. Second, I think it's a lot about how we operate as a company. Because in India we are very good at hustling, and that's our biggest asset. But sometimes to build a global company, you also need to look at how are you thinking long term. Can you work with multiple cultures? Some people are not as hustling as Indians are. So do we have the patience and acceptance for those cultures while we bring our positive sides of hustling into those cultures? We don't sort of say my way or the highway. How do we make an inclusive culture? How do we build? See, at the end of the day, our companies are about execution and talent and culture.
Yeah, if you can't, if you can't integrate with the local nuances and the local, like you said, you go to Indonesia and you expect the same kind of hustle. And thing as young folks in India, maybe you'll be disappointed, right? So you'll have to really work around some of these local limitations.
You have to work very long term, and you need partners. Right partners, Prashant, are very important, at least in my journey. Because if you have partners who are short term, it will not work.
Okay, so we just have a few minutes. Piyush, maybe on fundraising, right? So I think that's a topic we didn't fully touch upon. You have been extremely thoughtful all through. I've watched your every fundraise. It has been more deliberately thought through, and kind of you've done it with a purpose. So is that something that you have designed a certain way, or it's happened along the way?
Very few things in life happen just automatically, right? So it is designed. Of course, it is designed. I think a lot of times we do not have the opportunity to design. But I think I have always believed that selecting the right partner is more important than maximizing the valuation.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Right? And I still believe it till date. And I think for me, it has played out very well. And a partner who sees what you are seeing, a partner who can trust you not in the good time, but in the bad time, a partner who can think long term with you. And I never say a partner is a good partner or a bad partner, but just like any marriage, there is a fit, right? There is a fit at every stage of the business of what. So when every stage of the business, when we were getting the partners, we were very clear that we are not here for the next 3 years, we are here for the next 30 years. So when we got an idea or when we got a Temasek, we very well knew what we were getting. We knew these funds have a perpetuity life. They can stay in the company for 10 years.
Right.
And we don't want something, we want a partner which can stay with us. I sell so many startups, right? Get high quality partners who can be with you. Because I see this huge problem in the Indian ecosystem today where people are just rushing after valuations. It's good for the short term, but that's not what you're going to, in the long term, what matters is the transformation that we are creating, the value we are creating. And that, that doesn't happen always by optimizing the short term.
Great, and a little bit of a fun question here, Piyush. Why Shark Tank?
Well, I have grown up seeing Shark Tank. I was such a passionate viewer that I became an entrepreneur because of this. So when they came on board, when they asked me, I was initially hesitant because I like to be under the radar all the time. But my wife and my co-founder Amit, they were like, because on my honeymoon I was watching Shark Tank, and I was that obsessive about it. So they're like, now you need to pay it back. So that's how it started, and then it kind of became a learning tool for me because I learn more from Shark Tank than I learn sitting in this office.
Super, and you're still there this year also, right, on Shark Tank? Are you
yes, not fully, but yes, partially I'm there.
Partially. So, Piyush, last question. I think a lot of entrepreneurs are still looking at opportunities, and of course, India has a ton of them. But any that you feel in the consumer space, that's largely where you kind of, focus on. And any that have either, is it building for Bharat? Is it, any other category of startups that you see still large white spaces in?
See, one thing is I do feel that the manufacturing, India has an inherent advantage in manufacturing.
Right.
And I'm not saying this because of what has happened in the last 1 year. I've been saying it for the last 5 years. When we started investing in manufacturing in Lenskart in a big way. And I think because the engineering talent, the hustling talent, which I think is equivalent to Kaizen, that we keep talking about in English language, all of this is very poised towards manufacturing, and that engineering and optimization ecosystem allows us to do things 10x better than anyone else. So that, then I think on the other hand, there are some very massive problems that are facing us. If I look at environmental, there are challenges, but those challenges are not just India. But because of the diversity of climate in India, we have an opportunity to be close to the problem and solve it at low cost. Because in most of these problems, the solutions are there, but they are expensive. Then medical, right? Medical ecosystem today, the number of people who do not have access to high quality medical care is not funny. Whether you look at, we are not only the blind capital of the world, we are also the diabetes capital of the world, right? So if I take up, and you can go on and on to every capital of the world, we are now also the air pollution. So if you look at a problem like diabetes, you look at a problem like health, heart attacks, India can produce medical solutions, medical transformations for the globe is my view. Right.
Yeah, I think these are three areas that I relate to also a lot. Piyush, it's funny you spoke about those. Manufacturing and especially, engineering, precision-driven manufacturing, where there is a lot of science and IP in that manufacturing. Environment, India is going to be one of the biggest countries being challenged by environmental issues, so it's something that's close to home, and everything to do with healthcare, right? So I think these are huge opportunities, unsolved.
Yeah, asset is technology. Our asset is technology, right?
Yes. So Piyush, thanks a lot. This has been a very great master class as always, and for people in the audience, this is a great opportunity to do, because Piyush has not spoken in public almost for a year. So thank you, Piyush. Thank you for being here at BTS, and look forward to next time having you in person in Bangalore. Thank you.
Thank you, Prashant. Thank you so much. Thank you, the audience. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll just set the table the next couple of minutes, and the next session will unfold. So we just heard the session on building long-standing, impactful businesses with Mr. Piyush Bansal. Now we take another step towards another important innovative realm, that's India Unbound and the future unfolded. So, in the interest of time, I would like to call upon the panelists. Mr. Prashant Prakash is already here. I would like to first call upon Mr. Vishal Chaudhary, the co-founder of Zetwork. Mr. Vishal, kindly come over, please. Put your hands together for Mr. Vishal. Our other panelists consist of Mr. Akrit Vaish, CEO of Haptic.ai. Welcome to you. And finally, Mr. Ashish Hemrajani, CEO of Book My Show. Let's give a round of applause for Mr. Ashish. I would request Mr. Prashant Prakash to kindly come back as we are already running behind schedule of this all-important session. Mr. Prashant Prakash, it's back to you.
So one great conversation to another, hopefully even greater conversation, right? Our three folks who can really, enlighten all of us today. And this was when I was thinking of this panel, I was saying, like, these are three distinct areas, right? All you guys are working on. Of course, AI, you can claim, has a role in everything, but you're in, Ashish, the events and the content space, and manufacturing and defense. But I thought, let me pick three areas. Maybe the environment one is missing, but otherwise these are also my currently...
I'm in the stay out of trouble space right now.
Sorry?
I'm in the stay out of trouble space.
Yeah, I know. You're at the... you
the first question to him, how do you get Coldplay tickets?
I don't know what you're talking about.
So anyway, let me start with the hard business, defense, right? So Vishal, maybe first you can do a quick introduction of yourself, and then my first question to you is, we've been a big defense consumer as a country, right? So I don't know, after oil, is that the biggest place where we lose a lot of our foreign currency? But the government has, I think, over the last 10-15 years been working on this, getting a lot of defense technology to be built in India, and defense is an area where you have this, what Piyush was talking about, right? This intersection of great science capabilities that India had, maybe not like, the 90th percentile, but sufficient science, good engineering, right? Because of what we have imbibed in the auto industries and some of that. And we have, of course, great software capabilities. I think we need all of these in defense, right? Why have we started to see these tailwinds, and I'm starting to see this momentum build up in defense? Maybe quick introduction and then.
So I'm Vishal. I'm one of the founders at ZWork. ZWork predominantly, amongst other things, is in renewables, defense, and electronics. Coming to defense, Prashant, very, very valid question. There's a lot of excitement around defense. Some of the things which are driving this is, one is, of course, we are in a particular geopolitical situation. The defense supply chains are heavily fragile, as has been exposed. And hence, when you live in a certain neighborhood that we live in, it's very important to have complete custody of our own supply chain to be prepared for any eventuality. Second is, as you rightly pointed out, defense is one of the largest components of defense expenditure, and bulk of it still goes outside the country. If any of those manufacturing or integration can be catalyzed within the country, it will only help in expanding our economy rather than losing those dollars. Third is IP generation, right? Defense is one area where, if you see the traditional large MNC defense companies, they have a right to play because of the IP. And this is a time when India is creating its own IP. Our situation, our threat perception, our threat analysis inside the country, outside the country is very unique to us. It's very difficult to bring a European or an American technology to address those threats. And hence, it's very important for us to have our own IP to deal with our own situation. And fourth is Indian companies, when there is a situation where you need to urgently attend to it, you can't be waiting for you can't be dependent on a company which is based outside. An Indian company would respond to those situations with a great agility, speed, and with passion which is far beyond business. So I think these are some of the trends which are driving this, and whilst we are seeing a lot of on-ground momentum on indigenization programs that have been launched, and the products are actually coming out. So that's this great momentum on ground.
Yeah, so we'll come back later to the challenges and some of the, from a startup perspective, some of the impediments, because it's not an easy space, right? It's not like starting the next e-commerce consumer business. Defense is a hard business in multiple ways. Ashish, wars are great and everything, but really what people want is fun and entertainment, right? And that's what you provide. the movie business, of course, has gone through its own challenges, and COVID put it in a different orbit, so to speak. So maybe first, and it's good to address both. I mean, where do you see the movie business going? And where do you now see a new role for the going out entertainment space, which seems to, is it a generational shift that is really making this happen? And this happens every, not 10 years, but 20, 30 years, you see a huge shift. And sometimes these things happen suddenly. You just don't know why, people were not consuming something yesterday, just want 10x of that today, right? So just maybe a little bit of these aspects. And of course, everybody knows you, so, but please, yeah, go ahead.
Hopefully lesser people should know me, given what's happened.
Yeah, till you finish Coldplay, nobody should know you, yeah.
So, thank you for having me over. Look, I'll try and contextualize this by being slightly politically incorrect, but that's not my intent. We live in 4 Indias. There is the London of India, which is 5 million people, which have the highest purchasing power parity anywhere in the world. And the income that this group has within the country is extremely, it's very polarized, right?
It's about 5 million.
5 million individuals. You've got about 50 million Indians, which I define as the United Kingdom of India, English-speaking, private healthcare, private education. Between this group, there is probably 60% of the wealth of the country, 70, maybe even more.
Yeah, and if you look at consumption wealth, is probably 80, I mean, material,
exactly. If you look at the
not staples, right? Correct. Outside of staples, probably 80% is consumed.
Exactly. And then you've got 400 million Indians, which I say is the emerging middle class, which is the Brazil of India. And that income group has jumped 4x in the last 15 years. So $100 a monthly income of that household is now grown to 400. And if you were to compare as a PPP to the US, what gets you here for 100 is what you need in the US as 400. So that's about $2,000, $1,800 to $2,000. Yes. And then you've got about 300 million Indians, which I call the Africa of India, underserved, undernourished, and exploited by probably the group on top.
So you guys cater to the...
All 4.
All 4.
All 4. Our charity caters to the Africa of India.
What caters, sorry?
Our charity, Book a Smile, the 1 rupee that we take and all the work that we do caters to, you don't make money out of it.
The charity, yeah, okay.
The charity, Book a Smile.
Yeah.
We cater to the Brazil of India through regional movies.
Regional movies, yeah.
And then we cater to the United Kingdom of India through Hollywood films and touring acts out of India and some of the more reasonable acts. And then the London of India is catered by all the international touring and the IPs that we have, including the one in Bangalore this weekend, which is Bandland.
Bandland, yeah.
Which has Avenged Sevenfold and Extreme as the headliners. So, look, if you look at the movies business, it's going through its churn because of certain systemic issues. But if you were to look at the movies business, you've got 12 screens per million people in India, as opposed to 120 screens per million people in the US, as opposed to 65 screens per million people in China. We're a hot country, it's an assault on your senses, it's monsoons maybe 4 months of the year in large parts. It's the cheapest form of entertainment, which is indoor and comfortable. And it's not expensive. I think the challenge has been that the content has not been great. And the reason for that is...
This content not being great is a bigger phenomena at the Hindi and the Bollywood level.
Correct, not so much in the southern market.
The southern markets have actually done well.
It's done well. In fact, 22 and 23 were bigger years for us. The biggest ever for the southern market, which is where the regionalization took place. If you take Bollywood and Hollywood combined, the southern market was bigger than that in terms of sheer volume.
This has never happened before.
It's never happened before. And then you've got a lift for Punjabi films, you've got a lift for Gujarati films, Marathi and all of that. So there is a definite shift. The challenge in the Hindi film industry has been that, in the pandemic, a lot of the great screenwriters, script writers, all of that moved to digital. And when sensibility prevailed, like edutech and all of that, the churn, all of them moved back because the platforms are not paying so much. But the other challenge is that a lot of the talent in the way the structure of the Hindi film is business is that the skew towards paying for the talent is a lot. And so the writers and the script writers and the people that actually make and complete the entire film don't get paid as much. So till those don't get fixed, you will always have subpar or sub-quality content. And unless that content and good story writing doesn't happen, you won't see, you don't need those 100 crore films. You need a lot of those 20 crore films, 25 crore films to fill up those cinemas.
Are you starting to see a little bit of...
It will. So towards the end of this year, you will see that shift happening. So that's on the film industry.
Yeah,
and you still need to move away from the concentration of the Bangalore, Delhi, Bombay's in the top 8, 10, 15 cities to going into deeper India. So today there are 700 cities and towns where there is a movie theater which we cater to.
700 cities.
700 cities and towns. And today more than 50% of our growth and our sales comes from outside of the top 26 cities in India, which was not the case. Till about 5 years ago, 90% of our sales came from the top 26. And today 50% of our sales comes from outside of the 26, which we call rest of India. So we have the top 8 cities, then focus markets, and then the rest of India. So that's on the movie side of the business. On the live events, look, it's a culmination of a few intersections. I think the challenge has always been that India, unlike China and other markets, is an open market. The Facebook of India is Facebook, the Google of India is Google, the YouTube of India is YouTube. It's not, none of these are blocked. So the aspirations of an Indian-speaking, discerning audience and young diaspora of India, it's a very young country, still continues to have the same aspirations because they can see the same content which globally every kid sees. It's just that A, this was not available at the right price and not at the right quality. Events in India were always, the water would not be good, the ingress egress would not be good, the venues would not be good. The experience, the artist does their job. But if the show is good, you remember the artist, but if a show is bad, you remember the guy that took your money, and Book My Show always takes your money. So it was incumbent on us to not just be the platform, but control the entire 360 to make sure that that experience is at par, just not good enough for India, but good enough globally. And I think just by doing that over the last 4 or 5 years, it's become a virtuous cycle where those kids now want to go out and have the same experiences like anywhere else in the world.
So it's really that experience that, kudos to you guys that you've kind of built an industry.
Thank you.
And hopefully you will, being the first mover, you should also be the one who benefits.
It's hard sometimes, so you need to have more players to actually make it in industry.
But I think it's good actually. In some sense, I think the market expanding is good.
I agree. Let somebody else pay for it.
Yeah, somebody else also benefit, right? Akrit, so AI is the fabric of innovation now, right? So you can't talk innovation, you can't talk any business, you can't talk entertainment without what's entertainment going to disrupt in AI, what's entertainment going to disrupt in warfare, drones are not good enough if they're not smart enough, right? So AI is everywhere, but where's the India opportunity? I sometimes wonder, is this an area that, there's let's contextualize it to the Brazil of India, maybe the Brazil and the Africa, and then the San Francisco and UK of India, right? So maybe one is more the more elite, and so maybe you can look at both these and say, where do you see, and then we'll get to maybe India producing for the rest of the world. So it's really 3 different opportunities. Maybe contextualize it for everybody. And Akrit leads the AI mission for India now, and we have two folks here from Mumbai who keep pulling my leg on the Bangalore thing around.
If you want to get into that, we can switch topics.
Yeah. So let's hear from you.
Yeah, so firstly, just want to put it out there, it says CEO Haptic AI. I spend most of my time, like Prashant said, at the India AI mission now. I'm still the founder of Haptic, but we have a team that runs the company. I do want to put that out before I get into any other trouble. India AI mission, for those who are not aware, is the center's program to build a sovereign AI platform for India. It's about 10,700 crore investment to think about what does the sovereign AI platform for the country mean. It's under the Ministry of IT, under Sri Ashwini Vaishnav. We're going with the disclaimer. Now coming to your question. So, yesterday there was a really interesting thread on Twitter, of all places, where the founder of Perplexity, Arvind, he's in India right now.
Oh, he's in India right now?
Yeah. He's not come to Bangalore. I don't know why.
Okay, let's move on.
Let's move on. Yeah. So anyway, so the point is that he basically tweeted while he's here, what is India's AI app? And I looked at it, and that in like less than 140 characters summarized my job description right now, which is, what is India's AI play? Where are the use cases? How do you contextualize this in these 4 Indias or the B2B use case? And Prashant, the honest answer is nobody knows at this point. I think the best way to put it all together, my analysis at least in the last few months as I've been doing this, a lot of it honestly is a hammer chasing a nail at this moment. There's a lot of, oh my God, AI is so great. I was joking with somebody the other day, there are more AI events, COEs, and roundtables and organizations than genuine AI startups.
So I kind of, that's the hype phase, right? Most industries go through that.
Correct, but I think this is...
Then people start building real stuff.
Yeah, but look, where we are today is because of what's happening in the West. I think AI is just too much hype and not as much as we'd like to see on the ground. So back to what you asked and my job description, which is discovering what is India's AI app. I think I don't see us coming up with these answers for at least the next 12 to 18 months. I think it's going to be a while. I think it's going to be, if you look at, back to your hype cycle analogy, I think we're going to be in this trough of disillusionment for some time, where we are going to be searching. I can't take 2 steps without somebody coming and asking me, hey, what should I do in AI? I don't think that changes for some time. And my view is the following. Again, might be politically incorrect, I don't know. My view is, this feels to me like one technology where India cannot just simply be consumers of the foundations being set somewhere else.
So, I'm wearing a Axel VC hat and
sure, which you always do.
No. I mean, I'm starting to see this people plus AI story play out as an Indian advantage, right? So, at the end of the day, all AI, no matter how good your LLMs are, whatever they produce, are not going to be precise, are not going to be definitively just consumable at the end, right? So you need people, right? So I was just in the US for a week, and I'm now starting to see them realize the limitations and come to the reality part of this hype cycle. And in this reality part, I think is where the opportunity lies for our founders.
Yeah, so 2-3 points to react on that, right? So first, you asked me a little bit more on what is India's AI app, more on the sort of consumer side. I was answering that.
Got it.
I think coming to the B2B use cases, look, absolutely there is this, call it AI-led services play that could be massive. There's a company I ran into the other day, tremendous and amazing work. What they're doing is, they're working with H&M, one of the largest retailers in the world, the US team. H&M spends about $1,500 for a single photo they take for a photo shoot to put up their catalog. These guys are doing it for $35 by taking the image, adding AI, and having fresher stylists from fashion colleges in India cleaning it up. That's of course big, but again, sort of multiple thoughts I have on that. One is, actually we are seeing technology is moving really fast, where we don't know if this is something to bet on for 7, 10, 15 years. The models are moving very, very fast. And maybe a case where you don't need these stylists anymore, as an example. And second, sort of back to my wearing my kind of nation hat for a second. I mean, is that moving the needle for our core issues? Is that creating potentially the next Book My Show, as an example? Is that creating the next large Indian consumer or internet story? You know, I don't know.
But are there spaces in healthcare, for example, which could be large enough, right, where you have this people plus AI? So I think you're right. I think there will be spaces where you don't know how, what's the longevity, what's the real long-term value of it, because like you said, AI is getting better and better, and you'll get to a point where that human in the loop gets less and less valuable. But there are probably spaces where...
yeah, I think we are waiting, honestly, for our ChatGPT moment. We are waiting for that inflection point, and waiting as in there's obviously a lot of effort going behind it. But again, if you look at pattern, whether it was Internet V1, took us some time, 4-5 years later, we had inflection.
Got it.
Internet V2, we had data, geo, UPI. So I think it will happen, but it's not anytime soon.
So Vishal, I think, I feel that India's AI moment is actually going to be in defense. And this is my prediction. And the reason is you need to put money into it, right? And the only place where money is going to go in, whether it's for robotics, these smarter unmanned vehicles, precision manufacturing, AI there. So just what are the spaces where you see AI actually disrupting defense in the defense industry?
Multiple, actually, because nothing is constant. The battlefield is evolving every war after another war, and all of us have seen videos, a small drone shooting down a tank and a small drone shooting down a person. And much of that is possible because we have been able to train the systems to correctly identify what is threat and what looks like a threat. So all the new programs, all the new products where software is getting embedded, AI is a very critical element because wars are expensive, and it's
and the whole kind of paradigm is shifting, right? And the paradigm is shifting towards the role AI can play.
Absolutely.
Rather than how big is your tank or how big is your missile.
Yeah, eventually it's the guy. It's no longer about heavy hardware, and battles are today fought in the electromagnetic spectrum.
Correct.
So which is why AI is very important. All the software codes which are written today, at least in the defense application, have an element of AI. Of course, it needs to improve by leaps and bounds, and which it is happening.
And do you see, I'm also a big believer of kind of India leapfrogging some of these, right? And we don't have the IP for a lot of this here. How important is it to kind of bring these global IPs and repurpose it here and then actually take advantage of the same IP for the rest of the world? I see a huge opportunity there.
Absolutely. Both IP coming from abroad to India and contextualizing it to our requirements. And second is domestic IP generation. The IDEX and the Aditi, where government is funding these development programs, and there are a lot of people who have come forward with these ideas. So that work is at great speed, and there's more and more improvement every day that we see. But AI, particularly in the way we perceive threat and we address threat, has got a tremendous potential. I think we've not even fully understood the potential that it has.
What do you see the role of AI? And of course, there's two questions there. Audience, and everybody is a content producer now, and I think on YouTube, the last every hour on YouTube. So you can imagine the number of podcasters we would have. So I wonder who will watch podcasts. Everybody's. But anyway, so in multiple dimensions, the paradigm of content has changed, and I'm sure AI will play a role. But so maybe you can talk about a little bit both. How do you see content in India, ecosystem? And we have our own flavor, but still it's the Instagram, it's the same YouTube, it's the same, right? So how do we fit in there, and what's going to happen to our content ecosystem?
Some good, some bad. Call me old school. Years old, I'm gray, so I'm a little old school there. But Look, I think in anime, digital, gaming, the creativity that it can give you can be tremendous in animation. But it also is causing disruption when the IP right holder is a human, right? And the voice belongs to the person, the face belongs to someone. So, and that voice or that music, you can use generative tools to replicate that. And then the ownership of that and the economics don't flow to the right person will create a huge disruption. Eventually, we'll have to find a path. We did that with MP3, we did that with files. Things happen, you push the envelope. Sometimes you cross boundaries, but eventually something good hopefully will come out of it. But we are at that phase where you're going to push boundaries, you're going to break laws, you're going to innovate in the garb of innovation, you are going to push the envelope, where the creator community, there's a whole set of creator community that exists today. So even if you see short form content and digital content is getting shorter and shorter.
Shorter, yeah.
And then there's experiences on the other side. So they're on 180-degree spectrum opposite each other. So either these kids want real life experiences and don't want want to own hard stuff. They don't want to own apartments. They don't want to own a car. They don't want to own a Rolex watch, for example. That's a very small set. But they want to experience everything.
So the experience is it's like it's a dichotomy, right?
It is.
Yeah.
So either it's one end of the spectrum that they want a moment in time and they want to capture that, and they want to capture that on a digital device to tell people I was there. So when you go to a concert and you have 100,000 people there, I bet you there's 99,999 phones out there capturing that moment but not looking at it with your bare eyes. Right? And immediately, and the biggest need that we have today is that everybody wants to upload it at that time, and all the networks go down in spite of us putting as many cows at these festivals or these events. So I think, to answer your question again, I think AI will have a very critical role in the content creator community, and a lot of the generative stuff that will come out of it on digital, animes, gaming, and I think that will continue to scale. But on the other side, we'll have to see what disruption it causes and whether it can be beneficial or there will be, it's going to cause a lot of disruption.
The jury is definitely out on that, yeah. Agrit, now talking about, areas like health, right, education. Now this is just wearing that mission hat and see where, you can move the needle in India in the next 25 years as a nation, get to a better place when we are the whole Viksit Bharat thing, right, at 100. Are you starting to see collaborations between the government, philanthropy, and entrepreneurs who want to really move the needle for, the bottom 400, 500 million? And is that going to be a big focus area for the AI mission?
Yeah, answers to all of that is yes. So are we seeing health, climate, agriculture, education? 4 areas where we are seeing a lot of collaboration between entrepreneurs, established startups, companies, big tech coming forward, and then of course policymakers, whether it's states or center or us, trying to figure out what the right use cases could be. I think the elephant in the room that nobody talks about when it comes to all of these things is the access and the application of the right data set. I think the
lack of enough contextual local data that you're talking.
So look, I think this data set problem, once an individual starts working in AI or starts deploying something in AI, I'm sure you've seen this as well, it's actually the biggest roadblock to getting a lot of the AI tools out there. And there are broadly 3 or 4 challenges. First is the data available in the first place? Let's assume it is. Second, is it AI ready?
Right.
That itself is not easy to do.
That's a huge data engineering problem in itself.
Absolutely. And third, which is where, you know, it's a lot of nuances, is the party who owns the data in some capacity with the application developer. I'm not sure if, I mean, it was somewhat public. Companies, particularly like OpenAI and Anthropic, are spending more OpenAI than Anthropic is basically traveling on to get access to data, whether it's governments or whether it's large publishing houses, right? Because that's what will ultimately make one model better or different from the other. Are there use cases in those sectors? Yes. Are there entrepreneurs, philanthropy? Yes. The challenge is twofold. One is this data set and how do you marry it? And second is, of course, this is where I'm also slightly conflicted, right? Which is, do you think of these as eventually, you know, private industry startups that should be built to create a lot of value?
Or social enterprises which are really, you know, somewhere middling between not-for-profit and...
Correct. And if you, again, pattern of just what I've been observing about India, largest impact always comes industry, for-profit, large private institutes. So if that's going to be the case, how do these things make money? Then becomes the question.
Great. So I think we're running out of time. So I'll maybe have one final question, and a lot of entrepreneurs here and always get from somebody in the space some still gaps and see in the area that you work in. I think Akrit, maybe starting with you, you know, I mean, we have somewhat discussed a lot of it, but the B2B enterprise opportunity and maybe monetizable, but yet large-scale India, health and environment and education, are these the two areas that you would?
Yeah, those are two obvious ones. The slightly non-obvious one today, which I am personally super interested in, and I think there's going to be very exciting businesses created over here, is look at this problem statement, go deep and see how you can solve it. Very little.
Thank you. Ashish, in your industry and space, I mean, it need not be for the next Book My Show, but for smaller entrepreneurs, for people maybe wanting to build not a billion-dollar business, but 50, 100, 200 million dollar business, what are some of the opportunities?
Look, the tools and platforms exist for content and they're getting easier. Today, an iPhone, you can shoot a full feature film. You don't need the DSLR cameras anymore. There's camera actually. So tech is getting easier. So it could spawn off an entire generation of new creators and content creators.
And for the global market, because we are so connected, right?
Yeah. And our storytelling goes back to 6,000 years of our history, right? It already exists, but it's in language. The thing that we don't have today is enough educational institutes, because we came out of an era of engineering, medicine, and all of that, right? And there was a little bit of MBA.
Yeah, if you failed at everything or got bored, then you went to be a creative person. Yeah.
So I think on the creative side, we don't celebrate education. There's not enough celebration on the education, which can really create in a formal way to be able to create the next right brain entrepreneurs in this country, because everybody is then left brain because they come from an IIT. So that's a gap, number one. Number two, from a business point of view, I think we lack infrastructure. Some of the hard build on the infrastructure, look at Bangalore, Bombay, Delhi, metros are being built, the coastal road is being built, and that's easing things because you need to be able to transport from one place to another. But I think venue infrastructure.
I know that's a pet subject.
More of that is just infrastructure and tech around the technology on staging big shows. But the economic impact that it has, look at Formula 1 in Singapore, or look at SailGP, and what we've been able to do in some small measure. Ahmedabad or Gujarat, which is a dry state, now will host the largest Coldplay concert in the world for 100,000 people over 2 days. And we have flights that will be needed, trains that will be needed, hotel rooms that will be needed, which still needs to catch up. And I think we are missing the trick on that economy, which the world has had, which is the entertainment economy, which brings in people, brings in tourism, and brings in those dollars that you need.
So it's not just about the tools and having the creators, but the surround infrastructure is something that we lack. And
it's hundreds of $1 million worth of economic impact, close to a few billion, that a property like Lollapalooza, which happens in Chicago, where the city works with Lollapalooza, where you get 150,000 or 200,000 people every day over 4 days, and it's in its 15th year and it's running. And there's a reason why, because there's an economic impact, and there are studies that prove that.
Thanks. Vishal, in the defense space, is there room for smaller startups? And I know that the drone space has a bunch of them, but what are some of the opportunities in defense that startups can look at?
In defense, wherever you look, you'll find an opportunity. You know, most of the equipment...
So if you had to categorize like 2-3 classes of defense companies, what would they be classified?
Since we are near Pina, I'll give some white spaces on the mechanical side. If you look at most of the equipment that we use, the tanks, the combat aircraft, these are all 1960s, 70s, 80s.
What are these, sorry?
The combat aircraft,
the
Sukhois.
So one is, so the opportunity is to provide...
Pick up any part of the aircraft, the smallest part of the aircraft, and make it in India. It's a huge service to the country. Today, we face downtime because...
And how many parts would a typical aircraft have?
In each aircraft, you'll have at least 300 to 400 LRUs, line replaceable units.
300 to 400.
They're all available for indigenization, by the way.
Got
and you make it, and then you forever become the OEM, and next 30 years, it's a great service.
And then you service not only Sukhois in India, but Sukhois globally.
Absolutely.
So that's one space.
That's one. Other is on the radar side, if you see specific to radar, there's a lot of intelligence which are radars because, like I keep saying...
because that's where, again, the battles are won on the radar.
Absolutely. If you can write a very high-end, high-quality AI-driven code to help us see the skies as clearly as we can. And that's another big area. Whilst India is the powerhouse of software, but software hasn't given so much of love to defense historically in India.
Yes.
So that's another area. A great white space.
And third is the unmanned, I guess, the UAV.
Unmanned, of course.
And in UAVs, the smaller format ones and the larger format, equal opportunities in both?
Absolutely, equal, right?
Because
it's a big country, huge border.
And you have the whole swarm drones and so...
N number of applications of UAVs.
So, no, thank you. I think you've heard from 3 very different entrepreneurs in three different spaces. And this is maybe 3 out of 10. So the number of opportunities in India are unbounded. And thank you for being here, and look forward to you folks kind of inspiring another generation of entrepreneurs in our country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And before we leave the esteemed panelists, I would request our moderator, Mr. Prashant Prakash, to give a mementos to all the panelists. Mr. Vishal Chaudhary, co-founder of Zetwork. Thank you very much. Also to Mr. Akrit Vaish, the CEO of AI. And finally to Mr. Ashish Rajani, the CEO of Book My Show. Thank you very much. I would request all of you to kindly be in your seats, because after this session, you will be transported into another world, which probably most of you know, but live action, you might have seen it in a different mode, but it's going to be a live action just a few moments from now. So fasten your seat belts, be in your seats, and don't go anywhere. In the next couple of minutes, we're going to move into a next gear, as they say, Apara in Kannada. It's going to be Unbound at the Bangalore Tech Summit, the final day before the valedictory. So it's been, you will be enthralled and transported into a different realm altogether. settle down. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the personality whom you're witnessing on the giant screen rose to fame by doing the crazy task of making 1,000 videos in 1,000 days. 1,000 videos in 1,000 days. Now he is focused on building NAS company, the community company. Please listen to me carefully. They make video content, craft incredible experiences and build powerful technology tools for community builders. By reaching over 300 million people every month, he has transformed the way people connect both online and offline. So please put your hands together. It goes without saying for the star session, Nusser Yassin. Huge round of applause for NAS Daily. Here we go, the ever-energetic Nusser. Welcome.
Thank you. That's very nice introduction. Thank you. It's very kind. Hello, everybody. How are you? Okay, it's so good to be in Bangalore. This is my 30th time in Bangalore. And before I start any session, I like to get to know the people that I'm talking to. So we have a lot of time together. Don't worry, guys, relax. Before I start, I want to know who am I talking to? So if you can please do me a favor, just stand up, raise your hand, stand up. In 2 sentences, just tell us, who are you and what do you do, and scream. You, yes, yeah, that woman. Go. You're from Goa, okay, and do you do startups? You're a yoga person. And why are you at a tech summit?
I'm here to invent something more for the health. I'm from a medical background as well as environment, health and safety. So I'm here for Ayurveda, naturopathy, yoga, to do what is happening in AI.
Very cool. Nice to meet you.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Okay, who wants to go next? Let's go, that guy. Yeah, that guy behind her. Go, go, go.
Nasir, I'm Rasik. So I work for a company called Boat, who works for building audio products. So I'm here to explore the AI part of Bangalore Tech Summit.
So what's your job?
So I'm a product manager. So basically R&D division. So I'm exploring new tech.
Product manager coming here to understand AI. Clear. Okay, who wants to go next? I want you to scream and be very excited. Let's go with the guy wearing a NAS Daily t-shirt.
Yeah.
Okay, introduce yourself.
Hey, my name is Ram. I head a SaaS-based business where I help frontline workers manage their SOP digitizations via my mobile applications.
I have no idea what that means.
I will talk to you separately.
Can you explain it to all of us in one sentence?
So today, your checklist operations are managed on pen and paper. We have a mobile application where I help on SOP digitization tool.
Great. Thank you. And thank you for that t-shirt. Okay, who wants to go next?
Hi, hello.
Okay, let's go that guy. Yeah, that guy over there.
Let it be here.
Yes, go. Introduce yourself.
I'm building the world's first laser vision surgery equipment.
Wow. Hold on. Say that again. The world's first laser?
First solid state laser equipment for vision correction.
Wow. And does it work?
It has been working for 15 years.
Really?
Yeah, this is an old science, but I'm bringing it a new technology which is of a different genre.
I love that. You should be on stage. What's your...
Someday.
How big is the company?
Yeah, I'm just in the startup mode.
Startup mode?
Yeah.
Very cool. Nice to meet you.
Thank you.
Okay, let's do a couple of more. Let's do a couple of more. Let's do, yeah, that guy over there. Go ahead.
Yeah. I solve the finance problem of every company. I mean, like I take care of the end-to-end finances, tax and etc. for the company.
Okay, very exciting. And what brings you here?
Understand what is happening in tech world because I work with tech companies day in, day out.
So you work at a tech company now?
No, I work for tech companies.
Got it. Very cool. Nice to meet you. Okay, let's do a show of hands. Raise your hand if you're a founder. Okay, raise your hand if you work at a tech company. Raise your hand if you want to get into tech. Raise your hand if you're already in tech. And when you didn't raise your hand, what are you?
Diplomat.
Okay, now this is going to be a very awkward question. I like to know this before I start my session. I like to know who is the youngest person in the room and who is the oldest person in the room. So, who's the youngest person in the room? How old are you? Excuse me. You're 5? Come on stage, come. I don't think there's anybody younger than 5. Okay, now who's the oldest person in the room? How old are you?
63.
Anybody older than 63? How old are you?
64.
64! Anybody older than 64? How old are you? 74? Anybody older than 74? Come on stage, come on stage. Come. Don't just... Hurry, we have like 2 seconds. Okay, I know. No, but he's young. Okay, let's do one more person introduce themselves. Go, lady, yes.
Excuse me.
Hi, okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, hi, this is Priyanka. I am a product manager with a real-time supply chain visibility company.
You're a product manager for a supply chain company.
Yeah.
And what brings you to this tech summit?
So I'm exploring some AI options in order to make that or take it to the next level.
Okay, very cool. Awesome. And let's do last one. Let's do this guy. Yeah. No, that guy. Go ahead. No, that guy. Sorry. Go ahead.
You got the right person.
Give us something exciting.
Yes, I'm a professional filmmaker. I'm building a film tech startup.
Love that. So you make content.
Text to film. I'm solving 2 problems. One is text to film. Another one is recycling film waste, digital creative waste into digital assets.
Very cool. Finally, some of my people. Film guy, nice to meet you. Hi, how are you? Nice to meet you. What brings you here?
I'm a technologist. I'm a scientist, basically.
Very cool. And what do you do?
From Indian Institute of Science.
Sorry?
Indian Institute of Science.
Very cool. Okay, and what brings you here? Let's take a picture. Let's take a picture. I love this because knowledge has no age. Like, they will both learn something today. Come, let's take a picture. Both of you? Yeah, 1, 2, 3. Great. Thank you so much, guys. This is really cool. Okay, let's begin. Hi, everybody. Nice to meet you. My name is Nasir. Today, I'm going to talk about something I have never talked about before. This is my first ever talk about technology in the last 8 years. So I'm really excited about this, okay? So let's begin. First of all, 2 minutes introduction of what my story is. My name is not Nas. It is Nosire. It's a very complicated name. No sire, yes sire. No sire, yes sire. Okay? I also grew up in a very complicated place. I grew up in Israel as a Palestinian. It's a very complicated background. I don't recommend the background. But anyway, at some point when I became 18, I decided to get out and go to the United States. I said I must go to America, and I applied to universities. I applied to Harvard, got in, got a scholarship, got really lucky, and I studied economics and computer science. So I love tech ever since I went to college. And when I graduated college, I got my first job in tech. I was a software engineer at PayPal. Does anybody here work at PayPal? Yeah, 1, 2, 3. That's awesome. 4. Yes, so I hated my job, which I think you do too. PayPal is great, but I was not a good engineer. And I was very honest with it. I was just not a good engineer. And at some point I asked myself, when are you going to die? Turns out there are 2 people that know when you're going to die. God and Google. So you type in Google, life expectancy male in America, 76. So I was like, oh my God, back then I was 24, 32% done with life on average. And that's when I decided I need to do something different for the remaining 2/3 of my life. And that's why I wear this t-shirt right now. I've been wearing the same t-shirt for the last 7 years. I have never worn anything else. I change my t-shirt every 8 months. Every 8 months I am 1% older. So now I'm 42%. Once, I know it's scary. I don't recommend this. I quit my job and I decided to live life. I decided to make videos. I put these videos on the internet and I made 1,000 videos in 1,000 days. That's why it was called NAS Daily. It's every day. Never missed a day, not even once. No matter what happens, you have to make a 1-minute video and post it on the internet. Every video cost me 14 hours to make. I had a plan for this. Even if I died, I had a plan to make a video. Even if my mother died, there was a plan to make a video. I took it extremely seriously. And because I took it extremely seriously, I failed the first 270 days. The first 270 videos, nobody watched. Then video number 271, it blew up. It exploded. And NAS Daily became a thing. It became one of the biggest things on social media. Right now, NAS Daily is in 14 different languages across 6 social media platforms, 30 billion views and 70 million followers. It blew my expectations away. Thank you. You don't have to. We're not going to talk about this today. This is the past. A lot of you here know me for that one thing, making videos. Like, raise your hand if you have seen a NAS Daily video before. Oh, nice. Awesome. Thank you. But actually, for the last 3 years, I have been doing something completely different. I have been building a technology company. And the technology company is called nas.io. It is the simplest paid community platform in the world. It solves my problem, which is you have an online community, but you're not making any money from it. The only person making money from it is Instagram founders and employees. And so there needs to be a new way to monetize our community, and we decided to build it. So it's like a community management platform that is starting to work. And we raised $23 million of funding for this company. We raised it from investors in India, in US, in Israel, and in Singapore. And we hired a team of 100 people to run this company. So you can say I went back to my technology roots. And today I'm talking to you as a fellow tech entrepreneur. This is an industry that is 10 times more exciting than content. And as I build this platform, as I'm building this platform, I have failed 270 times. And today, what I want to try to do, I want to try to summarize the 5 things that I learned. The 5 things that I learned from my 3 years of building a technology company. Is that clear? Is that clear? Great, are you with me? Okay, so let's do it. 5 hacks I learned that I'm summarizing in 20 minutes, okay? In 3 years, in 20 minutes, you may agree with me on some things, You will disagree with me on other things, okay? We're not going to agree 100%. Number one, talent hack. And this I super believe in. When it comes to building a technology company, probably the hardest thing is not code, it is hiring. And hiring is very expensive, especially if you want to hire talented people in America. And if you hire, and this is the thing, if you hire somebody in Silicon Valley, they'll be really good. And in New York, $300,000. It makes it very find talented people before they go to California. America, because the minute they enter America, they become really expensive. And so I am fully in India. And that is why I'm really excited about this talent hack. 65% of India is under D at the Bangalore Tech Summit. It's very, very high chance on this conference, and the idea is, how can we find them, work with them, hire them, start a company with them before they go to is universal, but opportunity is not. And anybody wants to do a talent hack and hire incredibly talented people, the easiest way to start is do it in around the streets of Bangalore, and that's how you could find the next Sundar before they go to California. The second lesson is marketing hack. I believe that every technology person should build in one city and sell 70 unicorns in Israel. Israel is a very small country. There are 70 unicorns there, $70 billion companies. But there's not enough customers for works like magic. And that is why I think startups in India should not build in India and sell in India, but also sell in America too. When you do this, the benefits are in Bangalore. There's a couple of tech companies that are building here and selling internationally. And you see them all around, like internationally. When you do that, it is the easiest way in the world to get that 10x leverage. Don't know why more people don't do that. So instead of just building in Bangalore and selling in Bangalore and see what happens. Another company in Mobi does the same thing. I say this is not just because of Tel Aviv startups. It's also because of content. That is something that we do, watch it, are in America. And that is the easiest way to get 10x value increase. View in Asia is the same as, 10 views in Asia is the same as 1 view in America. So the market there is very, are you with me so far? We have 2 hacks so far. The talent hack and the marketing hack. This is controversial because I don't think a lot of people agree with me on this, but I think that location matters. Location matters. My controversial opinion, half of you will hate me for it. Work. I know, boo. Remote work doesn't work. It's not as effective as we show opinion, is that there are only 6 cities in the world where your office should be headquartered. 6 cities. Do you know what the cities are? Okay, that's one. What's the others? Dubai, New York, okay, New York. San Francisco, Singapore, correct. Doha, definitely not. Tel Aviv, Singapore, and Bangalore. And I am not saying this because I'm in Bangalore, to be clear, okay? I would say this even when I'm not in Bangalore. Ecosystem is a real thing. We cannot measure it, we cannot see density of startups is a real thing. Most startups in the world, most billion-dollar built by the same group of people. I think there's only 100,000 people that build unicorns in the world. And those 100,000 employees unicorn, they quit, they go build another. They quit, they go build another. They quit, they go build another. And those 100,000 people, most of them live in those 6 cities. So how do you measure if a city is good for tech or not? Go to a cafe shop and then listen to what people are talking about. Just eavesdrop to the conversations. If they're talking about raising money, AI, tech, engineering, most likely that's a city you want to be in. So a coffee shop in Bangalore, people are talking about unicorns. A coffee shop in Milan, in Italy, people are talking about fashion. Right? Nothing wrong with fashion. But if you want to be a technology company, you gotta be part of the ecosystem. And that is why Nas.io has an office in India and in Singapore. We have labor force in India and in Singapore to build our technology company. Our media company, Nas Daily, is actually based in Dubai, because Dubai is great for media, it's great for content, it's viral. So ecosystem matters. Are you with me so far? So what do we have? What are the 3 hacks? Talent hack, marketing hack, office hack. What's the next hack? The next hack, I believe, is momentum hack. And I'll explain what this means. You have to think where the momentum is and go with it. Building a startup is like surfing. You cannot control the wave, but you can learn to ride it. The stupidest thing you can do is to stand in front of a wave, because you'll never succeed, especially if you're a startup. The smartest thing you can do is ride the wave. And I believe startups should learn to ride waves. And this is so important for anybody in tech. So let's think about this. What are the waves that exist today in the world? I think we can guess, right? There's a few waves that are happening today that very few people talk about. Here, everybody's talking about them, but if you exit here, very few people are talking about them. We have the AI wave, very easy one. We have the crypto wave. Does anybody have Bitcoin? Raise your hand if you have Bitcoin. Oh, wow. Not a lot. I gotta buy more. But we have the AI and the crypto wave, clear waves that are happening. You also have the creator economy wave. Those waves, you should build a startup around them. What does that mean? That means if you now come up with a startup and say, I want to build the anti-AI, good luck. You're dead. If you want to build the anti-creator economy, you're dead in the water. If you build an anti-crypto company, you're dead in the waters. So you got to learn how to ride the waves if you want to succeed, get investments and all that stuff. But there's another wave that is happening, and I call it the India wave. Everybody sitting in this audience, nobody thinks that India is going to be smaller next year than this year. 0 people think India is going to shrink in its economy. So that is the wave where everybody here has a growth mindset. I don't know, maybe India grows 3%, 5%, 10%, 15%, 1%. I don't know, but it is most definitely going to grow. And a 5% growth in a 1.4 billion people country is a lot. And so I believe there's opportunities in India to build the next unicorn. Like Zepto, for example, right? They have a physical product and they're riding the India wave. And that's how you can build a unicorn in India without selling to America, especially if your product is physical. So I believe that for the right startups, you gotta build the right product for the right market at the right time. Timing is half the battle. Like now, everybody's talking about AI, but if you're building an AI 20 years ago, good luck. So you have to be at the right time, at the right place, with the right product. And I think the momentum is now. I think the future is AI. But it's not artificial intelligence. The future is America and India. This is not my line, but I believe in it. And so there's two waves happening. If you build in America, I think America is going to be growing like crazy in the next few years, and I think the same exists in India. And that is basically half the world's economy right there. Half the world's economy is just two countries. So it makes sense to build on this wave. So that's the fourth hack, which is the momentum hack. So what do we have so far? Talent hack, marketing hack, office hack, momentum hack. We may disagree, but on the next one, we cannot disagree, okay? Because this one is, my business. The content hack, okay? On this one, you cannot disagree with me on this one. I think every startup and every big company and every government, every agency, every single human should become a content company. Governments should become media companies. Startups should become media companies. B2B companies should become media companies. Ankur Warikoo said this really well at NAS Summit last month in Mumbai. He said, content is like oxygen, and every startup needs to breathe. Yes, we like Ankur. And so I see a lot of, so I went around the startups here. I see a lot of startups, they're doing incredible stuff. I open up their Instagram, 10 followers. I open up their email list, 10 emails. That's not good. Creating content to tell your story should be the most important thing. So what kind of content should technology companies do? You make content about the founders, content about the employees, content about the customers, content about the product, content about the industry. There's 4 types of content you can make. 20 years ago, every time you created content, you had to pay. Every time. Because you needed to put it in a newspaper. You needed to put it in a magazine, on TV. And guess what? That costs a lot of money. Like a lot of money. But today, with social media, it's literally free marketing. It costs you nothing to put a video on social media. It costs nothing to get 1 million views. It costs nothing, almost, to make the video. With AI, you can make they were just talking, you can make an image for like $0, and in 2 years, you can make a full video for $0. You can put it on the internet for $0. You can make 1 million views for $0. This is great for you, terrible for me. But when it comes to content, a lot of people don't understand the free marketing component. So, these are the 5 hacks. Let's see if you remember them. Actually, I'm gonna ask this guy, you, what are the 5 hacks? Stand up. Hurry, take it, say it. Yes, you are a genius. He's paying attention. Yes, and this honestly sounds very simple, but this took me 3 years to understand. Okay, so when it came to talent, I just did not know how to hire the right person. I'm not saying you should not pay a lot. You should pay a lot of money for good, talented people in India, like $100,000 and above. You should not do market rate. You should do double market rate. But even then, that's still better than hiring in California or New York. Number 2, with marketing. Yeah, I made a lot of mistakes. to figure out how to build in Asia and then sell in America. I tried to sell in many other places, it didn't work, so it cost me a lot of money until I understood this. Then when it comes to office, I built a technology company in countries that don't have a technology ecosystem, and I lost $300,000. These are real mistakes that I did, and now I will not do them. Momentum. You know, I was building something that's not sexy in a thing that's not considered, you know, a trend. And it was really, really hard. But now it's getting much easier. And 5, content. I wasn't making any videos. Even I didn't make videos about my technology startup. But now I'm like, every single week we have to make 5 pieces of content. Don't make my mistakes. And I believe everybody sitting in this audience can do this. And I believe that the next Silicon Valley can be here. Can be. You have the ecosystem, you have the talent, you have the internet, you understand the momentums, there's nothing else that's missing. And so, I really believe that the next unicorn can actually be one person sitting here to your right or to your left. Look around you to your right or to your left. Remember those people and chat with them 5 years from now and see what happens. Thank you, everybody. I hope this made sense. So, we have some time to take a few questions. I have one request. I want you to ask questions that are hard and sensitive and difficult. Okay, so think of the hardest, most sensitive question you can ask and ask it. Is your question hard and sensitive? Are you sure? Doesn't seem like it. It's hard and sensitive. Yes? Okay, let's get him the microphone. I'll give you my microphone. Go ahead.
And can you tell me can you predict the storytelling economy in future? I mean, storytelling economy. Storytelling economy. You said content economy. I'm telling storytelling economy. I come from a storytelling background. How do you see the storytelling economy?
How do I see the storytelling economy? Is this question hard, yes or no? Come on, just answer, yes or no? It's not hard enough. Honestly, I don't think there's a difference between storytelling and film and content and social media. I think it's the same thing. I actually don't think there's much of a difference. Like your movie, your 3-hour movie can become a 1-minute TikTok. And you should do both. You should create both, not just one. Good luck. Okay, is your question hard?
Hi.
Sensitive? You sure? Okay, stand up. Go ahead.
So I wanted to ask you about, so you have had a very varied background, and you were just talking about having 1,000 videos in 1,000 days. Now if I give you the same challenge to do that now, where you were born, and if you have to showcase what's happening over there, how inclined would you be to take that up?
If I had to do the same thing today?
Yeah, in Palestine and in Israel right now, considering the backdrop of what's happening, if that challenge is given to you now, would you be inclined to take it up?
I mean, it's not that hard of a question. It's a nice question, but I mean, yes, I would. It's not sensitive. But when I started Nas Daily, it was never an American thing. And it was never an Israel thing or a Palestine thing. It was a global movement. So every 10 days, I changed countries. The first country where Nas Daily started was Kenya, Africa. And then the second country was Ethiopia. And the third one was India. Day 27, I landed in India. So I wouldn't make 1,000 videos about the same topic, because everybody here would be bored. So my recommendation to you is when you make content, don't just make it about the same thing, the same boring thing, L and O and O. And people are a little bit tired of politics on social media, so actually don't recommend political content on Instagram and Facebook and YouTube because the algorithm doesn't like it anymore. If you make political content, do it on Twitter and X. That's why a lot of politicians are on X and they're not really on Instagram. So Instagram is more like fun, education. TikTok is more like fun. LinkedIn is more like career and business. And X, it's just everything. Good luck.
Thank you.
Let's do man, woman, man, woman. Is the question hard and sensitive? All right, go ahead.
Firstly, thanks for this opportunity, and I definitely would like to ask something specific to India.
Yes.
I would like to represent Indian women today in this forum, and creating content, especially from a women in India, takes a lot of strength because we have to break several stereotypes while we establish our authority and trust. If you have to guide me, I'm ready to pay you, but help me create content.
Yes, I made money.
Help me create content. My husband is not in this room, but I want to also tell you, it bothers my husband when I put a post regarding my business in IT services of building AI agents. Somebody is commenting, your lipstick is awesome, right? How many of you have done it? I'm sure many would have done it in a different direction of what I intend to say and what reply I got in reply, and it puts me down. It impacts my husband, it impacts my extended family. His friend says, oh, your wife is doing this. Instead of highlighting what is my purpose, I have to probably ensure my camera is just showing my face. This is a big problem for women in India.
So, thank you for the question.
Thank you so much. Thanks everyone for this applause.
Look at that courage. The courage to ask that question is incredible. You mentioned your husband, and it's amazing. I'm so inspired by you. That's a great question. All right, so I think you are right because of this. I saw the same thing. This is not just in India, this is a global problem. I saw this happen with my ex-girlfriend. I am a man, I wear the same t-shirt for 7 years, okay? Never once had a bad comment about it. Everybody's like, wow, that's awesome. Ooh, I like your t-shirt. Ooh, this is nice. And it's the same thing. My ex-girlfriend wore the same dress twice in a video, and people were saying, why are you wearing the same dress? And something about your nail is broken. Can you please fix it? And I looked at her DMs. Her DMs are crazy. They're like very vicious. And my DMs are like, what's up, my friend? How are you? And we made the same videos. So yes, this is a global problem. The way I think, look, when I first started making videos, also my friends said, this is weird. Why don't you just become a software engineer and live in New York with us? Why do you have to share your life with the world? Do you want attention? So my answer is, from 0 to 100,000 followers, it's very hard, and it's very lonely, and for women, it's 10 times harder. But the minute you break above the 100,000 followers ceiling, you go from being weird to being cool. And once you break above the million ceiling, you go from being cool to being a goddess. You know, and that's how society works. We put you down until you succeed. Then we call you a genius. You know? And so, yes, you can view it as a gender thing, but I think you should view it as a humanity thing. I was also called weird. I was also called not cool. But now here I am talking to you guys about Nas Daily. So you just have to push until you break that 100,000 follower ceiling, or 100,000 revenue, or 100,000 customers, whatever it is, push until you get to that first milestone, then you become cool. But nobody starts as cool. So good luck, and we're with you. And text me, email me. My email is yassin@nas.io, YASSIN@nas.io. But only you email me. Okay, let's go. Man, woman, is the question hard? The question's hard and sensitive?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So with your massive reach and influence, how do you balance staying authentic while managing the pressure to create content that appeals to a global audience and keeps your brand commercially sustainable?
Sorry, I have no idea what the question is.
No, so the kind of, massive influence what you have, how are you, the pressure you are taking care when you are creating content, and that, that keeps your brand commercially sustainable?
How do you keep the brand commercially sustainable?
Yeah.
Okay. That's an impossible question. I don't know. We're all trying. It's all trial and error, really. Sometimes you go too much to the left, sometimes you go too much to the right. Sometimes you make too many ads. People say, I don't like Nas Daily. Then you make too many non-ads, then you go bankrupt, right? It's like you have to balance. Life is all about balance. And so there's no right answer to this. You just have to find it out. Go.
And this question is from AI.
Okay, well, that was an average question. And was that OpenAI? It's OpenAI? ChatGPT 4 or 3? 3? 4. So you pay for OpenAI. Okay, that's good. Let's do a woman. Hard question? Not an AI question. Go ahead.
Hi. A little bit of AI question. Something related to ma'am earlier asked, right? The internet is a little more brutal to women. So with a lot of deepfake AI videos coming up, what role do you see, or what responsible role do you see content creators like yourselves playing? And how, any comments on how the scenario will evolve with that?
That's a very good question. What are we going to do when all my face and your face is now with AI and people are impersonating you and me? So there are some things I look at as your problem, and other things I view it as someone else's problem. So who is responsible for fixing that problem? It's actually not you, and it's not me. It's not my responsibility to go make sure people don't impersonate me. It's Facebook's responsibility, it's LinkedIn's responsibility, and YouTube's responsibility. So it's our job as governments, and this is why you want a smart government that understands these threats, and to go tell the social media platforms, fix deep fakes. Most important thing that we must do. But that being said, it's scary, but it is very exciting, okay? So if I go right now on Instagram and I open my feed, 100% of what I see is humans. In the next 5 years, if I open up Instagram and I go to my feed, it will be 70% AI, 30% humans. So humans are going to disappear from social media. Now, that is your opportunity. For the longest time, why do you think Nas Daily succeeded? Why did Nas Daily succeed? Because I'm young, because I speak English, because I can shout, and because I don't think I'm ugly. I'm not pretty, but I'm not ugly. But everything I said was luck. And you don't speak English. What if you grew up too short, too tall? And that is the opportunity. If today, 10 people, or let's say 1 million people can build a Nas Daily in the world, in 2 years, 100 million people can build a Nas Daily and create content. It'll be free, it'll be AI driven, you can create any character you want, you can give it American accent, Indian accent, British accent, Australian accent, and you can go viral and compete with me. In 5 years, you can become a better creator than me, because humans is just not enough. You want extra human to become viral on social media. So that is exciting. Don't be scared about the deep fakes. Be excited about the potential of AI. Hope that helps. Last two men, hard question? Hard question. Go ahead.
Hi, I would like to ask you one question. It's like you said, built in India and sell in USA. So consider there are behavioral differences, cultural differences, use case differences. How you will tackle that? Consider I'm building an app like that is 30 minutes medicine delivery in pan-India. That is need in India, but doesn't I think that is need in USA. How is that to tackle?
That's a great question, because a lot of people have this problem. I was just walking around and I was seeing the technology products of the startups. And the minute you open the product, you can tell it's made in India. And then the minute you open another product, you can tell it's made in Silicon Valley. And then it's like, and it's the very small differences, like the font, right? If you compare products made in Silicon Valley versus outside Silicon Valley, the font in Silicon Valley is just beautiful. While I think a lot of Indian startups use system font, which is the most basic, fastest font to load because of the internet or whatever. I think it starts with design. Not company idea, but rather design. My advice, if you wanna build something for Denmark, hire a designer from Denmark, but the engineers from India. If you want to build something for America, hire a designer in America. I really think the way something looks is the main reason why people use a product or don't use a product. If it's for me or not for me. It's even the copy, what do you say on the website? Like if you say on the website, my product is perfect, it is not Jugaad, for example. No one will understand what Jugaad means outside India. So you need to make cultural references to the country you're operating in. So hire a designer and a copywriter. That's it. Good luck. Let's do woman, man, woman, man, woman. Right there. Stand up. Make it sensitive.
Hi, at the expense of losing out on businesses, followers, and consumers, how important do you think it is for founders across the world to remain authentic while they're dealing with media or just on social media? Because we see, so I write for a newspaper, and founder community here in generally the whole of Southeast Asia, they're a lot more sensitive in letting their authentic selves be known. But we don't see that, maybe in the US circles when they're having to talk about the US presidential elections. So what are your thoughts on this?
Great question. Should I be authentic or should I be more polished on social media? If you ask me that question 10 years ago, I would say you should be polished. You should have a suit and a tie, and you should speak well and speak short and sound like you went to Harvard.
The question is sensitive because...
If you ask me that question today, I would say, pretend like you've never gone to college, get rid of the suit and tie, and talk to me like I am your friend. There is something in the world called fake radar. Our radar for detecting what is fake and what is not. If I come here today and I say, it is my greatest pleasure to be here, you would realize I am trying to be more polite than I actually am. And you people, what they love, they don't love facts, they don't love knowledge, they love authenticity. And I believe this is why Trump won, because even though whatever he says you disagree with, no one says he's fake. Everybody says, well, this guy is just, everything he thinks he says. And that is why people like him in America, I think. So I think 2024 and beyond, authenticity is what matters, which means do not hire a PR firm. which means do not type with hashtags. Hashtags is corporate. You don't even need to capitalize. Like now on Twitter, I stopped capitalizing. I'm typing to you like I'm typing to my friend. Today, I'm talking to you like I'm talking to my friend. And that's why you're listening, because I'm not trying to be somebody that I'm not. So, who are you really? Put that on the internet. A lot of people will hate you for it. But that's the point. When you try to please everybody, you please nobody. And when you piss off 50%, yes, thank you, I really believe in this. See, that was authentic. So if you try to please everybody, you please nobody. But if you have 50% haters, by definition, it means you have 50% lovers. The extreme hate, there's always extreme love associated with it. But, and last sentence. I love this sentence. The opposite of love is not hate. It's indifference. Just people don't care. They don't care. It's like, yeah, you can say, well, I don't care. Like, it's so fake. I don't care. But you want people to hate you. You want people to love you because that's true emotions. And so Nas Daily, thank you guys for loving Nas Daily. But I'm telling you, in another country, a lot of people hate Nas Daily. They see me, they will just come on stage and kill me. We're not going to say which country is that. But that's the truth of Nas Daily. So I hope that helps. Let's do, the youngest guy question, go.
Hi, my name is Harith. I'm from Freedom International School. I want to reduce carbon in the sky. I want to make my own airline. So my flights are powered by solar, battery and fuel. So how can I get funding?
A kid in Milan will never ask that question. That is a Bangalore kid. Who asked these questions? How can I get venture funding so VCs can take my company and kick me out after a few years? Good questions. Any VC in the room? I know there's a lot of VCs in the room. How can they get funding? I'll tell you how I got funding, okay? If they think you're a fighter, if they think you don't quit. So you should demonstrate, you should show the world that you never quit. And when you show the world that you never quit, they will give you all the money they have because they know you will make sure to make it a success. So when I finished the 1,000 videos, I went to investors and I said, I don't quit. I never failed from 1,000 videos. I never missed a day. I'm very disciplined and committed. And if you give me your money, I will continue to be disciplined and committed, and I will do my absolute best to never lose that money. So now you need to show the world that you're disciplined and committed. You don't have to make 1,000 videos. You can start by becoming a bodybuilder, right? If you just go to the gym every day, build amazing muscles, have like incredible, body, lean mass, all the stuff, then you're committed. If you never miss a birthday, if you're very committed to your friends, you're committed. So there's a million ways to show the world that you're committed without having to make videos. Find that and then tell the world that you're committed and you don't quit, and then you'll make money. Good luck. And let's do the last question. Last question, make it the most difficult. 1 second. Do you remember the 5 hacks? Stand up, say them again.
Okay, so
Okay. So first is the recruitment or the people hack. I mean, yeah, the talent hack, right? Then the marketing hack, the office hack, the momentum hack, and the content hack.
Okay, that's good, that's good. Good. 4 out of 5, amazing. All right, last question. Let's do you. You got the camera, you got the microphone.
Thank you. Firstly, I'm sorry I lied. It's not a sensitive or hard question. I wanted to find something which is very difficult, but you asked me to be authentic. So I always have this question that I want to ask. What has been your greatest learning? You have done a lot of things. You are my inspiration. You have inspired me a lot. I'm following you since 5 years. But I just want to know what has been your greatest learning of life.
Oh my God, that's a great question to end the session. And I have an answer for it. There is this picture on the internet. It shows a person standing in front of 1,000 people. And that person says, "You are all wrong." And those 1,000 people clearly disagree, but this is one guy standing there saying, "You are all wrong." And I love that picture because you need to, I found that the most successful people are the ones that look at society and say, when it comes to this, you are all wrong. And I'm willing to believe it and prove you wrong. And so it happened to me 5 times in my life. I come from a village where everybody is a doctor. 90% of my classmates are doctors. And then I looked at them and I said, I don't want to be a doctor. You are all wrong. So I went to Harvard. I became an engineer. Then at Venmo, I looked at everybody and I saw they're a great engineer and I said, oh, I'm not a great engineer and I don't think this is the way. You are all wrong. So I decided to make content. Then I made a lot of content. Then everybody that made content went into like Mumbai, Bollywood, Hollywood, to become famous and red carpet. And I was like, no, I think they're all wrong. I think I should build a tech startup instead. Terrible decision. But I'm trying to prove that it's correct. So every time you see all your friends doing the same thing, that is your signal to do the opposite. And every time you do that, beautiful things happen. Those who go against the flow, I have found, become the most successful in life. I hope that helps. Guys, thank you so much for listening to me. I want to take a video with them. Oh, yes. Let's take a video together. Okay, so guys, this is for Instagram, okay? I'm going to say, it's good to be back, and everybody says, I say good to be back in, and everybody says Bangalore. Okay? So it's good to be back in. More energy and use your hands. Okay? Ready? It's so good to be back in. Yes, thank you, Bangalore Tech Summit. This was incredible.
Just stay back for a moment. Yeah. I would request the Honorable Minister Shri Priyank Kharge and Dr. Ikrupa to kindly come over and felicitate. But somehow the shout of Bangalore Tech Summit was not enough. It should be Apara, Unbound. Huge round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, sure. Thank you, guys. Any more?
Well, he might have received several felicitations, but this is definitely a very special one. So thank you once again for enthralling the crowd with your great. Thank you very much. I'd request request all of you to kindly stay back for the final grand finale, the valedictory, wherein several awards will be given away in terms of Smart Bio Awards, Poster Awards, Assistive Tech Awards, Startup Ecosystem Enablers Felicitation and Exhibitor Awards. So we have the dignitaries, and kindly settle down, please. I would request all of you to kindly settle down for the grand finale, the valedictory.
session, valedictory session, that not everyone is very fond of. And the reason, it is the last session of such a wonderful 3 days of event. Nobody wants this event to end, but then all good things come to an end, and we should celebrate that. We should come together and celebrate that. So valedictory function is all about looking at the past and looking ahead and celebrating what we all did together over the last 1 year and culminating that onto this wonderful day. So thank you very much for being part of this program right up to the valedictory function. I'm now going to hand it over to Mr. Shankar Prakash, who has been a wonderful host for Bangalore Tech Summit all 3 days, and request him to take forward the proceedings and make it as exciting as probably the session that we had with none other than Newseer Yasir. Shankar.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jagdish Patnankar. Without much ado, in the interest of time, we'll start the award session straight away. It's indeed my pleasure to request the dignitaries to kindly come over onto the stage. Shri Priyank Kharge, the Honorable Minister, along with the other ministers, Shri Ishwar Khandre and Dr. Sharan Prakash Patil. I would request all of you to kindly come on stage. Also to Mr. Sharad Bachigowda, Daimadi Vedike Agamisbekaagi Vinati. Hagene Dr. A. Group Kaur, the Secretary, Mr. Darshan HV, and Mr. Prashant Prakash. He was around now, he's just left, so yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause and welcome the dignitaries onto the stage. As Mr. Jagdish said, this is the grand finale, and here, hard work. I would also request the Member of Parliament from Kalaburgi, Mr. Radhakrishna, to kindly come over. Sanmanya Samsad Sadasyaru Banditara Avargu Saha Swagata Suswagata. Straight away, we'll start the deliberations with the Smart Bio Awards. The first category is Startup of the Year, and this has gone to Ane Biotechnologies. Put your hands together. I would request Mr. Mithun A. Shah, Dr. Ruchi Aradhana, Mr. Insamam ul Haq to kindly come over for the Startup of the Year award. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Startup of the Year, and Bengaluru is the startup capital of not India but the world. Prakash Patil initiating the presentation of the awards. I would request the other dignitaries also to kindly join. Thank you very much. The next award is the Innovator of the Year, and this has gone to Koshki Sciences Private Limited. Koshki, yes, Dr. Tanay Bhatt, Ms. Samyukta Bhole to kindly come over and receive this award. Innovators, are you there? Bhatt is here, and Samyukta Bhole, you are going to miss out this all-important photograph of your life. Where are you? I think yes. Congratulations to Koshki Sciences. Oh, she's here, yeah. And next we move on to the Women Entrepreneur of the Year. Ms. Divya Chandradhara, BioAgile Therapeutics Private Limited. Divya, come over and receive this award. Women Entrepreneur of the Year. I don't see any women clapping, only the men are clapping. Congratulations, Divya. Best Social Enterprise and Institute, Tiora. Yes, Mr. Harish Parwada, Mr. Dhaval Bamania, Mr. Abhijit Ike will come over and receive the award as the Best Social Enterprise and Institute. Social enterprises, we are all active on social media, but we don't clap for a social enterprise. Congratulations. The Best Campus Company of the Year, Apache Private Limited. It's Gopika PS, Uday and Prasanna Kumar. Yes, they are all smiling. And why not? The Best Campus Company of the Year. Most of us have studied in campuses, so I would request all of you, those who have not studied in the campuses, also to give a round of applause along for this Best Campus Company. that, the best business mentor of the year, Manipal, Government of Karnataka Bio Incubator, Dr. Manesh Thomas. Remember, this is the Government of Karnataka Bio Incubator and that has emerged as the best business mentor of the year. Congratulations. And after this, Startup of the Year Beyond Bengaluru. Plot New Bio Innovations Private Limited, Avinash Chandrasekharaya, Ms. Bhumika Purnamat, Mr. Uzair Ahmad to kindly come over and will receive this award. Startup of the Year, you need to give a head start. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. After this, we move on to the Posters Walkaway of Discovery Award. The jury consisted of Dr. Lakshmi Rai, Dr. Kirtana M.V. Sinde, Mark, Dr. Prashant H.P., Dr. Archana, and Dr. H.N. Shivaprasad, who is the chair. Now, we are having 5 prizes. I'm going to start from 5th. The 5th prize has gone to the title Exploring the Mechanism of Anti-Inflammation in Rubia cordifolia based on network pharmacology. Zinat Afreen, Sushil Kumar Midda, Usha T, Hemavati KN from Maharani Lakshmi Ammani College for Women. Please come over quickly. This is the 5th prize in the poster, the Walkaway of Discovery. Yalla vote with Bani Maharani Ammani College Nodu. Please come sprinting. Zinata Frain, Sushil Kumar Midda, Usha T, Hemavati KN from the Maharani Lakshmi Ammani College for Women. The next one is the 4th prize has gone to Chandrakala V, Nirvin Denatora and KLEDS. Kindly come close to the stage. We'll save some time. Please come. Prize, exceptional bone forming with osteoblastic cell adhesion and differentiation in nano-driven Chandrakala V. Please come over. Nirvin Dentora and the KLEDS. And differentiation in nano-driven implant dentistry. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is an original research. Now we move on to the 3rd prize. Subbulakshmi Ganeshan of Jain University will come over and receive the 3rd prize from Waste to Wealth, process of making organic manure pellets, a sustainable approach to soil enrichment. Congratulations. And the 2nd prize, Anuradha M, Nagamani J.E., Indu BK from the Padma Shri Institute of Management and Sciences. Their title has been Preparation of Biogenic Copper Nano Conjugate Emulsion from Lentinula edodes extract to treat skin hyperpigmentation. We all use skin creams, but only a few of them are clapping. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations. And now, the first prize in the Posters Walkaway of Discovery, Institute of Bioinformatics and Applied Biotechnology, Harsha Rani will come over and receive the first prize. The investigating alterations in epigenetic landscape in P53 deficient and mutant colorectal cancer. That's indeed a real walkaway of discovery. Congratulations. We now move on to the next segment, which is the Assistive Tech Awards. I would request Mr. Prateek, the CEO and co-founder of Assistive Tech, to kindly come over and take this forward. Mr. Prateek. Mr. Prateek,
Well, good evening to all of you guys. I'm the co-founder and CEO of ATF, Assistech Foundation. ATF has created
world's largest and fastest growing disability tech ecosystem. And all this is happening in Karnataka. So thank you so much. I think Karnataka today is taking the lead in inclusive innovation. Sir, I want to share with you that we have today 450 startups who are building technology solutions for people with disabilities. So 450 startups are being helped just from Karnataka to build inclusive innovation for people with disability. All the cool tech which all of us are using every day, the same cool tech of AI, ML, computer vision is being used to help people with visual impairment move independently, people with speech and hearing impairment in communication, a lot of tech solutions coming in neurodiversity as well. So thank you, sir. It's been a pleasure to drive all this innovation where Karnataka is taking the lead. I also want to thank Mr. Kharge and Ekrup ji for helping us create world's first Center of Excellence for Assistive Technology. I think we should celebrate this moment. Again, Kharge sir, thank you so much for helping us create this Center of Excellence, which is first in the world. And as we celebrate, I also want to tell you, through this Center of Excellence, we have potential to help 1 billion people with disabilities in the world. But thank you so much for joining us for the evening. ATM Awards is a celebration where we recognize not just the innovators, but enablers as well who are helping these tech innovators. So first award I'd like to call upon is in the emerging startup category, is the best AT startup for innovation, the product innovation. I'd like to call Hari and Abhijit for Spersh Mind for their good work in building XR to help people with diseases and all. So please, Hari, congratulations for the award. So that I can change the slides. Thank you. The second award is the Established Startup Award for the most impactful AT startup, and the award goes to Access for All, Siddhant Shah. Please join us on the stage for all the good work which you're doing to enhance the accessibility of people with disability to heritage sites, galleries. He's using all the cool tech. Thank you very much and congratulations, Srikanth. I think the award which is very special to our heart is a Woman Ahead Award, which is an award we recognize the best woman AT startup, and actually I'd like to call ATA board and Surendra from Accenture to join us to give that award. The award goes to Excel Cinema. I think while they're coming on the stage, I'll probably move to the next. The jury's Best Assistive Technology Startup Award goes to SHG Technologies, Mr. Ramu Mutangi and Gopi Krishna. And we also have Mr. Ravi Narayan on the stage as well. For joining us. Thank you, Ramo. Congratulations. We also designed an award. We said that we are not going to decide, so we have a People's Choice Award, and we have an amazing startup called InfiHeal Health. Can we have Shrishti and Archana on the stage? They are building a phenomenal product which they're going to show it to all of you as they come on the stage for psychological mental therapy, and they built an amazing AI ML based app to do that. Congratulations, Shrishti and Archana. Introduce Minister, sir. World. We also chose to create a category of enablers, and these are the organizations who are enabling the educational institution. The award goes to VIT Technology Business Incubator. Can we have Dr. Bala? Congratulations to VIT. Well done. The next category is the Best AT CSR Initiative, and this is where I think jury had a tough choice of choosing among best organizations who are building technologies and also supporting these technologies. So the Best AT CSR Initiative of the year goes to Cognizant Foundation. Can we have Anshu Abraham and Edwin Moses join us on the stage? Congratulations to Cognizant Foundation. They have a phenomenal program for improving the underserved community through tech and enabling livelihood. I request all the winners to stay close to the stage for the final picture. The next award is the Best AT Initiative among NGOs, and can we have Mr. Prashant and Ms. Veena from National Association for Blind Delhi. Congratulations. I think those guys are going to make it. The Best Government AT Initiative in the government category goes to Government of Goa. I think they are not able to make it in time, but congratulations to Government of Goa. And the last award for assistive technology is the Best AT Investor for the year. May I have Dr. Ravinath on the stage. He leads Global Innovation Hub, and I think he has created an amazing ecosystem of innovators who he is funding, supporting in many, many ways. Sir, I was talking to Dr. Ravinath about our Center of Excellence, and encouraged by Government of Karnataka initiative, he has invited us to create a Center of Excellence in Hyderabad as well. So thank you, Dr. Ravinath, for taking that initiative. Yeah, absolutely. Once we create the role models here in Karnataka is when we'll go to other states. Thank you very much. Thank you for your patient listening. Can we have all the winners come on the stage? Can we for a quick picture and then we close them? Yeah, we'll do it. Okay, thank you very much to everyone. Thank you.
We'll take the photograph at the end, so not to worry. Now, after that Assistive Tech Awards, ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to spotlight is now turned onto the backbone of Karnataka startup ecosystem. The incubators and accelerators are indeed the backbone. They nurture startups, innovators by providing mentorship, infrastructure and resources, enabling them to transform innovative ideas into impactful solutions. So today, we take a moment to express our deepest gratitude and appreciation to these enablers whose dedication and commitment indeed has been instrumental in fostering innovation and creating opportunities for countless entrepreneurs. First of all, I would like to call upon Machine Intelligence and Robotics Center of Excellence, MINRO, IIIT Bengaluru. IIIT Bengaluru is one of the very active incubators in Karnataka, focusing on deep tech startups in the areas of health, finance, digital, public infrastructure. I request the Priyanka and the dignitaries to initiate the awards. Ladies and gentlemen, they are indeed a great honor to honor them. Vital role in shaping the thriving and inclusive startup landscape of Karnataka. Congratulations to IIIT Bangalore. The Center for Cellular and Molecular Platforms, CCAM Bangalore, India's leading biotech innovation enabler, enabling startups with global leadership and nearly $1.5 billion valuation. Come, please come. Put your hands together for the team from Cellular and Molecular Platforms, CCAM Bangalore. K-Tech Center of Excellence, IoT and AI powered by MeitY and NASSCOM, Bangalore. Request you to kindly be closer to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, K-Tech Center of Excellence in IoT and AI powered by MeitY and NASSCOM has been making sustained efforts since the last 8 years in deep tech innovation and is perhaps the largest deep tech innovation ecosystem comprising startups, innovators, enterprises and government. Put your hands together. Next is Bangalore Bio Innovation Center, BBC. They are all here. The team from Bangalore Bio Innovation Center, sculpting the future of bio-innovation by fostering innovation and entrepreneurship with skill development for social impact. Next is Manipal Government of Karnataka Bio Incubator. The team from Manipal, there you see. Manipal Government of Karnataka Bio Incubator. Please come over. Established at Manipal in 2019, is ranked among top private bio incubators in India. They have won the Best Incubator Award from BioAC in 2024 and supported by Karnataka Innovation and Technology Society, KITS, Government of Karnataka. Let's hear it for Manipal. After this, Semiconductor Fabulous Accelerator Lab, SFAL, Bengaluru. Yeah, kindly come, sir, please. Semiconductor Fabulous Accelerator Lab, SFAL, is a center of excellence for the semiconductor design and ESDM community. They enable semiconductor and ESDM startups for the creation and development of products from India, established in 2019 with the support of the Department of ITBT, Government of Karnataka. They have impacted more than 90 plus companies. Next is the iHub for Robotics and Autonomous Systems Innovation Foundation, Art Park, IISc, Bangalore. Art Park at IISc has emerged. They're going to emerge now on the stage after this photograph. Innovation Factory in Robotics and AI. They have created Art Garage, a unique 75,000 square feet manufacturing and testing facility, and they have built several innovation startups. And they have won 2 Global Grand Challenge for Equitable AI Awards and the Grand Challenges India Award for applications. But somehow only a few of them are clapping. Yes, that should be the spirit. Next is the NASSCOM Startups Bangalore. There we have NASSCOM Startup supports technology entrepreneurship in India and offers resources to help startups with incubation, acceleration, funding and networking. So congratulations, NASSCOM Startups. After this, I would request Mangaluru Sahyadri College of Engineering and Management to kindly come closer to the stage. Congratulations. Sahyadri College of Engineering and Management, a K-Tech partner under New Age Innovation Network of the Department of ITBT, have successfully created a model incubation center to support the startup ecosystem of Karnataka in beyond Bengaluru. So let's hear it for Sahyadri College of Engineering and Management. Finally, Shri B.M. Patil Medical College Hospital and Research Center, Vijayapura. Please come over. Yes. Shri B.M. Patil Medical College Hospital and Research Center, Vijayapura is a K-Tech partner under New Age Innovation Network of the Department of ITBT and has successfully created a model incubation center to support the startup ecosystem of Karnataka in beyond Bengaluru. So congratulations to all of them. We have go. We'll start with the exhibitor awards. I would request all of them to kindly stay back because we'll have the photograph at the end. So please stay back. Exhibitor awards in the category of interactive and best managed POS pool. Elsia Pavilion, you are the next award winner. Please come close to the stage. Elsia. Photographers are requested to take candid photographs. No time. Okay. Congratulations. I will request our friends from Elsia Pavilion. Where are Elsia Pavilion? There? Yeah, come, yes. After that, OVH Cloud and Triple IT Bangalore for content and information are requested to be closer to the stage. But right now, it's Elsia Pavilion. Let's hear it for the interactive and best managed. Congratulations to both the winners in interactive and best managed. And now we move on to content and information, OVH Cloud. If you're there, yeah. The content and information next is the Triple IT Bangalore. I would request them to be closer to the stage. Congratulations to OVH Cloud. And now I would request the energetic Triple IT Bangalore to kindly come over. Content and information. The name itself stands for that. Triple IT Bangalore. A big team. Innovative display. Made in Moscow, they are not there, so the award will be sent to them. I would request Art Park, innovative display. Moscow is there? Oh great, awesome, come. Made in Moscow. They have decided not to forget this important moment. Well, made in Moscow, we all love Russia, so put your hands together. Art Park. Are you there, Art Park? Yeah. The next, after Made in Moscow, the friends from Art Park will come over and receive the award. I would request Zebu Animation, Mirror Security and Web Art Technologies to be closer to the stage. Art Park, they have also got innovative display. Congratulations to them. After this, even in exhibitor, in order to encourage the startups, a special category has been made this year. The Startup Exhibitor Awards, Interactive and Best Managed, has gone to Zebu Animation. Zebu Animation, where are they? Zebu Animation are not there. We next move on to the next award in the content and information, Mirror Security. Mirror Security. Mirror Security, not there. Okay, and finally, the innovative display, Web Art Technologies. Web Art Technologies? Yes, please come over. final set of awards. The sustainability we'll do the final set of awards a little later. I would now request Dr. Sharan Prakash Patil, the Honorable Minister for Medical Education and Skill Development, Entrepreneurship and Livelihood, to kindly address all of us. Put your hands together for Dr. Sharan Prakash Patil.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. First of all, I'd like to congratulate for this great event, especially the Minister for IT, BT and Rural Development, Priya Mohan, and A Group Corp for conducting this summit in a tech summit in such a beautiful way. And I also thank all of you for having participated and made this event a great success. And you all have proved today that Bangalore is a destination not only in India, pan-India. It is not only globally, it is a great destination. So, it is both an honor and a privilege to stand before you at the Bangalore Tech Summit, a stage that has come to symbolize innovation, resilience, and spirit of progress in the technology world. Today, as we gather to celebrate excellence, I am reminded of the transformative power of human ingenuity and collaboration that drives the industry forward. Bangalore, often referred to as the Silicon Valley of India, holds a special place in the global technology ecosystem. This city has not only nurtured groundbreaking ideas, but has also provided a thriving platform for startups, multinational corporations, and entrepreneurs to dream, build, and scale. The Bangalore Tech Summit is a testament to that legacy, a beacon of innovation where ideas meet action and future is imagined and created. Tonight, we are here to we have already honored individuals and organizations who have not only embraced the challenges of this dynamic field, but have also set new benchmark for excellence. These awards are more than just recognition. They are a celebration of perseverance, creativity, and the courage to push boundaries. To the award recipients, your achievements are a source of inspiration to all of us, whether through pioneering new technologies, solving real-world problems, or redefining the way we live and work. Your contributions reminds us of the limitless possibilities of innovation. But let us remember that technology is not just about code, data, or devices. It is about the people. It is about using our collective knowledge and skills to create solutions that are inclusive, sustainable, and equitable. As we celebrate, let us also recommit ourselves to harnessing technology as a force for good, ensuring that its benefit reach every corner of our society. In closing, I want to express my gratitude to the organizers of the Bangalore Tech Summit, especially Priya Mohan and A Group Corp and his team, for curating such a dynamic platform. Events like this fuel the energy and collaboration that propel our industry forward. To everyone in this room, you are change makers, the trailblazers, and the dreamers who will shape the future. Let us continue to innovate with purpose, collaborate with intent, and inspire with our vision. Namma Bangalore, Namma Innovation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sharan Prakash Patil, for your address. I would now request the Honorable Minister, Shri Ishwar Khandreji, to kindly come over and say a few words. Honorable Minister for Forest, Ecology and Environment. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Shri Ishwar Khandre.
ಎಲ್ರಿಗೆ
ನಮಸ್ಕಾರಗಳು. Good evening, one and all. Organizer of this function, my colleague friend Shri Priya Kargeji, respected Medical Education Minister Dr. Srikanth Patil ji, और गुलबर्गा लोकसभा एमपी सर श्री राधा कृष्णा जी, माय डियर फ्रेंड एमएलए श्री शरद बच्चेगौड़ा जी, respected all delegates and award winners, media friends, Srimati Ekrup Kaur and her team, friends, first of all I would like to congratulate Shri Priyank Kharge and his team for organizing this Bangalore Tech Summit successfully. I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me for the 27th edition of Asia's largest technology event, Bangalore Tech Summit 2024. I am pleased to be here this evening amongst this august gathering of brilliant technological minds, some of the best in their respective fields in the country and abroad. In fact, it's a great pleasure to address this congregation of thorough professionals who are the transformative force propelling the electronics, information technology, biotechnology and science and technology industries across our country and the world today. I would like to thank the organizers for choosing Bangalore as the host city for this all-important event, the prime mover of our nation's growth story in the new millennia. In the year 1987, the United Nations Brundtland Commission defined sustainability as meeting the needs of the present generation without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. I want to emphasize on this line again, without compromising the ability of the future generations to meet their own needs. I was wondering, if we are even concerned about this all-important aspect, there is a very definition of sustainability and sustainable development. When we talk about progress, modernization, or for that matter, the rate of growth of a nation's economy, sustainable development is, and has to be a holistic approach to the growth model with emphasis on the aspects of environment conservation, resource conservation, energy conservation, best practices, recycle, reuse component, and the all-important carbon neutral approach to every cyclic process within that model. Only when we integrate these components into the model, we work towards a future where we grow along with safeguarding the ability of the future generation to grow while also meeting their own needs. This morning, I gave an important talk on climate change mitigation at a policy dialogue on climate action and monitoring here in Bangalore, where the need for an effective action plan to combat climate change was discussed at large amongst the stakeholders and the policymakers from various governmental institutions and other organizations. Over there, all the speakers were emphasizing on the idea of sustainable development coupled with a good mitigation plan to combat climate change being the only chance to continue existing and having a future on this planet as a species. They weren't too off the mark either as far as climate change is concerned, as the situation is deteriorating with each passing year, and we may soon cross the threshold of a no return, after which our hands will be forced to work on these aspects any which way, but without the luxury of time in our hands. Thus, any good sustainability model of today should include a mitigation plan to combat climate change, a plan for conservation of natural resources, a plan to promote eco-friendly practices, a plan to drive innovation, and a plan to encourage the adoption of best practices by all, along with a monitoring model to gauge the effectiveness of the implementation of the overall sustainability model to our society. Although this importance cannot be overstated, a good sustainability model is crucial for ensuring a balanced relationship between environmental stewardship, economic prosperity, and social equity. Not only will it help us with those aspects, but a good implementable model with a reach on a global scale has a real possibility to make a difference in other spheres as well. A good sustainability model can help us with aspects like eradication of poverty on a global scale, ensuring global food security, promoting healthy lives across ages across the world, preservation of social and cultural heritage of all demographies, etc., ultimately ensuring a prosperous future for all the generations to come. Our country, India, is the fastest growing large economy in the world. The strong economic growth is driven by robust public and private investment and a strong service sector base. India's young and educated labor force places us at a distinct demographic advantage which needs to be further harnessed. For harnessing the same, it is imperative that this rate of growth includes all people everywhere. This is where sustainable development goals or the SDGs become important. It is pertinent to note that India's achievements with regards to SDGs are critical for global successes, thanks to its major share in the world's economic growth story. India's commitment to sustainable development goals since adopting the 2030 Agenda on Sustainable Development is reflected in its concerted efforts on SDG, localization, spearheaded by Niti Aayog, which works closely with the states and the union territories of our country. Overall, the SDG score for our country is 71 for the year 2023-24, up from 66 in 2020-21 and 57 in 2018-19, which is a significant development. Also, I am pleased to announce that Karnataka is one of the front runners on SDG score index in our country with a score of 75 for the year 2023-24. Karnataka achieving the SDG score it has achieved is no coincidence, as various organizations have been working in tandem with governmental institutions to achieve this remarkable feat for many years now. I would also like to bring to attention how the Bangalore Tech Summit 2023 marked a pivotal shift towards sustainability as they embarked on a journey to redefine their event norms, achieving zero waste to landfill, recycling 6,400 kgs of waste and slashing plastic consumption by 95% were just some of the notable accomplishments. Foraging ahead, they have apparently meticulously assessed carbon and water footprint per capita, setting a new standard in Indian hospitality. Now with the BTS 2024, they have solidified their commitment towards sustainability with a meticulously crafted roadmap. Anchored by robust policies and clear targets, they are striving for greener horizons, which is a good start and an encouraging one, a practice other organizations and events should look at and learn from. Their agenda of championing circular economy principles, pursuing carbon neutrality, and implementing rigorous environmental monitoring principles is quite remarkable and can serve as an important benchmark for others to follow. Also, I was told that the BTS 2024 has introduced novel award categories to inspire sustainable practices amongst their vendors and exhibitors, which again, just now, we have given so many awards, which is an interesting aspect of rewarding sustainability practices, which is quite remarkable. Also, I would like to bring to attention that the Confederation of Indian Industry and Karnataka Government Department of Information Technology and Biotechnology launched the Karnataka Clean Tech Startup Accelerator during the 20th edition of CIS flagship India's Innovation Summit, Innovers 2024, held between 4th and 6th September 2024 in Bangalore. This initiative aims to propel clean technology startups by providing mentorship, funding, and essential resources in key sectors such as renewable energy, waste management, water conservation, and sustainable agriculture. Key stakeholders, including industry leaders, academics, and investors, can converge over there to explore opportunities for collaboration and growth. In fact, I was told that you have launched a dedicated Global Innovation Alliance market access programs with focus on clean tech and green tech, which is the potential to put Karnataka on the top in SDG index of our country when compared to other states and Indian territories, which is quite remarkable. This summit aimed at positioning Karnataka as a hub for clean tech and green tech innovations, driving job creation, carbon footprint reduction and economic growth, while fostering a sustainable future for generations to come, can go a long way in encouraging a lot of organizations across our country to take up sustainable development as a key component to be imbibed in their respective growth stories. As the Forest and Environment Minister of the state of Karnataka, I have always strived to improve the working of various departments, boards and corporations within my ministry and to inculcate the best possible practices for environment conservation, protection, and for combating the ever-looming threat of climate change. Sustainable development is essential for balancing our economic, environmental, and social needs, helping humanity thrive while ensuring our planet remains capable of supporting life for generations to come. Let us embrace this moment as an opportunity to lead by example, to innovate with purpose, and to build a future that is not just prosperous, but also sustainable. Together, we can make Karnataka a beacon of sustainability, a place where conservation is cherished, society is inclusive, and the economy thrives for all. All the best for all the bright minds assembled here for BTS 2024. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring words. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Minister for IT, BT and RDPR is indeed a true visionary. He has led from the front, and his hands-on leadership has ensured that Bangalore Tech Summit 2024 is a grand success. Please put your hands together for Shri Priyank Kharge for the valedictory address.
Thank you. ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. Dignitaries, Shri Ishwar Khandre Sahab, Shri Sharad Bachegowda, Shri Radhakrishna ji, and all my friends here. For the last 2-3 days, you've been seeing and hearing a lot of me, so I'll try to keep it as short as possible. Firstly, on behalf of the department, I'd like to tell Khandre Sahab that because I was hearing his speech, he was giving a lot of data on sustainability and how green we should be. I think he will be happy to know that, sir, this Bangalore Tech Summit has been bigger, better, bolder, and more greener than ever before, with much more impact. And I think you'll also be happy to know, sir, that we are aware the department is extremely serious about our sustainability programs, and for the first time, I think this is India's first sustainable summit of this scale, and we have achieved 98% waste recycling and zero waste to landfill goal that you just spoke about, and 24% electric vehicle bus shuttle utilization has happened, reducing carbon footprint emission of 10%. And of course, the awareness and everything, we have done whatever we could. And more importantly, I think what you'll be delighted to know is that the Department of IT and the Department of Rural Development and Panchayat Raj together were the first state government to hold a water summit with respect to potability of water, with respect to biological and chemical contamination of water, and we have awarded more than 25 lakhs to 27 startups who are working to preserve, conserve, and for the better potability of water. I think no other state government has ever tried something like that. And I would like to assure the Minister for Environment that we will be the first government and we will be the first department to come out with the circular economy policy as well. So I can assure my senior colleague and Minister for Environment that on one hand, while I promote artificial intelligence and I promote data center, which are huge guzzlers of water and other natural resources, in my other hat as RDPR Minister, I will stand shoulder to shoulder to you and ensure that we have the most sustainable resources that will be used to ensure that Karnataka breaks boundaries in green technologies as well. So, having said that, I'd like to congratulate all of you here, as well as the people behind this summit. I think we have done a fantastic job with respect to the Bangalore Tech Summit. I had dignitaries from all over the world praising the summit, saying it was world class. Our own officers, our own ministers and MLAs who came, they were saying that this is an unbelievable event that has been put together. We had over 51 countries participating. We had over 521 speakers, and the total number of registered delegates were 22,000 people, and the expo footfalls was over 50,000 of them. And I think this itself is a great data point for us to learn and ensure that we do things with more impact the next time around. And what is most heartening is no state government, or I think even the central government, had tried doing a B2B, a business-to-business meet to be organized within the government summits. I'm extremely delighted to share with you that I think we are the first state who organized B2B meetings, and in the last 3 days, we have had close to around 4,775 people enabling each other through the B2B meets. And it is just not about how many people came, how many people saw, and how many people went. This Bangalore Tech Summit has been much more than just an event for Government of Karnataka. We have launched many new initiatives that is going to change the demography, the technology landscape, the economic landscape of not just Karnataka, but also of India. I'm happy that the Chief Minister and the Deputy Chief Minister launched India's first Global Capability Center policy right here on this stage, in the presence of over 30 country delegates. When we came up with the GCC policy, when media saw it and a couple of my colleagues saw it from the GCC, my friends from the GCC saw it, they were saying that, are you sure that Karnataka government can get 500 new GCCs in the next 5 years, generate 3.5 lakh new jobs, and contribute $50 billion from Karnataka alone? The economic output for GCCs is $50 billion from Karnataka alone. Can you achieve it? My answer to them was simple. Currently, India contributes $64.2 billion. India contributes $64.2 billion globally. Out of $64.2 billion, Karnataka alone contributes $23 billion in GCC. And we have the appetite for more. And how are you going to create 350,000 new jobs? you will be surprised. 42% of all GCC talent is available in my state of Karnataka. 1/3 of all tech talent is available in my state of Karnataka. 37% of senior IT tech talent of the country is available in Karnataka. 44% of mid tech talent in IT is available in Karnataka. And I want to reach a minimum of 60%. So you see, we have the appetite, we have the ambition, we have the policy, we have the political intent to ensure that the GCC policy can be implemented. And trust me, the GCC policy will enable just not Karnataka, but India's economy on the global stage as well. The first was the GCC policy. Another breakthrough that we got with respect to the policy we're making was we have got India's first state-specific space technology policy, a space tech policy. It was released again on the same very stage by the Deputy National Security Advisor to the White House and Dr. Somnathan, who is the ISRO chairman. And here too we have set very ambitious targets. We are the space tech hub of India with ISRO, NL, HAL. Name the aviation, the aerospace and space companies, they all work out of Bengaluru. And our intention is to capture 50% of the 44 billion market by 2033 and 5% of the global market share. And I think by doing so, we will not only propel the India's space race on the final frontier or the new frontier that needs to be conquered, that is the aerospace in the space. And more importantly, in the space tech sector, we are the first state to have a memorandum of understanding with the DRDO on cooperation and promotion of defense industrial ecosystem for Karnataka. No other state has a MOU with DRDO for defense industrial ecosystem, which we will be propelling. And more importantly, AI is the new buzzword. We already have the artificial intelligence and the robotics Center of Excellence along with IIITB. We do a little bit of it in the art park, but now we have a dedicated center in artificial intelligence with the IIIT alumni. Look at how good the Karnataka ecosystem is. We are not tapping into one IIT, but we are tapping into the entire IITs of the country to ensure that we get the best knowledge, we get the best thought leadership for our startups in AI in Karnataka. And also, you will be glad to know that we have started India's first deep tech center of excellence, that is called the Innoverse. No other state has got a space tech policy, has got a GCC policy, has an ecosystem that we will be creating. This is just 4 policies that we have over 18,000 startups registered in Karnataka. For the first time in the BTS, in the Bangalore Tech Summit, track called the Invest, and these scaling up programs will ensure that talent that is bred locally, innovations that are groomed locally, inventions that are made locally get global audience. And I think that is something that is going to be very, very exciting for startups that are registered in Karnataka. And more importantly, we are not a product nation, but we are changing that. Right here at our summit in Bengaluru, we launched 50 products that have been funded by the government of Karnataka. 50 product startups that have been done by Kannadigas, funded by the government of Karnataka right here at this stage. Show me any other state in India that can boast of these statistics. 18,000. Venture Capital Connect, we have 45 unicorns that are working. We have 45 unicorns over here. $186 billion are right here from Karnataka. $186 billion are right here from Karnataka. So planning at the macro level is no more planning at the micro level. The government of Karnataka launched the Nipuna Karnataka scheme, which with a catch line, skill locally, work globally. Train over 1 lakh people in emerging technologies. I think this is perhaps India's biggest upskilling program right now. We have promised 100 crores, whereas the companies have promised another 200 crores, making it a grand 300 crore package, package for reskilling. I think the Nipuna Karnataka scheme is going to be the game changer. We are going to ensure the government of Karnataka, along with industry partners and academia, are going to ensure that every graduate of any college in Karnataka is the most skilled or has the best intent to ensure that we have the best skill sets, disruption, if not more, than you are. Show me any other state that Karnataka is no more the investment destination for India. We are on the global map through Karnataka, through you. And I'd like to thank the entire biotechnology for putting in this entire great progressive policies together, the schemes together, listening to the industry. Get a big round of applause needs to go to Dr. Ekroop Kaur, my director Darshan, Miss Ruchi, my GMs, I don't know where they are. Where is Miss Champa? She's there. Miss Archana, Miss Parinika, Nagraj. So these are the people who make me look good. So if you think I'm doing all the hard work, I'm just WhatsApping everybody to do the hard work. So they are the real people who are behind this entire thing, the team who is ensuring that the government of Karnataka delivers for a progressive country. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you for your time, and thank you for being the disruptors, being the innovators that you are. Jai Hind, Jai Karnataka.
Thank you, sir, for that highly inspiring and motivating valedictorians. I would now request the honorable ministers and the dignitaries to present the final set of awards. I would request Dr. Ekroop Kaur, Darshan also to kindly join in. Bani sir, Shri Ishwar Kandre, Shri Radhakrishnan, Shri Sharad Bachegowda, Dr. Ekroop Kaur, and Darshan. Well, this award, the word sustainability was repeatedly referred during the speech of Shri Ishwar Kandre, and this is the first time, as Priyanka sir said, that the Department of ITBT has given utmost importance to sustainability. We are going to do that Sustainability Exhibition Stall Award. I would like to call upon Clayworks to kindly come over and receive the award. By design, the stall has promoted urban building concept, eco-friendly materials, and engaged stakeholders in social outreach initiatives. Please put your hands together for Clayworks. The next Sustainability Exhibition Stall Award has gone to DocFi. DocFi, yeah. Yes, please come over. Had self-sustenance initiatives like water dispenser and gave away plants and plantable papers. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. And DRDO, yes, we all know about DRDO. This is another important aspect of DRDO. The stall has used 100% reusable displays, ensures lowest waste footprint. Anybody from DRDO, please raise your hand. I think they are not there, so the award will be sent to them later. Now, this award now is about the Assistive Tech Award, which was presented earlier, Assistive Tech Award. The one award is for the Best Government Assistive Technology, the AT initiative. The State Commission for Persons with Disability, Goa, has won this award. Shri Taha Hasik, Secretary, has come over to receive the award from this all-important, founded in 2021. It advances low-emission, climate-resilient innovations and promotes value-based healthcare through collaboration, focusing on sustainability and transformative change for a better future. very much. बहुत-बहुत मुबारक श्री ताहा हाजिक जी, Secretary of the organization, come all the way from Goa. And now there is one special encouragement award for the manpower partner for BTS. It's a Karnataka startup, Timbuktu. I would request Apurva Prasad Sharma to kindly come over and receive this special award. Kindly come, printing please, Apur. Yes. Sorry for that. Put your hands together. The manpower partner for the Bangalore Tech Summit. It is a Karnataka startup, Timbuktu. The team have come here. Thank you very much. I would request the Honorable Minister Shri Priya Mohan to kindly give a memento to Shri Ishwar Khandre. I would request Shri Priya Mohan to kindly give a memento to Shri Ishwar Khandre. Thank you, sir. Also to the Member of the Parliament, Shri Radha, Member of the Parliament from Kalaburgi, will also receive a memento. Thank you very much. We have 2 photographs to be taken. First of all, I would request the startup ecosystem enablers to kindly come over for the photo, for a group photo. Startup ecosystem enablers, and thereafter we'll have the assistive tech award winners. Startup, kindly come quickly, please. Startup ecosystem, kindly come quickly. Startup ecosystem enablers. Sir, what photographs? Sir, we'll have a photograph. All the winners of startup ecosystem enablers are requested to kindly come first. You to kindly make space for the startup ecosystem enablers awards. Kindly move forward. Yeah. Yeah. All the award winners, kindly take your positions behind the Honorable Minister. Congratulations. And now I would request the award winners of Assistive Tech Awards to kindly go in for a photograph. All the Assistive Tech Award winners are going to photograph. And poster awards. Smart Buy awards and poster awards are requested to kindly come closer to the stage. Both Smart Bio and poster awards. Yes, they are there. The third photograph. Awards. Winners also are requested to join the Smart Bio and Poster Awards, Exhibitor Awards, and Sustainability Stall Awards. So Smart Bio Awards, Poster Awards, if some of you have not come, please join for the photographs. Smart Bio, Exhibitor, Sustainability Stall Awards. All the winners, Assistive Tech Awards have already taken the photograph. Congratulations to all the award winners. The friends from Kids to kindly come over. All kids will have a photograph. Imtiaz bhai, sabko jaldi bula lijiye. Kids. All the esteemed members of the Kids family will now come over and take the awards. Hello, Big Bunny. Meena Mesha ends bedi bani bega. I would request the knowledge partners, whoever are here, to kindly come over and receive the awards. Knowledge partners, your imparted knowledge, being the knowledge partners for Bangalore Tech Summit 2024, I would request our friends from all the knowledge partner companies to kindly come over and for the photograph. Partners of Bangalore Tech Summit 2024 are also requested to come over for a final photograph. After this, I would request the staff of the Honorable Minister Shri Priyank Kharge's office to kindly come over for the photograph. I can see the staff of Shri Priyank Kharge ji. Bani photograph. Please come for a photograph. Next. Some of the staff who are present in front of the stage can come quickly in the interest of time. Honorable Minister's office. This photograph very important. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause for the team of the Honorable Minister who have worked day in and day out to ensure the Bangalore Tech Summit 2024 is a roaring grand success. And after this, last but not the least, the photograph of the event partner Active staff will come over and for a quick photograph. Because all the colleagues and personnel who have worked day in and day out behind the scenes for the quick photograph. Once again, thank the Honorable Minister Shri Priya Mohan, Shri Sharad Bachegowda, Dr. Ekrup Kaur, Shri Darshan and all for this. And ladies and gentlemen, thanks for being a part of Bangalore Tech Summit 2024. See you all in the next Bangalore Tech Summit. Until then, have a great time. Namaskara. All of you, please take care. Dhanyavadagalu.